Hello and welcome to the World Standard. This is our top 16 cut of the 2022 Netrunner Championship. The World Championship here in Toronto. We're at the Sheridan Centre in the basement. It's a lovely Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada. Hopefully you're staying nice and warm. My name is Andrej from the Metropolitan Grid. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm joined by Neuropantser. How's it going,
Indeed.
Pants?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling great this morning. We have so much good Netrunner to look forward to today. Both the top cut of the Standard World Championship and then the finals of the Startup World Championship afterwards.
Yes, it's going to be a huge day in Netrunner, and we're going to start here with Standard. We had 160 players show up just yesterday. We're down to top 16 cuts. So how this is going to work, this is double elimination. So each player is going to be the top seed versus the 16th seed, second versus 15th, and then we're going to go down and down like that. The idea is that they only play one side of the table. Speaking of the table, here is where we're going to start. We have Lopert versus Sokka, and they're off. This is going to be a Hoshiko versus Sportsmetal. Now, either of these players, they can lose one game and still be in. Again, this is a double elimination format. As soon as a player loses a game, they're going to be dropping to the bottom bracket, and from that point on, a loss is going to be elimination from the World Championships. So again, 2 losses, you're out. And until then, our players are going to be jousting each other until we are left with one world champion.
I love the swag here from Sokka, still wearing the APAC Championship belt, physically wearing it while sitting at the table.
Sokka was able to pick that up today from winning the APAC Continentals this year. He was even asking before the stream, if I put it here, will you'll see it? And I explained to him, the only place we're going to see that belt is if it's on your waist. And he said, okay, I guess I'll do that again. But yeah, those are the new playmats, the Blood in the Water playmats for hitting. I think it's top 32, tied also on SOS. They're very generous.
I think
if you're
that's
34th
the case, yeah.
or 35th, you get one. And it's a lovely playmat.
It is. I honestly thought it was a double-sided playmat when I walked in because they had them stacked up like that.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
They're fantastic.
Let's talk about the matchup because it's important to understand here. This is open deck lists. So
Yes.
both the players get to review each player's deck list so they can know card for card exactly what's in there. Now, they can't review the deck list mid-game, so you're going to need a bit of memory. Maybe a bit of the note-taking can help here at the top. I don't think you're allowed to go in with notes, but if you can scroll it down before the game begins, you can keep that information. What's this matchup looking like? On the Hoshiko side, where are we spending influence? Is it the thing that we think it is? Is it a 5 influence card?
It is, in fact, a 5 influence card. There are 2 of them. It is a certain nautical-themed card, the boat Endurance. There are 2 of those. Then there is some pinhole threading. There are 2 pinhole threadings in here, and there are 3 copies of No Free Lunch, which in this matchup does provide that value of trashing for 3 credits. It's an easy mark, but it doesn't provide the additional value of trashing to remove a tag.
Yeah, it's still a good enough card. In this matchup, and
Yeah,
Lopert's
it's
other
still
side of the
very
table,
much not blank.
yeah, you have the Reality Plus. The tags are very important today at the Standard Championship, so we see a lot of players playing those sort of tech cards. And Sokka's playing a Sportsmetal deck that's actually pretty robust. We saw some very interesting plays, and Hoshiko is going to start making those accesses. Getting those accesses is really important against Sportsmetal because this deck is running usually about 12 agendas. It takes you a fair few accesses to get to 7 points.
Yeah, we should talk real quick about the Sportsmetal list because it is definitely unusual. There are a few unusual things about it. One is it's actually on an 11 agenda suite rather than a 12. It's only on 1 Elivalgar bifurcation, but it is on 1 off-world office because seamless launch is in this deck. There are 3 seamless launch, and in addition, if you look down at the ice suite, there's quite a bit of ice, and there are 3, count them, 3 next activation commands.
Yeah, this list I think is a bit more tuned to jamming in a remote server behind ice.
Yeah.
So there's next activation commands. There's even some beefier ice here. You're seeing Fairchild 3s, and Sokka can
There's
use
on
that.
cells as well. This is almost PD out of sports.
Yes, I think that's how Sokka has described this list. And the idea is that if you can't you have to force the runner to find their endurance, find their breaker, and then check their remote server. And again, those seamless launches means you can get some Vitruvius, massive Vitruvius counters. We saw Vitruvius with 3 counters yesterday.
We did.
And Lopert on the left got the DreamNet down. It's going to go digital, accessing a card, has the Fermenter for the drip economy, and also that's a Paladin Puemo, mind you, the new Cat-Shen alt-art that was picked up for the first time today, I think, at Worlds.
And also a Mega Pre in the score area. Obviously one that Sokka does not mind losing. In some ways, Sports prefers that first one being in the runner's score area so that the rest are actually 3-2s for Sportsmetal.
Tranquility Home Grid's going to be res in the remote server. That region says the first time a turn you install a card in their remote server, you can gain 2 credits or a single card. And Sokka's going to use that economy because this deck can actually run, I was going to say classically Sportsmetal can run on very few credits. This is going to require a bit more credits. Again, we're talking about a lot of 6-cost ice.
Though still you don't need much money to actually score because of Seamless.
Yeah.
And it is still on the 2 Audacity like Sports usually is, so you do still have those lines. Okay, you have managed to break my remote server. You actually have the ability to get in. It doesn't matter. I still get 2 Audacity out an agenda.
Lopert again with the DreamNet, drawing a card and a credit on the first run of turn because Digital is
Oh,
the
that's a
subtype
Spin
in Sokka.
Doctor. Spin Doctor goes down.
For 2 credits, Spin Doctor into the bin. Again, the recursion cards are pretty important. Not only is that mass draw, but in this list, we're running some copies of Audacity, and that means you can just yeet your hand if you want to fast advance an agenda.
It's the best feeling in the game. Score an agenda, get rid of the hand. It's weakness leaving the body.
We're running R&D here. It's not an Apocalypse Lip. Sometimes you get scared when the runner is pressuring multiple central servers. But Lopert there is going to have to generate some economy. That Tranquilizer, or sorry, the Fermenter, it has 4 credits or 6 credits next turn if you want to wait. But the economy isn't exactly there. If you're going to be holding a hedge fund in hand, we see a liberated counts. That's going to be a far way away from being playable.
Yeah, you'll note here, choosing not to click for credits at the end because you're just going to lose those next turn. Access is better anyway.
That's an on-sell.
Sees the on-sell, so knows that that is a threat in the near future if ice goes down.
Now, Sokka in their remote server has a Project Vitruvius. We'll see how he scores it out. It's just going to be triple advance. So no Vitruvius counters, but 3 credits will get you 2 points. And again, this is Sportsmetal. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, Sokka can choose to either draw 2 cards or gain 2 credits.
In this case, gain credits. HQ is very weak right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be drawing. I was going to say last click. Technically, your last click, right?
Yeah, it's basically drawing last click.
Yeah, you don't want to have those agendas in hand. We also see there is a virus in hand. So if Lopert does not crack that Fermenter and smashes into HQ, there's a chance that Fermenter is going to be put back to
right on time.
1. But there you go.
Yeah. Click 1, take those 6 credits,
and
drop a Stargate. This is one of the big win conditions for this Hoshiko deck, and it is fantastic against any version of Sports. It's actually pretty good against this one, even though this Sports has more ice to throw in front of R&D to shut it off, but you can also trash that ice, you can trash that seamless launch with the Sports, out of Sports with the Stargate.
So there up the top, what you see in Audacity, that's the full art from last year, I believe, a seamless launch and a magnet.
This is a tough choice.
And the run here. I think the magnet might be the one you want to deal with. Again, if you can lock the top of the deck with Stargate and they can't protect you from that, the ice is the way that you stop it. They can't Audacity, they can't draw an agenda. I think we're going to have a little bit of a judge call here because they missed the trigger on the DreamNet, on the Stargate run.
Oh, that's true.
DreamNet fires when the run is declared successful. It's not something like Xayah that's after the run is successful. So we'll see if we can go back for that again. No additional information was gained, sort of, but we'll see what the judge calls on there. You have to take their word for it.
Yeah, so scanning through the deck list right now, obviously we have deck lists in paper this weekend.
Yeah.
They're not in a spreadsheet. we are looking at this in real time and trying to figure it out. Trying to look, is there anything especially interesting? So the magnet count is something I'm curious about. There are 3 magnets, so losing 1 magnet here. Magnet's a good piece of ice, but obviously it would not be the last chance to have magnet if this one gets trashed. The seamless launch, there are also 3 of the Audacity, there are 2 of. So there are duplicates of all of these. I have to think the Audacity is the right pick here in my shoes. I don't know if that's right, though.
Yeah, this Anarch deck is not running something like Clot. It's not running something like Imp. So this is not going to have that sort of disruption to deal with fast advance from hand. So if the Audacity is drawn and an agenda is drawn, that's kind of just how it goes. Now, Sokka does have in hand a Rashida. Lopert doesn't know that, but if the Rashida hits a server and that's going to be protected, that's going to break that R&D lock. But it looks like that Audacity is going to go. So top of the deck was a Seamless into the Magnet, so Sokka can always draw into that Magnet and put it on the table, and that's going to require a Breaker. Dirty Laundry now into HQ. Now, these Stargates are actually really important. A lot of the Anarch lists are running 2 or even 3 into the modern meta. Sportsmetal was the most represented corporation by a large margin.
Oh, and Rashida taken down. That's... If you're Sokka, that is by far the worst hit in HQ.
Yeah, Rashida Yahim for 0 res cost to start a turn, and that survives the turn on the table. That's 3 cards and 3 credits. That's an immense amount of value. That's the sort of acceleration that Corps can get in the standard format. It's super ubiquitous card. Generally, the one, if somebody installs a card in remote server and doesn't advance it, that's always your fear. And it's good to see one of those hit the bin. Sokka, though, installing in a remote server, going to get that 2 credits.
Lopert a little bit less scared of that install on remote server could be a Rashida play thanks to pinhole threading. You can just access and trash it.
Yeah. You can always expose it to see what it is, even with the pinhole threading. Again, a tech card that's seeing a lot more in play, a very flexible, unique card. Not unique in terms of name, but unique in terms of what it does. And there's the on-sell 1.0.
Oh, the on-sell.
Now, Lopert,
what click is this?
I think it's click 2. I think Lopert might have drawn once. Now, you can get the draw of the DreamNet. You're going to stay digital here. On-sell 1.0 has 3. It's Biroids. It has 3 subroutines. I think we're going to click through it.
What's the wording on on-sell? Are you able to trash with Stargate?
No.
Okay. So you just get to see the top 3.
I don't think the runner is allowed to trash cards. Well, I don't know what subroutines
does Stargate trash, or does it force the corp to trash? I think you trash, correct?
I think you trash.
Yeah.
Because you do get the AR enhanced security tag. I know that. But I do think this was actually first click. Lopert got the draw off of the Hoshiko. It wasn't a click to draw, which I thought.
Gotcha.
So we're looking at 2 ice at the top. I think the top one's the Magnet that we knew. The second ice kind of looks like an on-cell, and then there's a hedge fund following that. Now, that on-cell 1.0 is obviously a very taxing piece of ice, but this is the sort of Energ list they're all running. They're going to be running copies of Hippo. So if a Hippo comes down and then you click through that Biroid, that means that that Biroid's only going to last for another turn, and the 6 credits goes down the drain. And a Hippo is immensely important. We're going to see if Sokka is able to play around it. Even if you just install the Magnet in front of it and never res it, that's just about good enough.
It's funny, HP counter, like everything changes in this game except counterplay against HP. That was the old spooned into Fairchild 3 play.
Oh yeah.
It even costs the exact same, 2 clicks and or 2 credits and 3 clicks.
Yeah. It's not going to be something you're going to be able to set up this turn. Well, unless you have the Hippo in hand, you can install that, and then Sokka will be able to react next turn.
Right. Can Sokka, with all of the ice in this list, obviously has the natural counterpunch, especially having just drawn that Magnet, as we know, or about to draw that Magnet, as we know, can just ice over on-cell, don't even have to res it, and you protect it from that click through with Hippo.
Now, Lopert did fully click through, so discarding the Fermenter there. Now, Hoshiko should flip back. Yeah, a card was not accessed.
No access.
Stargate's really interesting. It reveals cards. It doesn't actually access cards. So you have to make sure that if you want to get your Hoshiko value, you're kind of still accessing sometime later in the turn or every other turn. A lot of times that's what happens.
Yeah, so what is this card in the remote right now?
I think it's a Mavirus.
The Mavirus would make sense. You want it on the board to res in case something like a Fermenter is... It just gives you the utility of popping it when you want. Plus, it potentially baits a run on this remote server. Sokka can res some of this ice.
Yeah, and there's the Magnet. So that's not something that Sokka, I think, is going to be interested in rezzing. Maybe if the Stargate comes click 1, you could bait it, and I think Lopert has a good idea what that is. Sokka did only a small shuffle of his hand. But at least that does stop the Hippo play, which Lopert could threaten here. Now, you do want to get an access HQ. I think we know just about all the cards. I think Lopert knows that there is a Seamless in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other card might be a bit of a mystery. But holding a card in hand, 2 credits on that Paladin Puemo, so if you want to slap down the Liberated, again, it's a bit of a slow card. Sometimes for this matchup, it's a bit too slow. It's a lot of money on a single card.
Going to run R&D here.
That's a Stargate, forcing the res.
I can see the logic here. This what you do is you basically let Paladin tick up for an extra turn so that you get the full value off of it when you liberated. I think that might be what... Oh, and we do see a Vitruvius and a Vitruvius off the top.
Because there's a Spin Doctor there, too. So you know you don't have a click to go get the Vitruvius, so it's very likely...
Oh! Still got all these.
It's very likely that you want to trash a Spin Doctor here, and then you know that Sokka's going to draw Vitruvius. One of them will get into the remote server, but the other one's going to be stuck there on R&D, forcing probably the Magnet res. This is fascinating. But the Spin Doctor, that would be the second Spin Doctor.
Yeah, the Spin Doctor in the bin. 2 Vitruvius on top, but no clicks to go get them.
Yeah. There's only one more Spin Doctor in the whole game, and if Sokka can't find that Stargate's going to go, I wouldn't say uncontested because the ice is getting there, discarding a Hippo, the one answer that classically was for Ansel, but Sokka did play around that. Of course, you're going to see that. And next turn...
Sokka's in a weird position here, right? Because there's not actually much money on Sokka's side. I believe that's 4 credits. That's a 3 and a 1.
Yes.
So that does become 5 credits here, but this remote is not super well defended.
No. 6 credits, though, is the magic number, though. As long as Lopert runs first click...
Oh, never mind. There's a hedge fund.
Good, yeah.
Never mind.
So you got 2 off that, installing the Tranquility. Now, the big break point when you're running into HB Ice, especially with open deck lists, is 6 credits. 6 credits means Fairchild 3. 6 credits means Ansel 1. And both of those ice you can click through. Now, Sokka can't res more than 2 of them. So maybe you could run here and you could find something like a Hagen after a Fairchild.
Yeah,
you could find
Hagen actually would be one of the worst cases right now because it would trash the Stargate.
Yeah. Now Paladin fully loaded, and Lopert gonna crack
absolutely no respect of Hagen here.
I think you take it. I think you still have to force the res here. But that Vitruvius is really important. Again, if the res is here, Lopert can consider just running R&D.
Yeah.
You have to deal with some of the subroutines, and that's just a drafter.
Drafter will not fire. There is an MK in the bin. MK a pretty efficient breaker for drafter. You get it out twice, or you get it out for 2, and then you break for 3.
And
is that a Fairchild 3?
Yes. And now Lopert knows.
Was this click 1?
This is click 1.
This was click 1.
So
this
3.
is a steal.
A 3.0 Byroad. We're going to click through it. You get the DreamNet draw.
Okay.
That is a Vitruvius, and Lopert knows too. If there's not, I don't think there's any defensive upgrades in this list.
Did Lopert miss the DreamNet trigger again?
Yeah, Lopert did. That's okay.
But that is 3 points. That's it is, as we talk about, it is really important to get these accesses against sports, get these points against sports, because those extremely strong tools to close out the game, like Audacity, are there.
Yeah, and Sokka can now with no clicks left, Sokka has full control of what he wants to do with the Sportsmetal ability, whether he wants to draw 2 cards or gain 2 credits. Again, that means you're drawing the Vitruvius and an unknown card. There you go. That's a next activation command. And you can install that next turn into the remote server and play the next activation command. And it means the Fairchild 3 and R&D is unassailable for a turn.
Yep.
Tranquility going down, missing the Dream Net draw, Lopert realizing after, but we are going to flip. Now, I think you're going to have an issue here. I'm not sure if he got the counter on Paladin Primal. I think that's one of the easiest triggers to miss when you steal an agenda.
So.
Maybe he did. No, I don't think so. Top of the deck, that's a second next activation command. So Sokka, while losing some agendas, you still get some good value here with your ability.
Yeah, that definitely was a Paladin trigger missed, I believe.
That's
because
okay.
the two were paid.
Yeah.
The 2 paid for MK, and actually, there are some times where getting a Paladin trigger is bad because you're already at 3 credits.
Yes.
This actually was not one of those cases.
It's not a May ability too, so you
Yeah.
have to feed your raiding party. So this is worth explaining. For those who maybe don't play the standard format, that MK Ultra might have been a strange install, but there's a whole series of these breakers. They're generally called the conspiracy breakers or the bin breakers that Anarch has access in this larger format. And they're breakers, there's one of each type, and they can install when you interact or when you encounter an ice of the appropriate subtype. So there is a Fractor, there is a Killer, and there's a Decoder. This is the Killer. It's not bad at all. I think the Black Orchestra is probably the weakest part in this matchup. But that's the idea, that you discard those as Anarchs, you play extras in your deck, and then you install them when you need them, if you need them.
Yeah, the only card I think you're happy having Black Orchestra for is Magnet. Even there, you don't love it.
Yeah.
I think that really the plan for Lopert for Code Gates is to find Endurance, put Endurance down. A little far away from that, though, on 1 credit right now.
Sokka jamming in the remote server can easily be the Vitruvius.
Yeah.
Next activation command wasn't played. Sokka's going to need some credits to also score that agenda, so it's a bit of a fork there. And Lopert could just Stargate in, click through. Again, we know that there's no Stargates. That's not a Stargate on the table unless it's one of the 2 cards that Sokka broke lock. So we're just going to click through. We're going to get a Dream Net. It's a card and a credit. Hoshiko's going to turn off. It's a sure gamble off the draw. We're going to see 3 off the top. So let's see. That's a Loki. Magnet.
Wait, there's a Loki in? There is a Loki in this list. I missed the Loki in this list.
With all the good Byroids, that's actually a pretty good res. Loki's going to go.
Yeah,
Loki's going to get red. Excuse me.
Yeah. Well, I think Loki is a good thing to choose here because with on-cell and FC3 resed, Loki becomes an on-cell with an extra subroutine that you cannot click through.
It's wild. This 5 influence unique mythic ice is actually being a real big, interesting splash today at Worlds. So we're seeing so many decks.
Yeah, we see it in AgInfusion. We see it in this sports list.
It's a card that's showing up way more than you think it would. And actually having tech for Loki turns out to be a really important thing to do in the top 16s. We'll see that later when we see AgInfusion lists. Maybe a surprise combination with Loki, but Lopert has to figure out which ice to break here. In terms of the breakers into the bin, I don't think he has access to much else. I think it's just the MK Ultra that's on the table.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're breaking a lot of ice here.
Yeah, so at the moment, Loki would probably copy Fairchild 3 because one of the things that Loki does when it copies an ice is it does gain the subtypes.
Yes, it's the subtypes and subroutines.
Yeah.
And it doesn't gain additional text, so not like Fairchild 3, you cannot spend 3 clicks to click through it, or like a 1.0, you can't spend any clicks to break through it. It's an unclickable Byroid. I think it's the only one in the game. That's not entirely true. Nearly true.
Yeah.
But that's
there's Fairchild God 0.0 that is not clickable, I believe.
Yeah. We're going to throw out a Liberated Counts. We're going to flip back again. A card was not accessed. That is Lopert's entire turn. Luckily, the Dream Net is supporting him there on those expensive runs. And Seamless Launch, Advance. That's going to put Sokka. That's all of the Vitruvius out, and that gives you a Vitruvius counter. Vitruvius counters. They say when you over-advance this 3-2 agenda, for every advancement over, you get a agenda counter on that. And at instant speed, at any paid ability window, you can use that agenda counter to grab a card from archives and add it to hand. What can Sokka do with that? What are the threats?
Well, a threat that is already, you just look at the top of archives, Seamless Launch.
Yes.
A very easy thing that you can do is throw a global food initiative into this remote that is a 3-point agenda, a 5-3 that is only a 2-point for the runner. And if you have a Seamless Launch in hand, you can Seamless Launch, bring back use the Vitruvius counter to bring back the Seamless Launch again, and advance 3 credits. You score your GFI in a single turn with no advancements on it at the start of the turn.
Yeah, it's massively powerful. It also turns off Stargate, right?
Yes.
If you spend your whole turn Stargating through the on-cell, Sokka can just pull it to hand. Now, if you're clicking through that on-cell 1.0, that means you can't run HQ and have a chance. We're running HQ here. That's that next activation command, a lockdown that costs, I believe, 4 to trash?
Yes, it's 4 to trash, so that's not getting trashed right now. It is one of the interesting tech cards on this list. There are 3 of them, too, so even getting one trash doesn't spell doom like it would for some decks that are only on 1 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them, and I think they're actually going to come into play. I think Lopert might have missed the DreamNet trigger. I think he is upset about that a bit, and those are the triggers again. It's been a long day of Netrunner today. It's early enough in the morning. These players are going to, I think, play cleaner Netrunner even as the day goes, but both these players are quite good at the thing they do.
Yeah, extremely long day yesterday. So Lopert was not one of the players, but Sokka was played the additional tiebreaker round after the full 7 rounds of Netrunner yesterday. Very long day for all of these players.
Install on the remote server. I believe that's another Tranquility home grid. We're holding a whole mid of lockdowns, but the agendas aren't showing up. But Lopert now, this deck doesn't have a good way to deal with that on cell 1.0 if you can't hippo it.
Not
There's
at all.
nothing you can do. Force strength on a killer means, or on a sentry means that killer has to spend, 9 credits to break all of it?
Yeah.
That's
awful.
ugly. You'll probably have to cast through it.
What you really want is the boat. You really need the boat here.
Yeah.
Except on cell is one of those that you really don't want any of the subroutines to fire.
Yeah, they're quite mean.
Let me look through the Hoshiko list real quick. A card that I do not see in this list is Botulus. Nope, I'm wrong. There's 2 of them. So a play that's available once the boat comes down is throw a Botulus on the on-cell, use 2 counters, and Botulus through the 3rd subroutine.
You know, that's the strength of the Endurance Botulus combo, but the issue is there's a magnet in front of it, right?
Oh, you're right.
That's exactly the play around this. Is you get the magnets into your deck. They're super important now because a lot of these endurance decks are using Botulus as their backup.
Good.
That's a Fairchild 3. Again, the full art from a champ winning deck, I believe, from 2017, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Lopert holding cards in hand. We're going to just go Steel Skin Scarring, pay 1 to draw 3. We do have a
there's
Pinhole
the
Threading,
boat.
we do have
I
an
see a
Endurance,
boat.
and finally a Paperclip. Not that there are any barriers on the table, but that's a Fractor that you're happy to discard into the bin at the end of your turn. Hoshiko, mind you, online, DreamNet giving you a card and a credit and an immense amount of value, making criminals blush if they want to play a run-based economy. And we're going to see that the endurance come down sooner than later. Probably a Sure Gamble or 2 going to precede it.
Yep, here you go. Sure Gamble.
An alt-art Sure Gamble with some nice dice on it. Sokka taking a look at the art. 9 credits. We went ahead of the table and we talked to them. We asked them if they couldn't stack the credits, and they were both very, very confident. Be like, we don't stack credits. We play civilized with clean piles. And shout outs to both of these players. Again, an all Canadian round 1 too. That's very much worth noting.
Home field advantage, is that what this is?
I'd hope so. It's Thanksgiving weekend for all of us here, huh? Lopert now holding a mid of cards. Again, the Endurance is an 8 credit console to come down for 5 influence. This is the most impactful card out of all of Midnight Sun that came out just a couple months ago. So this boat, it's going to sail the seas. It's an icebreaker, but not the icebreaker type. You can spend 2 power counters on it to break 2 subroutines of an ice you're encountering. Doesn't matter about the strength. This is not interface. This doesn't care about the type of the ice. You just get that down. And the first time in turn that you make a successful run, you get a card or a power counter on the boat, on top of your DreamNet, on top of your Hoshiko. You see the value engine that these endurance-based Anarchs are seeing. And I think all the Anarchs in the top cut, I believe, are endurance-based.
Yeah, I haven't seen all of the deck lists, but from what I saw yesterday, I think all of them are.
Yeah, it's just the criminals who are less likely. Not least likely.
We know at least one criminal is not on boat in the top cut.
Yeah. I believe also in hand, we have that Black Orchestra. That's another bin breaker you're happy to discard at the end of your turn. It breaks code gates. It's the least efficient, especially dealing with Fairchild 3. It is a nightmare. 9 credits again. You can't pay 9 credits to break a single ice. Holding a lot here.
Still thinking this over. Yeah, going to discard a Paperclip and a Black Orchestra.
So we have access to all our breakers. Do we have MU for all our breakers? No. Are we going to install all our breakers? That's another question. And another Paladin Puemo hitting the bin after. Sokka. Started turn, drawing into a seamless. No agendas is the issue. Another next. Again, only 11 agendas, I believe. Or did you say 11, I think?
11, yeah. It's an 11 agenda suite thanks to the Offworld Office over the 2 bifurcation.
So looking slightly less jammy than some of the Precision Design decks, but this is basically a Precision Design deck. Sportsmetal
it really is.
Not firing as
Oh, man,
often.
and look at that hand. There's a full house, 3 next activation command.
Yeah.
I guess 3 of a kind.
So we're going to see that again. The next activation command is going to be pretty important. If you smash that onto the table behind the Fairchild 3, it says this is a 7-strength decoder. It's a Biroid that you normally can click through, but this turn you can't. Next activation command, it's a lockdown. It says a very small card pool of lockdowns. Every faction got one of them, and when you play them, they stay around. They have a lingering effect for only one of the runners following turns. And this one specifically says all ice gets +2 strength, and you cannot use Non-icebreakers ability is to break subroutines on ice. So you're basically forced to use only your breakers. And modernly, there's a lot of ways to use non-breakers to deal with ice. Cards like Endurance, like we just talked.
Yeah.
Cards like Botulus, cards like Boomerang are also very common in the format, but also just Bioroids inherently have the text on them where you can click through the subroutines. And all that is turned off. It just says breakers now, and currently Lopert's breakers are the worst part of his suite.
Yeah, Sokka seems to really want money here, I think. It would be really nice to be able to res some of this ice. It would be really nice to be able to defend another server, but only on 4 credits. That's very difficult to do at the moment.
It's hard. Sokka drew a lot, but I think if he drew an agenda, it would go into the remote server. So here, if he wants to fight the long war against the DreamNet and the eventual Endurance, he's going to have to ice up everything. That can be a tall order. But if one server is left open, again, Archives is the least valuable, so that's probably the one you want to ice up last. Lopert can always run to get a click and a credit for a draw, let alone an Endurance counter.
Mm-hmm.
Pinhole threading off the top there.
Yeah, these next activation command just burning a hole in the pocket for Sokka, you have to think.
Yeah.
Want to actually play one of these, want to get some value of it.
When you play 3 of in your deck, I always say that's because you want it in your opening hand. And I think that's nearly true based off the matchup, but I think Sokka needs to combine it with something to actually be playable.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the matchup, that's an interesting point. So the first round of the top 16, the higher seed picks the matchup. So Lopert looked at these matchups, said, I think that my Hoshiko into sports matchup is better than my reality. Is it reality plus? Yeah, my reality plus into lat matchup.
Yeah, I'm not one who's like really good at making those calls. I generally the matchup, but it's also what you want to play in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that matters. Lopert now, you don't need a rigging up. We're gonna install that boat for 5 credits off of Paladin promo.
All right,
she helps a lot when you're sailing the seas. And we'll save Lopert now. Values running
Pinhole
Archives.
threading.
And there you're gonna start pinhole threading.
That is pinhole threading a tech card. I believe we talked about it already, but what it does is it lets you run a server, and instead of accessing that server, you access a different card in a different server. You cannot steal that card, but you can, for instance, if it's a Tranquility Home Grid, trash it for its normal trash cost.
Yo, those Tranquilities are going down, actually. I thought way faster than I was expecting them to. Lopert's actually really valuing them. And so far today, or yesterday, excuse me, we've seen so few of those Tranquilities actually being challenged.
Yeah.
And they do help a lot. Sokka doesn't have a strong, robust economy. Installing the remote server to gain a credit the turn that it is installed, or res, 2 credits later on, that could be all the money Sokka needs. This list, it is on hedge funds, but that's all the burst economy it has, besides the Tranquilities and the Sportsmetal ability.
Yeah, Mad Dash just entered the hand for Lopert. And that is still, it isn't as relevant here as it is against all 5-3 decks, but it is still relevant because Sports does have a number of 1 point for the runner agendas. There are still 2 more Mega Pre qualifiers, and there is the one Illy Valgar bifurcation. Any of those with a Mad Dash is much more valuable and puts Lopert on game point with any agenda.
It's still really hard, though, right? Like, you can't Stargate Mad Dash Archives because of the Vitruvius counter, so you have to hit in the remote server or blindly in Essential. That's not easy. Now, if you do Stargate and you leave the agenda on top of the deck, I think that's your best
Then you can
bet.
Mad Dash, yeah.
Sokka, again, drawing into 2 non-agenda cards.
That forces there to be a Spin Doctor on the table.
Yes, which there's only 1 left in the whole game.
Yeah.
So I think you take those off.
Trashed so early.
Biotic drawn after the mandatory the Mavirus. Get a Mavirus, an upgrade that purges virus counters. That only matters for the Botulus and Fermenter, but the Magnet's already on top of R&D. The Biotic needs more money, let alone more agendas in hand, and Sokka needs to figure out what to do here. Might need to take a time off just to click for credits.
Yeah. Yeah, notably, another quirk of this sports list, only on 2 Biotics. Most of the sports lists on 3 because they are all about the fast events. This is much more of a score out of my remote, and then I have the powerful fast events tools for after. That becomes, either after or before, that becomes the correct, after that's no longer tenable. So only 2 Biotics on this list. You are seeing one of a 2 of.
So Sokka drawing second click is actually really awkward, and he saw he paused before it. Because if he draws on first click an agenda, he can always install on the remote server and then play the lockdown. But if you draw an agenda second click, it's largely either staying in HQ or going in the remote server. And Lopert can challenge the remote server, and you see he has been. He has been calling the bluffs. He has been running through that. He has been clicking through Bioroids, something that often feels a bit too slow in these sort of really fast matchups. But Sokka did draw the hedge fund, now clicking up to 5, which means this turn, if he can get away with resing no ice, he'll be able to have a pretty sizable burst in economy, especially with a Biotic in hand. I think he kept it. I think he's discarding a lockdown. I think I'm a virus. Top of the turn?
No,
should
all
get
three
the
next
Paladin.
activation commands still in that hand.
Oh, yeah, you see the value of that. Dirty laundry here. I wonder, I think you might have missed the Paladin. There's a bunch of triggers here that are slipping through, unfortunately. And we're checking archives. You see the Biotic, draw a pinhole threading off the mandatory, or not the mandatory, excuse me, the Dream Net, gaining a credit.
And the boat counter, pretty importantly. That is a
Yes.
purge. Gonna
That is a
purge for
purge.
value.
Yeah, you're allowed to purge when there's no virus counters. That's a new change in the game. I guess it's been a while, but there's 2 viruses out.
Oh, it sends a message.
Yeah.
You gotta purge.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're keeping a clean house. Lopert there just noticing he missed the Paladin trigger again. I mentioned yesterday about Lopert being a very clean player. I'm surprised to see this. But
It's
I
the
have no
pressure
doubt
of
he'll
top
get it up.
16,
It's
you
definitely
know?
the pressure. It's the morning. You know, that belt is shiny. It gets in your eyes. You have
Yeah.
that sort of stress. But
Well, and it is, I believe, if things go as well as they possibly can, either of these players, they are, I think, 4 wins away from being the world champion of Netrunner.
Yeah, no, there's always one player who goes into the finals undefeated, and it could be either
Yeah.
of these players. I think these are some of the favorites to win. Maybe it's because they're Canadian, and that's the hometown advantage or the homeland advantage. But I wouldn't be surprised to see either of these players at the top tables later on today.
Oh,
Mad
a
Dash
Mad
HQ.
Dash into HQ. We already know that's not going to connect. Now, notably, there are 2 Mad Dash in this list. This isn't the last Mad Dash.
Yeah.
A blind Mad Dash, sometimes a nice play.
Sokka drew a lot, right?
Yeah,
and then had
exactly.
an ugly discard that he had to think about. So there's a chance there's an agenda in here. We know
Yeah,
it's
this
not the
looks
case.
like an agenda.
But
We happen to know it isn't, but it looks like an agenda.
Mad Dash, mind you, is a run event that costs 0. It says it's fully neutral. When you run, if you have steal an agenda this turn, add Mad Dash at the end of the run to your score area as an additional agenda point. If you whiff, you just take a meat damage, and why not when it comes in pairs?
No!
That's
Okay,
Mad Dash
never
into
mind.
Mad
I was
Dash.
wrong. The Mad Dash is, in fact, gone. That's one of the best plays in Netrunner. Mad Dash hitting your own Mad Dash.
Yeah, the old stim hack classic. We're going back in, though. We have our boat counters. We're just trying to get the accesses. Again, we don't have the top of the deck. That's the next activation. We're trashing that one.
Oh, I have some bad news, Lopert.
Yeah, but Lopert
There's
knows
2 more of them.
he needs to do that. We're rolling dice rolls to pick our random accesses. Love to see it.
Sees another.
There's a pair of them in there.
It's going to be one of those games.
Top of the deck, just a Biotic Sokka, not drawing what he needs. Click 1 to draw. He's considering it again. He might need a hedge fund here. Again, not really forced to res any of this ice. The Magnet unres in front of R&D is just doing enough into the Hippo on the table. But we'll see drawing once. Love to see an agenda there. Another seamless Sokka
No,
drawing
wow.
no agendas in Sportsmetal.
Where are they?
R&D is
There's still
loaded.
11 of them. Like, it's not like this is a 6 agenda
13
deck. They
of
are
them.
still in there. 11.
11 points? What are we at? 7? No, because it's
Oh,
20,
no,
right?
I meant 11 agendas total.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, so there are still 8 cards that
That's
say
a Mega
agenda
Pre.
on them.
Mega Pre just
Ooh,
snuck
okay,
at their most of her
okay.
last click. And next activation.
Install event snacked activation. I think that was a click for 4 and then install event snacked activation.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Lopert
Lopert
clicked
went
for
really
4.
quickly. Excuse me. Yeah, Lopert just clicked for 4. Flip back.
Or maybe not click for 4. One of them might have been an archives run.
Sure. That tracks, yeah. I think Hoshiko is flip back, though, so maybe it was just straight click for 4.
Oh, okay. That surprises me a
yeah,
little
that surprises me, too.
Yeah.
But install events in the remote server, that is just a Mega Pre again.
Oh,
You can
actually, I bet the logic is you don't want to lose the credit to Hoshiko.
But you get it from DreamNet, right?
Yeah, but you end on the same
Oh, I
number
see
of
what you
credits.
mean. Yeah.
wants to start the turn on 6 rather than 5.
So Lopert needs to figure this out again. Next activation has played, so that's a 5 strength drafter, a sentry with 2 subroutines, and a 7 strength code gate. That again, to break with Black Orchestra, I don't even know what the numbers is, but it's probably awful. So you get to 4 strength for 3, 6 strength for 6, 9 strength for 9. If you want to break all of it, which you don't have to, you have to spend 12 credits.
Ugh.
Now, you can't endurance through this because endurance is a non-icebreaker ability, and next activation command says runners cannot break ice this turn with not icebreakers. It has to be icebreakers only, and the icebreakers are, unfortunately, one of the worst parts of these anarch lists.
And at the Black Orchestra having to break that's 7 strength FC3.
Yeah, it's 12.
That's
12 and you
abysmal.
don't get all of it.
That's one of the worst things you can possibly do in Netrunner.
Yeah, so we'll see. Can't even afford it. We can go HQ then to force the res. Sokka does have about, I think it's 8 credits there.
This is presenting lethal, to be clear, because of the Vitruvius counter for a seamless launch.
Yeah, this looks like a global food initiative.
Yeah.
Luckily for Lopert, it's not. For Sokka, this will only be up to 6 points, which means the Elevagao off the top of the deck will be the game. It's also very much worth keeping in mind that timer at the bottom is, I don't think, accurate. There's probably not that much time left in the round.
Actually,
it's
hold
a 35
on.
minute round?
Here's a fun thing. this could actually be lethal next turn still with an Eli Valgar off the top.
You could do
Because
some wild
you might be
stuff.
seamless in hand,
Yeah.
then you install Bifurcation, Vitruvius back is seamless, and you... Oh, no, you can't seamless. You
No, but
just
there's
installed
an
it.
Audacity in the bin.
There's an Audacity
Yeah.
in the bin, so you get that instead. Yeah.
You need the perfect top deck. It's a 1 in whatever's left in R&D, probably about 18 cards.
Yeah.
But you're right.
It would have to be the perfect top deck, but this is still potentially presenting lethal, even though we know it is not actually the 5-3.
So Lopert thinking this through again, this does look like it could be the last turn of the game. And we haven't seen any global food initiatives. How many are in the list right now? Because Lopert is definitely playing around that, understanding that it was seamless, and the Vitruvius token, you can get away with scoring just about anything here.
Yeah, there are 2 GFI on the list. I believe that's pretty much standard for the Sportsmetal
and we haven't seen
agenda
any.
suite.
So Lopert
Right, exactly, and we haven't seen any.
pretty sure this is it. Sokka obviously did not have to advance that agenda. It's a 3-1.
And Sokka's clearly been drawing for the right agenda, too.
Yeah.
So
Lopert going to take the time here again. If it's your last turn, you might as well think it through. If you believe it's your last turn, it turns out we know it's not. But Lopert is going to play like it is. It's hard at these situations. I almost never in these situations feel confident sitting back and being like, I'm going to hedge that's not the food. And then just feel, silly when you lose next turn.
Yeah.
It never feels good. A lot of people want to lose by action, not by inaction. We'll see if Lopert falls into that same trap.
Though, by the same token, when it actually isn't the GFI, you feel like a genius.
Yeah. Which unfortunately is not as often as I'd want
No, it really isn't.
But you're
I think
totally right.
good players go for the win very often when they have the ability to go for the win.
So what are Lopert's outs? That Ansel 1 is also now, I believe, 6 strength. I don't think we can read that, Sokka. I don't know what that says. Our monitors are a bit too small to make that out. Maybe you can tell us from home. But next activation command. Lopert's reading it through, understanding again. All the ice plus 2 strength, and you can only use icebreakers to break. Oh, time was called.
Oh, time.
Thank you.
Oh, that
So-
makes this even worse for Lopert.
So Lopert just needs to get an access. Sokka, if he scores it out next turn,
Lopert needs at least
2
3 agendas, right?
he's the higher seed, I think. I don't know the standings.
Oh,
off
you're
my
right.
head.
You're right. You're
Hold
right.
on, I
He
can
is the
check.
higher seed. Lopert is the
Yes.
higher seed.
So
Yeah,
if we
so
come to a time win,
Lopert needs to get to 6 points.
yes, Lopert needs to get to 6 because that can be scored in the remote server.
Unfortunately, both Mad Dash and the bin, that will require 2 agendas, which requires at least 2 accesses. It is going to be difficult to get 2 accesses. I don't know if you can buy, beg, borrow, or steal them right now.
Yeah, I can confirm Lopert is the higher seed here. So how's it going to happen? Lopert has a final turn, and then time is called, so Sokka has the final turn. On that basis, whoever has the highest score at the end of time will be the winner. It's a full win. Again, this is just double elimination, so just wins or losses. You don't care about agenda points. You never do really in this format. Now, Lopert is the higher seed, so if he does come to a tie, which would be 6-6, assuming that the Mega Pre and the remote server gets scored, Sokka will not take the win because Lopert is the higher seed going into this. He is advantaged. So I think you maybe have 1 run on R&D. The problem is there's no agenda in the list that's worth 3 points.
How do you even get into R&D with the current credit totals? On Cell is 6 strength.
Yeah.
I guess you let trash fire and you get an access there. The magnet's the problem though, because you still have to pay through magnet.
Yeah, I know all of it's really hard.
Yeah.
I don't think you have the money for anything besides HQ.
Yeah, and not even rezzing on HQ.
Sokka's feeling good here though. This is a card, not a credit. You do get the endurance counter, but it doesn't matter this turn again. The endurance has been entirely useless. Not that its existence hasn't changed how Sokka's play. Obviously, it changes the deck list and the meta, but this game it was an 8-credit brick.
Yeah. We said this was going to be the boat worlds. We are seeing the boat hit an iceberg this game.
Yeah. Rating the on-sell there again. You cannot click those subroutines. The subroutines, let's see if we know what they are. They are, the corporation can install a card from archives or HQ.
Yep.
Trash
an installed runner card.
And
then
the runner cannot steal or trash cards
that's
this
correct.
run.
Yeah.
Those are all very meaningful subroutines. I think one of them is the least meaningful, but 2 of them means issue.
Well, if it is the last access of the game, only one of them matters. The last subroutine.
Yeah, if you don't need a breaker to go behind it.
Yeah,
There's no
especially given, we know there are no defensive upgrades in this list. There are no Managarm Skunkworks that can get thrown into R&D at the very end.
I think you do get 1 access here. It's just unfortunately not going to be enough points, even if you do find a nice 2-point agenda.
Do you have enough money to break the magnet though? Because the magnet can come. The magnet can get rezzed.
Magnet there. Yeah.
Assuming that actually is the magnet. I think we don't know it's the magnet. I don't know if
we can tell.
Yeah, I'm quite confident it's the magnet. I'm not sure if we actually are 100% sure.
I put it at 90.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Maybe.
I think it could actually technically be the ice on HQ based on the sequencing, but it's got to be the one on R&D, right? It has to be.
Yeah. I think HQ was iced up like a couple turns after that. And Lopert saw the magnet off the top of the Stargate and went nowhere else. We'll see here, but this is hard. That's a Steelskin Scarring. I don't know what we're drawing into here. We have a Fermenter. We have another Stargate, and I think a Dirty Laundry. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
there's no
better burst economy than clicking for credits.
Well,
Technically, it's comparable. You paid 1 to get there.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know what you're drawing for here. I don't know what there is to find.
Just 5 credits. You hate to feel in this situation where you're just locked out. It's not a good
Yeah.
Netrunner feel. It's always really frustrating. Dirty Laundry on Archives.
Yeah, Sokka positioned this extremely carefully and extremely well for the last turn.
For someone who can't draw into agendas, this is a perfect time to get something in the remote server with those 3 next activation commands you were holding onto. Again, Lopert did trash 1 of them, and you see how important they are in this matchup. If your boat can do all this hard sailing for you, that's fine. We're running HQ. Sokka, no need to res here. A rolled 6 is going to access a full art biotic labor.
Ugh.
And top of the deck, that's going to be it.
Oh, and shows the top of the deck wasn't even an agenda,
Yeah,
so
seamless into
it was over.
A 2-pointer. Sokka's going to take round 1 here, 6-4 or 6-3, excuse me, in our top game, and there's nothing on the top of the deck.
And in my opinion, it is 100% correct to
Sokka
seamless
is
there.
Stunting. Wait,
Yeah.
can Sokka get to 7 points?
No, that was like 3 draws.
No, but it was clickless draws with red level clearance. Biotic, using the counter, you can get the red level clearance. Audacity.
Wow.
Sokka's getting to 7. To 8.
What a flex. What a flex.
Doing a sports medal. That was 8
Incredible.
points. Yeah, seamless launch gets that out. You have 2 clicks left. Using red level clearance to draw clicklessly, get the click back, install.
Who needs
Bionic,
CI7? You have
Audacity.
CI4.
Woo! Well done, Sokka, showing off there. But both of these players, again, I think they have a chance that they might see this matchup again later on. Lopert did take this matchup. They wanted to run into the corporation. I think Sokka was surprised that was the case. I was asking him early what he thought. It was kind of the opposite. But from this, we're going to have many more rounds today. Again, apologies. The deck lists are currently just in paper. We're not going to be able to share them with you, but we'll try and walk you through what we have here.
Yeah.
We're going to have round 2 coming up pretty fast. Again, these are 35-minute rounds. These are going to be fast Netrunner. We're going to just take a quick break here to update you on our match standings. I don't know if we're going to have a bracket to show you. We're going to try and keep this oral tradition alive a bit. We're going to just readjust the camera too. I think our camera's moved a bit, but hopefully you're having a good time watching. This is, again, the 2022 World Netrunner Championships. We're playing the standard format. Mind you, we have about 100 and some players playing startup as well at the same time. You'll see them later on camera, but hopefully you've been enjoying the stream.
We have all the results if we want to go through them now.
Do you want to run through them?
Yeah, let's run through them real quick. Okay, so at the top table, Bridgeman has defeated Motion Blur.
Okay.
Dr. Awkward was defeated by bblum. Groenkaaf beat Freaking. We just saw Lopert lost to Sokka. Sam S, second seed in Swiss, beat Hams. Greg, which is Greg Tung, beat TF34, Toby. Whiteblade has defeated Ice Cold Jazz, Austin. And Skry got the win over Quacktopus.
Wow, okay, cool. And again, it's important to understand none of these players have been eliminated. This is double elimination. So all of these players are they're still in contention. But if any of the lower bracket players now lose another game, that is going to be end of their Worlds 2022 run. Still in a massive run in a very competitive large field today, but of course, this is where the stress really kicks in. We're going to throw to a break again. My name is Andrej.
And my name is Neuropantser.
And we'll be back in just a bit. We're going to go adjust the camera. We'll see you in a second. Hey, welcome back. This is about to be round 2 of the top 16 here at the 2022 Netrunner World Championship. Thanks so much for joining in. Okay, we don't have the deck list just yet. In fact, you can see them. Maybe if you have a big enough screen, you can enhance and tell us all about this. But on the left, we have TF34. This is Toby. Part of, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to be mistaken about this, but a Snare Bear? Is that true?
I actually don't know. I know he's a Boston area player. I think the lore on Toby in the Boston area is he goes to 0 meetups and then shows up to every tournament and wins.
Yeah, TF34 is a very worthy opponent here for Hams. TF34 came in, I believe, second at Worlds maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, the year that Limes actually took it down, Toby was second. I believe, was Toby top 16 last year as well?
It's kind of hard because you just see that name everywhere with competitive Netrunner. So kind of like, you just have an idea that this is something good.
Easily one of the best players over the last couple years, I would say.
And this Freedom Kamalo list is actually very popular, not only at the top cut, but this is something the Snare Bears, one of the large competitive testing groups in North America largely, have been playing.
Yeah.
It's a Freedom list that's running 2 Endurance, if I'm not mistaken. Again, we'll see the deck list in person. It goes from this table to our table in a second, and you're using that disruption of Freedom to be able to trash things, to be able to get those cheap runs. And this is something that was very valued going into this meta, into the Standard World Championship this year, and largely to do with things like up and Sportsmetal.
Yeah.
Because those decks have a lot of really cheap things that you can trash for free that normally don't have trash costs.
Yeah.
Things like Audacity, things like the cheap assets, even into Precision Design. You can trash things like the
Seamless launch only is one as a cost.
The
So
next
you have one
activation
fermenter
command?
credit. Oh, and next activation command, that's a 0 too.
There's a lot of ways that this deck can interact. Also, all the NBN decks, all their tag punishment costs 0.
Yes.
So Central Axis is trash those. Now, Hams on the right side, I'm a bit less familiar with. I ran into Hams just yesterday playing from the West Coast, I believe from the British Columbia meta.
I think
out
so.
down the West Coast. And Hams has a really funny story. He was out there playing the Crown of Service tournament yesterday and was playing Shaper, a smoke deck. And he didn't like the deck. He's like, I don't like this, so I don't know what to do tomorrow. So instead, he looked at his startup deck. He was meant to be playing the startup tournament today, and he had a Thao deck. And instead, he took a Thao deck and he made it startup legal. And it turns out he's been killing it because it works really well into the AgInfusion matchup.
Amazing.
Which is a common matchup you have to deal with at the top table.
Amazing.
So we're not going to see that side. We're going to see the Acme Consulting. But I think Hams is a bit surprised to be here, but he's been playing really well to get here. And so we're going to see a great game going on here.
And this, I think, is an interesting matchup because obviously TF34 on Freedom, these Anarch Breakers hate Acme Ice.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about Acme for a bit? Because
yeah.
Acme Ice is a huge problem.
Yeah, so Acme Ice starts with the ID ability. What Acme Consulting does, 45-15, and when the runner is encountering the outermost ice on any server, they are treated as if they have an additional tag. They don't actually have the additional tag. They're just treated as if they have the additional tag. So if they are untagged, they are tagged when they're encountering that ice. That means things like a Data Ward. That is an 8-cost barrier. Usually all that it does is it has an on-encounter ability where you pay 3 credits and you don't get a tag, and then it has 4 useless subroutines because you paid 3. In Acme, though, you are tagged, and what those subroutines say is end the run if the runner is tagged.
Yeah,
that is an 8-cost, or sorry, that is an 8-strength
4 barrier and the
run. For end the run,
It's massive.
Paperclip spends 7 for that, and that's the best case.
And you still have to take a tag or pay 3 credits. Like, it's a nonsense ice. And even the mid-range ice is really good. Things like IP block become incredibly strong. So we're going to see.
Because you actually have to break them.
Yes. And you see he has a ganked in hand. I don't know what he's ganking into, whether that's Hydras, but we're going to force the issue on the table. Ganked, mind you, is 0-cost trashable if you can find it somewhere else. But TF34 there, Toby has an opening hand of Endurance, a Dirty Laundry for access, and some breakers.
I bet I know what Ganked is into.
What's that?
Hydra.
Yeah, I think that's the best hit. Your tag is going to be worse subroutines. You can take 6 net damage if you're unlucky.
Oh my gosh.
It will be 3 and 3 though, so a Steel Skin Scarring will probably save an Anarch. But we're going to start by the top here. Again, Freedom, whenever you access a card that has not a trash cost, anytime you access a card, you can pay virus counters equal to the card's play or res cost to trash that card. It's 1 time per turn, and very important, 0 is the amount of virus counters you can spend. Endurance coming down.
Oh, Endurance is down.
Turn, click 2. Our boat has left the dock. Going to have 3 power counters, mind you. We saw this last game. It didn't do much, but it's going to do a fair bit better today in this game. And that's a Spin Doctor. An alter I love with
and Freedom takes that down for 0 credits.
Yeah, not even forcing 2 credits out when they're accessing with 0. But Hams is still going to get the card draw on it.
The sportsmanship there, pointing at the boat.
Yeah, boat should have got a counter there.
Boat should have gotten a counter. I think Toby may be saying, nope, I missed the trigger.
Now, subliminal messaging was accessed off the top, and TF34 didn't trash it. It has a 0-cost card, hoping to get something like a Rashida in the remote server or something like a Spin Doctor. That's
a smart no trash.
Yeah, a lot of people might have snapped trash there. But Hams is setting up.
We do see a Tomorrow's headline in hand right now. So that does mean that this Acme Consulting is either not on all 5/3s or it is on all 5/3s plus Tomorrow's headline.
0 hitting the table, a card that was banned for a while in standard format. It says once per turn you can spend a click to take a net damage and then draw 2 cards and gain a credit. So it doesn't give you a much card advantage, but it gives you hopefully card quality. And a lot of these Anarch cards, you're okay hitting the bin. MK Ultra, it's a killer. You can install when you hit a sentry from your bin.
And I think the main tension when you have 0 in your boat deck is when you have boat in hand, boat's already on the table. 0 is free to just fire away, hit whatever it wants, and you gain so much value.
Yeah. So we're going to see here, I think the big scare, too, on Hams' side of the table is Hippo. You combine Hippo with the boat. It's the easiest way for no credits. You can trash or break all the subroutines on the outermost ice, which gets you a trash. And with 4 counters on the boat, you can actually sail through a Data Ward now. Hams double advancing into the remote server. I think one of those has to be ganked, but TF34 should have a huge read here. Again, deck lists were open. So Toby on the left knows that there are going to be ganks in this list. He understands that's probably the only upgrade in the list. Again, we just got the paper list, so it's going to take us a bit to catch up to see
there
what
are others. There's also Chrysium.
Okay. You'd be surprised
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, the remote probably not Chrysium. There is. Oh no, sorry. There's also 2 Anoetic Void.
Oh, okay. That scoring remote we're going to build.
Yeah. Yeah, so taking a quick look at this Acme list, we just got the lists. So this is on a pretty mixed agenda suite. It's on Bologna's Artificial Crypto Crash, Off-World Office, and Tomorrow's Headline. So a mix of 2-pointers and 3-pointers.
Those are jammy agendas.
One of the main econ engines here, you have Daily Quest, very leaning into the Glacier Plan. You have Predictive Planogram. Not many ways to tag, but you do have Predictive Planogram. Oh.
We hit an F2P on hand. Mind you, Deuce's Wild Exposed we're running. There's 2 agendas in here. Hitting a Predictive Planogram, that's a 0-cost trash, the second Freedom trigger. It's important to count how much value you get from Freedom here, but that F2P on HQ is a really mean piece of ice. But when you have an Endurance, you're breaking it for 2 power counters, getting 1 back. I think there's 2 agendas in hand that were missed. I think there is a Tomorrow's Headline and maybe a 4-2. It's kind of hard to see. It might be a Crypto.
Yeah, Crypto Crash is definitely an option here that is in the list. Looking more through this list, so there is the Anoetic Void. There are seamless launches here. Only 2 of them, though. There are 3 Chrysiums. Really scared of Apocalypse, I have to think, and really scared of Stargate.
Such a big 0 hand there. The hand was Paperclip into Steelskin Scarring. Steelskin Scarring draining trash draws you an additional 2 cards, so that's credit. Trash 1, draw 4.
So good. And getting credit, yeah.
And gain the credit, yeah, of course. So Hames maybe has something good in the remote server. A Crypto Crash won't hit too hard here. You need a Seamless, but we're checking it. And with 3 counters on the boat, we know that's a data ward for 6. So now TF34 either has to take a tag or pay 3 credits. We're going to take the tag. That will end the run. Hames dropping to 1 credit. You need a Rashida in the remote server to be able to recover from here. And there you go. There's a Fermenter, more virus counters. That's going to be 2 credits every turn until you crack it. Hams, I don't know. Is Hams on a virus? I doubt it in this list.
I don't see any virus. No. Too many Chrysiums for that.
Too many Chrysiums. Not installing, just mandatory draw. Click for 3 credits. And the Fermenter's going to start up there.
Taking a look at this TF34's list, some of the influence spent here. So there are the full suite of Deuce's Wild. There is Yusuf as the breaker. There is the 2 boat as we expect. The rest of the influence, so obviously the Deuce's Wild, and then the rest of it is going to, 1 second, let me find it. Pinhole Threading. There's a Pinhole Threading and there is a No Free Lunch. So No Free Lunch actually quite relevant here. There are fun houses in this Hams list.
Hams just drew one. TF34 saw one on the top of the deck, if I'm not mistaken. Now the boats on 4 counters, we Dirty Laundried Archives, and that's not only 3 credits. It's not a valuable access, but more so it gives you that boat counter. You want to be running at least once per turn successfully to make sure that your boat has the counters. Because when you're looking at something like a data ward, as soon as a Hippo comes down, that data ward's gone as long as you have 4 power counters. And we're just smashing down Stargate. Hams probably cannot res on 4 credits. Actually, Enigma is really well positioned into that Endurance. Just attacks out half of the Endurance counters. We're not going to access here, but we're going to reveal 3. That's a Crypto Crash, a Rashida, and a Bologna.
Bologna, obviously not something that is stealable for TF34 right now.
Yeah, you might want to trash that. NGO front is a good enough draw for Hams, so you're not going to have the credits to advance it. But if you trash the, in theory, if that was like any other way, if the Crypto Crash is on the top of the deck, you could run and go back and steal it. But yeah, that's difficult. If Hams draws the Bologna, it's kind of a brick. It's not really going anywhere, but TF34 definitely doesn't have the economy to interact with it. Freedom is the only, in terms of Freedom's trashing, it's important to know it cares about the player or res cost, so you can't actually ever Freedom agendas. I don't think this list has Imp. That might be a bit too greedy, but we're going to trash the Crypto Crash, a 4-2 NBN agenda.
Yeah, no Imp in this list.
Mad Dash to get that Crypto Crash
Mad
from the remote
Dash,
server.
that's 3 points.
And those Mad Dashes have been so important. TF34 now on 3 points here.
Yeah, and that is guaranteed. Any two agendas in Ham's list now win for TF34.
And we know there's 1 agenda in hand.
Yes.
TF34 knows there's 1 agenda. We know there's 2.
Yeah. So Hams is honestly in a pretty tight spot here. Yes, there is Ice Resed. However, there is Hippo in TF34's list. That Ice might not stay resed very long.
And TF34 has the money building away on the Fermenter. We're going to hit a 0, hitting that paperclip in the bin.
Oh, no, not my paperclip.
So now at instant speed, if you hit a barrier, you can install your paperclip for 4, and it's the best fractor, generally in the format considered. Breaking, though, admittedly, the data ward on the remote server for 7 credits, let alone the on-encounter.
It feels terrible doing that. Boat really is your best way through most of the time, and even that, Boat doesn't like having to spend 4 counters to break 4 relevant subroutines.
So I think if TF can find a Hippo, it blows the game open.
It
Whether
does,
you want to
yes.
smash into HQ and get those accesses, try and fish out the Bologna eventually, you're going to have to crack your Fermenter. Or whether you want to just blow up the remote server and say, hey, you have no scoring plan. What are you going to do with the agendas you drew? You've already spent, that's a lot of money on ice, 13 credits on ice, and I don't think Hams has played a single event economy operation.
I don't think I've seen it yet.
And TF34 sitting on that hedge fund, which is probably you're going to have to Fermenter your way to the 5 credits. I don't know whether you want to click for credits. We've already zeroed once this turn.
Yeah, you notice TF34 took the tag from Data Ward and has just been sitting on it the entire time. That is because there is not much actual tag punishment here from this Acme list. There is predictive planogram, but that is about it.
Yeah, the ice gets meaner when you're tagged, but that doesn't really matter.
The ice is meaner when you're tagged, but that's,
that's already happening.
You already have a boat.
Yeah. I'd actually be surprised. We, again, haven't seen a lot of the Snare Bears list that's running into this meta, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of these decks that are relying less on resources. I'm not sure what the resource count is, but that tag is going to float. It stops you from preventing resources, but there's so many cards in the modern format that are tagging, so many corporations that are tagging the runners, that you see a fair few runners actually trying to push away from the resource economy, which was really common for the last couple of years of Anarch play.
Wow, this is fascinating. There are no daily casts in this Freedom list. The only real resource that wants to stick around that I'm seeing is DreamNet. That's it.
That's it, right?
I guess there is a Liberated.
Okay.
But you can install that and clear it off mostly in a turn.
Yeah. So let's see if this tag matters again. Acme says you're tagged when you encounter the outermost ice anyways on any run, so you're going to get the power there, but we're just going to go Stargate. TF34 thinking it through. There is an upgrade there. It's a Chrysium. That is going to eat the Stargate.
The Stargate. That is also going to eat all of Ham's credits.
Do you still access on a Stargate run?
I believe it replaces access.
We're trashing that NGO front. We're actually paying a credit there.
And then trashing the Chrysium.
What happened with the Fermenter? Oh, to trash the Chrysium. Right. So instead of clicking it to gain 6, you clicklessly gain 5 off of value from it.
True.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
That's a daily quest, which I think Hams would like to get in the remote server, but you have to pre-res it, and I think there might even be an agenda in that remote server. But no money even to res it. You have to do install advance. Daily quest, a card you have to res on your own turn. So the runner has full information of what it is. But the boat is now officially a bit taxed out. 0 to start. Got 2 cards. TF34 always offering 2 options. Losing a sure gamble. But you're drawing another. I think the Endurance in his left hand is the card that he really wanted to go.
Though there is sometimes a correct play of over-install boat so that you get 3 counters.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's correct with an open archives like this, but it is sometimes a play.
The value rejig, right? And we're going back. Stargate.
Except instead of 0, it costs 8.
Yeah, that's a Rashida. That's an NGO front. Spin Doctor. All 0 cost. Do you see the value of Freedom in this format?
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to use it on this run because this is a Stargate run, but both players are going to know the order that these cards are going back to the table. Spin Doctor is classically the enemy of Stargate because it allows you at instant speed to return cards from your archives back into R&D, so that had
it does in fact hit the pin. That's the second.
Is that what
Yeah, that's a Slowpoke with a hat. It's not a bass hat, but it is a hat.
Yeah, it's still a good hat. And TF34 here.
Yeah, there are so many good Spin Doctor alt arts we've seen this weekend.
Yes, I got the Cat Shed ones.
Yeah.
Big fan.
They're real good. I have the Zeroth Maximum ones, the Inception top spinning.
Yes. Install there in front of R&D. Again, click for credits. I believe we know that's an IP block.
Oh, no, not my second Endurance.
Yeah, 0 now. Singing the Battleship. We're drawing 2 more cards. Look at this. This is all
the deuces.
This is way more event economy than you expect in most Freedom lists, right? A lot of times you saw the more slower stuff. Even the like Knob Curie engines, the Consume engines. I don't think that's this. Again, 10 influences going to Endurance. That's a lot.
Yeah, there is not Consume in this.
No. You can't spend 5 more influence. You can't spend 15 influence on 3 cards. I think.
You could.
Maybe. Yeah.
I have in the past.
It's just hard when you can't play self-modifying codes.
I'm also not in the top 16.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, Snare Bears did come together with this idea. Deuces Wild, a modal card for 2 credits.
Drawing 2.
There's 4 options here. Draw 2 cards, gain 3 credits, expose an ice and run, or remove a tag. IP block will end the run.
IP block, definitely what you want on the outside, much more than you want that Enigma on outside out of Acme.
Yeah.
It actually becomes a pretty nasty 2-res barrier.
Enigma actually still really well positioned, largely into anything besides Shapers. Shapers are forced an answer, but if that's taxing boat counters, if you're forced to install or find your Black Orchestra, like you like it. Enigma, surprisingly enough, one of the most common cards to see in World Championship deck lists.
Yeah.
It's like that and Hedge Fund, I think. So we'll see if Hams
Hedge
can
Fund makes a lot of
contribute
sense,
to that. Yeah, Hedge Fund's what you'd expect. Enigma's a surprise. Drawing into Yusuf. Again, a fractor that gets virus counters on successful runs. And on its own, it's a good enough fractor. It's actually a pretty good fractor, but you use that largely to be able to deal with assets and to be able to get virus counters while running at the same time. Something you want to do anyways with Endurance.
And here's install advanced events.
We know that's an NGO front.
And I imagine Toby does too. That was on the top just recently.
But Hams is now going to be able to rebound up. NGO front, a card you can advance. It looks like an agenda, right? But at instant speed, you can res it and fire it to gain 8 credits. It's 5 if there's 1 advancement, 8 if there's 2 advancements. That seems like really good money, and it largely is. You have to remember you spent time and credits advancing it. That makes it a fair bit more expensive. But using this generally to make someone run a remote server, that's when it gets really sweet.
DreamNet does come down. So DreamNet, this is one of the few things that you can actually do with a tag is trash this DreamNet.
Yeah,
Deuces might remove the tag.
Yeah, Hams might not be able to.
Removes the tag.
There you go. And Freedom is not digital. There's no way that we're getting 2 Link here, so the DreamNet is just going to be a card draw when you run.
Exposes the ice, makes the run. Has already triggered. Is this a different turn now? This is a different turn.
This is after Hams NGO'd. So we get a card draw. I believe that was a Gachapon?
Yeah, that looks like a Gachapon.
Gachapon, a really cool card. At instant speed, it's kind of like a Street Battler. Oh, I missed Street Battler. But it allows you to crack it at instant speed to look at the top 6 cards of your deck. You can install one of them if it's a program or a virtual for a 2-cost reduction, and then you have to shuffle a couple of them back, remove 3 from the game. Or 2
remove 2 from the game. Yeah, you get 1, you shuffle back 3, you remove 2 from the game.
And there's the Liberated. We're going to get that
Liberated.
down. And that's the majority of resources you're going to see in this list. But TF34 knows nothing fast is going to happen. They're going to need a couple more board counters to charge a remote server. Otherwise, it's a 7 to break, 4 to install the paperclip, and then maybe 3 more unless you want to take the tag. And Hams probably has in their remote server maybe the Anoetic.
Yeah, the Void would make a lot of sense there. Obviously not falling for the NGO bait. I think that was very obvious to TF34, given having just seen it off of Stargate.
NGO front clacked at instant speed again. That's not a click, so that's just 8 credits. Seamless. This is a crypto crash. Or a headline. This is something important. Advance, seamless. Just a tomorrow's headline.
This is trash the Liberated, right? This is trash the Liberated.
You think so? There you go. Tomorrow's headline, the one of
the accounts have been thrown back in prison.
Yeah. That was a lot of money, and that's all you see. We just talked about this. Some of the decks are scared to play a resource economy because stuff like this can happen, and this is not one of the market forces self-growth program lists, but Ham's finally feeling good for, I think, the first genuine play that he's got on the table. So far, he's been reacting, and now he's actually attacking.
What's extra fun about that is that's the only copy of either of those cards on the deck. That's the only time this could have happened. We're
installing the use of a 2MU card just to hit the IP block. You are considered tagged. So if you want to break that, you're going to use virus counters off any installed card. I'm not sure the numbers on Yusuf. I think it's 1 for 1 sub, 1 for 2 subroutines, or 1 for 1 strengths, something like that. But we're going to get through that. We're going to bow through the Enigma. We still got a Stargate here.
Here you're seeing, so Yusuf has come down. Yusuf is one of the main barrier breakers for this Freedom list. Obviously, there's a paperclip in the bin as well, but Yusuf only costs 1. It is a 2MU program, which doesn't matter much with the boat. It is a 3 strength breaker to begin with, and I think it starts with a virus counter.
No, you have to run.
Okay, yeah. Every time you make a successful run, you get a virus counter on Yusuf, and then Yusuf can spend virus counters from any installed program.
Yeah.
Or actually any installed card. It doesn't have to be a program. And you get 1 strength for a virus counter and 1 break of a barrier subroutine for a virus counter. So here, using the counters off of Fermenter, which Fermenter is just a battery. They tick up forever. Those are just Yusuf counters if you need them.
Now, TF34 did find on the Stargate. That was the 4-2. That was the off-world office. So if TF34 wants to scoop that up from archives, you don't really want a Mad Dash here. It doesn't change anything. But there's no spin doctrine on the table.
That does put Toby on game point, though, with this steal.
Yeah. And we know there's still a blown in hand. And that's something that Toby knows. It's been there for a while. It hasn't been shuffled. And we're going to pick that up. That is 5 points there for Toby.
Yeah, I have to think that what TF34 really wants now is a Hippo. If you can find a Hippo, you trash this HQ ice. Hams is on 3 credits. Going to be very difficult to actually find a way to protect HQ.
Rashida goes to the remote server, then that's known off the top of the deck. You're going to need to ice up archives. The problem is Hams doesn't really have the economy to do much to res it. I think that's 8 credits. I think that's a big one. Maybe it's 4. We're getting the virus counters there. We're going to crack there. We're going to crack that on the opponent's turn. This is important. You want to do this usually on the corpse turn. You're going to look at the top 6 cards, set them aside. You can install one of them that's virtual. So we're looking at Paladin Puemo. That's a start. You can get a Fermenter. We don't need a Stargate. We don't need the Black Orchestra.
But Botulus is actually an interesting pick.
Yeah, no,
Botulus could be a good one.
It's fine. Botulus is actually quite good because they'll come in with 2 virus counters on it.
One of the nice things you could actually do with Botulus is You do it on the corp turn, you get one then, and it ticks up on your turn. You instantly have a free. I think you have to pay 1 credit for the Botulus because Gachapon. Oh no, Gachapon reduces the cost by 2. Correct?
Yeah, it's free.
Yeah, so it's completely free access on HQ, and then every other turn you have a completely free access on HQ. You can start poking for that Bologna that you know is in there.
There's even a small chance, and while you do know where the Bologna is, you could maybe consider the Black Orchestra. Paying 3 to get through the Enigma is probably a bit much here. There's not a lot of economy on TF34's side. Again, with Endurance, with Dreamland with 0, you're going to be drawing into it hopefully soon enough, but this is actually a pretty interesting choice. I think the Botulus is the easiest pick. Paladin's the economy over time pick, and I don't think Hams is going to be jamming agendas really soon, but that Bologna in hand, if Hams can get that scored, that obviously changes a fair bit. Now, I do believe you have to remove 2 cards from the game from here, even?
Yes.
So no matter what, 2 of these cards are going to be removed, and that's deck thinning. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes you think, like, oh, I don't need another Stargate. I don't need another Yusuf, and that actually improves the quality of your card draw going into the following turns of the game. That's actually a nice side effect of the card. Yeah,
sometimes it is a downside. Most of the time it's an upside.
Yeah, for players who've maybe played a couple of years ago, you're used to Street Peddler where you get 3 cards and you're making full information, but the Gachapon is, by title, you're just going to pull that lever and see what comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Usually you build decks. So
it's a wonderful theme.
It's a great theme. So it's a bit painful to play, but I think TF34 is not feeling bad about this cornucopia of options.
Yeah, I think personally I would pick the Botulus here, but I'm also not in the top 16.
We'll see here again. Doing this also on their opponent's turn means things like the Paladin Puemo, which I don't know if that's going to hit the table. They will get the started turn triggers. Same thing with the Botulus, right? That's why we're saying it's going to come in with 2 virus counters. It looks like it's Botulus on HQ.
And it is on HQ. Here we go.
So a single run here. I don't know if there's any multi-access for HQ. That is going to be potentially game.
Okay, so Yusuf, the duplicate Yusuf and the duplicate Stargate are removed from the game. A Trickster, that's a Gachapon, a Paladin Puemo, and a Black Orchestra get shuffled back.
You don't want to remove the Black Orchestra from the game. It's something you do want to eventually draw and get into your discard pile if you need to. Again, TF34 knows all the
It's better than a second Stargate.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, sometimes you can double Stargate. I don't know if we can afford to do that, but I think we're going to go HQ here. The Fermenter is going to get 1 counter. It's also a card that just gets counters at the start of every turn, so that helps you if you need to freedom stuff, if you need to break with the Yusuf. Like, there's value in that as well, but real value
so many nice incidental ways to use these counters by this freedom list. There's a lot of really smart synergies here. I'm a big fan of this freedom deck.
Yeah, and this is a deck that's done really well.
Oh,
in
and
the top
here's the
16.
hippo. Oh no.
Yeah, this is now we're going to fight for the Bologna. We need to make sure that we have 5 credits, so I think we're going to have to crack the Fermenter here. There you go. Because we know the Bologna is in hand. That's an agenda that you need 5 credits to steal.
And goodbye freedom. Goodbye F2P.
Hippo.
Actually, it should be F2T, free to trash.
Hippo removed from game to break, to trash the first ice that was fully broken on the outermost. There's the Bologna.
Game.
That's game. 1 and 4 there off the
game.
top.
TF34 surviving. Hams finishes in the top 16 at the World Championships. Fantastic run by Hams.
Yes, and you saw just the pressure that Toby was putting out, the economic pressure, the cheap breaks, even forcing the Data Ward res. Like, you love that remote server Rashida into gank. That gank's not going to do much, and it's so much harder. I think this list would have a lot of teeth if it was maybe, and obviously you did, but in the Swiss rounds where you don't know what you're playing into, you're not expecting the gank, some of the meaner ice in this list. Funhouse, mind you, on Archives.
Yeah, it's one of those classic, does very well in Swiss because of the surprise factor. A little harder, like in the hands of a right pilot, obviously can still do well in things like the top 16, but it's a little harder with open deckless.
Yeah, I think so. But I do think that Ice Suite is pretty good into, again, Endurance, Botulus, Endurance Hippo is terrifying. That is like the one downside of getting that big ice.
Yeah.
And Hippo has always been the bane of Acme. You're going to have your best ice on the outermost because of the ability. Well, I'm going to trash your outermost ice, so that can be quite scary. But Ham's really well done. Fantastic run in a very competitive field. And TF34, again, a lot of people pick this as a favorite to win.
I know I did. I went on the record on the Slumscast and said TF34 is going to win Worlds. So thank you for not losing here, TF34.
So the dream is still alive. Here at the Sheraton Center, we're going to take a bit of a break between rounds. It looks like we have about 10 minutes left on the timer. Our timer is not exactly accurate. It turns out our software cannot hit the number 35 for some reason. So it's a bit shorter than that, but don't go anywhere.
Dodge Pong, thank you for making the scoreboard. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I hope you're having a good time so far watching the top 16. We're going to walk around a bit. We'll be back in about, I think, 15 minutes. These rounds are going fast because there's going to be a long game, long day of Netrunner today. Not only the standard championship, but we're going to have the startup championship up here on the stream later tonight as well. So hopefully you're doing well, having a good Sunday. We'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to be
Hey, welcome back to the Netrunner 2022 World Standard Championship. We're just about to start our, this is the third round of our top 16 cut. Again, this is double elimination. We have a bracket to show you. I don't know if this is a public bracket, but we're going to look through it at least on our own here. Again,
It is actually public at the
public
moment.
bracket. Okay, so the link should be distributed again. We're not going to share the link right here. Hopefully somebody from the Null Signal mod team can help you out here. But if we look at the top there, we are looking at our top bracket only has 4 players left in it. These are the players that are still undefeated. We have bblum there going to verse off in Sokka in this round, and we have Sam S versus Whiteblade again.
Four of the best players still playing the game, as you could tell.
Kind of what you would have guessed would have happened there, but those are going to be really mean, really impressive tables. Now we're going to see a lower bracket game here. So all these players have won their first lower bracket round, and they're going on here. So we have Skry and Dr. Awkward. That is the matchup we're going to see there. We also have Greg versus Lopert. Again, Lopert still trying to same as Greg, still trying to come up from the bottom round there. And we have TF34 versus Groenkaaf, Bridgeman versus Quacktopus. So again, any of these 8 players, if they lose one more game, that's going to be it for their Worlds run.
And that's part of why we're watching this lower bracket.
Yes.
We want to make sure we get Skry and Dr. Awkward on camera. I don't think they have not been on stream at all so far this weekend.
No, they haven't.
And this is going to once again be the very interesting AgInfusion list, the Snare Bears AgInfusion that is on Trieste model Bioroids, on Loki, on Wave to search up some of these pieces against Dr. Awkward on Hoshiko. We just got the deck list, so let's take a quick look through. This looks like an Endurance Hoshiko list. I'm seeing some Deuces Wild. I'm seeing some Endurance. I'm seeing some Simulchip. That's where the rest of the influence is.
Yeah, that's for the Botchless support.
Yes.
And this is going to be a hard matchup to use Botchless. This is going to be a difficult matchup to use Endurance as well. So for those who aren't watching yesterday, this is an AgInfusion list. This is the Snare Bears AgInfusion list. And this is reminiscent if you've been playing for a while. Maybe you know the name Hydra as a deck archetype. Maybe you fear the words IT department. Now you have to start worrying about your polynomial distribution function or whatever exactly
If you're
it
in
is.
StimSlack, you can just tap !ITD.
Yes. So to explain how this works, we're going to have to tell you about a couple cards that are unique to the standard format. First off, the ID, this is AgInfusion. 17 influence for the Shinjiteki identity. It says once per turn, when the runner passes or encounters, an unrezzed card.
Approaches an unrezzed dice.
Approaches an unrezzed dice. The corporation can choose to trash it to force the runner to encounter an ice on a different server. Now, encounter is a very important word here. Encounter doesn't mean approach. Ice can only be rezzed during an approach. So if Skry uses that ability to throw a Dr. Awkward into an unrezzed card, that's all it's going to be. Dr. Awkward can
Instantly
jack out
passes.
at that point. Yes.
Instantly passes, can jack out afterwards. If the ice is rezzed, you immediately hit it and you suffer consequences if you're not able to break it.
So what Skry's going to want to do is res some of the scariest ice they can find on the outermost of a server, and then anytime Awkward wants to run, they're going to be rerouted into that scary awful ice. Of course,
what are some of those ice?
Some of that ice, we're looking at, this is going to be interesting. Hold on, let's start here.
Let's
we're going to find the scary
let's
ice,
pause.
because this is going to start. This is a new card, a Harmonic from Midnight Sun. This is called Wave. For 1 influence, when it's rezzed, it allows you to look through your deck to find an ice and add it to your hand. And this is a 5 influence unique mythic ice called Loki. This is so integral to the deck. You see the decks, so far we haven't seen it actually succeed on stream so far, because it does require a bit of manipulation, a bit of luck to get the cards you need on the table. Loki is the center point of this. Loki is an ice that when rezzed, when you encounter it, you can choose an ice already rezzed on the table, and you gain all of its subroutines and you gain its type. The idea with this card is that you can choose the meanest ice on the table, and Loki will gain those subroutines on top of its own, and the runner shuffle your hand away subroutine.
Yeah, it's similar to the idea of Konjin, which is already in Jinteki faction, which basically forces an extra encounter on a really nasty ice, except Loki doesn't leave it up to his side game. It just says, you have to do it now.
It's cheaper. That, mind you, is a Spin Doctor Trash for HQ for 2 credits, the Cat Shen Altart. Skry's going to lose that draw on Recursion. Dr. Awkward's going to get the access to for Hoshiko. But the big card in this deck, I think it's either 1 or 2 influences, Trieste Model Bioroids, another new Midnight Sun card that when rezzed, and I think we have one there on the right side of Skry's hand, you can pick an ice. And that ice, if it's a Bioroid, runners cannot break it. Right? That's it.
Yep, that's correct.
Break it. So the idea,
they have to click through it.
They'd have to click through it. They have to use basically you can't use runner cards to break that ice. And the idea is now that you can use that to make a very, very terrifying ice when the Loki's copying something mean, and then with the Trieste you can't break it. So we're building a prison. And not prison in the late game sort of torturous economic grind, but a sort of deck where you just can't run anymore, because anytime you run, you're going to hit this Loki that's going to do 6 net damage to you and end the run, and you can't interact with it.
Yeah, the way I've heard it described is it creates a board state that makes it difficult for the runner to interact at all.
Yes.
We see an NGO front hit the bin. Now, Dr. Awkward has a pretty solid start over here for Hoshiko. Has already made some runs, has already flipped Hoshiko, getting the draw, has a Paladin Poemu down, and has a daily cast ticking away.
And running HQ through that wave, that just is a credit. It's a pop-up window that doesn't end the run. It's a card that scales the amount of harmonics, but we're not running many harmonics in this list. Awkward going to get that access. That's the Loki. The one known card in hand. And then NGO Front was a remote play. Again, a card that you can advance and click, or not click, but trash at instant speed to get 8 credits off of it.
Yeah, and obviously what we're seeing here, Wave, the subroutine itself is not that threatening. It is only 1 credit at the moment to run through it. So these accesses on HQ do not cost that much for Dr. Awkward until Skry is able to actually get some more ice on HQ that is more punishing.
So Awkward's going to set up here, and this is a difficult matchup. Again, Hippo is the big card we've been seeing in a lot of these Glacier-type matchups, a card that with Endurance allows you to trash ice that you break all the subroutines as long as the outermost ice. And we talked about AgInfusion. AgInfusion wants to get a mean ice on the outermost. So there is that constant duel. But Trieste model Biroids is going to have something to say about that, but now Skry is going to need to go out of their way to get a very mean ice res on the board, and is going to need to protect it, hopefully with an ice in front of it to dodge the Hippo.
Yeah.
Now this list can res its ice out of turn. You have cards like Divert Power, HB Operation that allows you to de-res an amount of cards and re-res another card, reducing its cost by the amount of cards you've de-resed times 3. And that can help. That can set Skry up with a mean ice, even if Awkward is too afraid to run.
And there are, in fact, 2 Divert Power in this list, so it's something you can do multiple times. Now, on this Hoshiko list, you did talk about Hippo. That's one of the absolute key cards. There are 3 of those. The Breaker Suite is largely the bin breakers. It is MK Ultra. It is Paperclip. I don't actually. There are Black Orchestras as well. 3 Botulists in this list with the 2 Simulchip. That is a huge one. There's also Fermenter support. So you have the play available of let Fermenter tick up to a large amount of credits, pop it. Now you can Simulchip back something from the bin. It could be the same Fermenter. It could be a Botulus. And you can also use Simulchip on the corporation's turn to move a Botulus to a better ice and effectively start it out with 2 counters because it ticks up on the start of your turn.
Still tricky. A lot of ice that has 3 subroutines, but Awkward here is just going to force the issue. Paladin Puemo helping you play for that Stargate. Again, that's multi-axis, if you want to call it that, and it gives you huge pressure here on R&D. Looks like Skry's not going to res. We're going to see the top 3 cards of the deck.
Regolith, the Longevity Serum, and so the agenda hits the bin. We know that there is a DNA tracker near the top and a Regolith on top, which is good money, but that is 2 points. Now, 2 points doesn't sound like a lot. 2 points actually does matter quite a bit because these are timed rounds.
Yes.
And this AgInfusion deck often plays a very long game and has a tendency to hit time if things don't go quite right. So Dr. Awkward being on 2 points actually matters quite a bit because Skry could find himself in a situation where he has to try to score very quickly, which is something that this deck doesn't necessarily excel at.
Skry almost discarding the Regolith. I think that's something you want on the remote server soon enough. Again, you do need a fair few credits just to get this this play up and running. The Regolith might not have a server soon. Again, if server 1, if we're going to call that the remote server, if that is the one that has Trieste model Biroids, once Skry is set up with that, he has to build another server on top of that. That's going to be the scoring server because you still have to protect the Trieste while also still scoring out agendas. And Awkward got that early aggressive access, hoping that Skry could not res or chose not to res on R&D, and finding the Longevity Serum, the foil 3-2, mind you, that's a prize for getting the top 16. It's a really rare card at this point, but that is the easiest agenda in this deck to steal.
Yes.
This deck is running 1 Longevity and then 6 3-pointers, so Awkward's going to have to steal 2 more agendas, but all the other ones either take net damage to steal or will allow Skry to res a piece of ice on the table for free.
Yeah, send a message. Definitely, I think what Skry is looking for that first agenda to score. It is you gain tempo when you score it, as long as you're resting something that is more than 5 credits, which, I mean, we already saw DNA Tracker, we already talked about Anansi, we already talked about Chiashi. All of those are in this deck. There's even a Malinzi, which is 7 to res.
Is there not 3? Some of these lists have 3
right, I say a Malinzi. There are, in fact, 3 Malinzi. Malinzi and ice that many people had to proxy. In fact, I heard a funny anecdote of someone was trying to borrow Malinzi from another player.
It's mine. I just got my Malinzi's returned from top 5.
Very nice. But they were actually trying to borrow them from a different player who I won't name. And that player had rotated them with the rotated cards because they were so unplayable, and then their dog literally ate those cards.
Yeah, I heard that story. That's really quite funny. So the Lindsay's were asked around, do you have this? Did you bring your whole collection? It is a Sentry that generally saw no play classically because it always felt like the younger sibling, the less interesting sibling, unfortunately, of the Anansi. Anansi, again, a 5-strength Sentry that has 3 relevant subroutines, and if you don't break all of them, something really bad happens. So you take 3 net damage. So it's a card that inherently plays well into Endurance and plays into Inside Job, Bypass, Boomerang, all very common cards. But Lindsay, it's just the big ice. It doesn't have that additional threat.
Though it is interesting that, as we talk about it is the little sibling of Anansi in terms of when you encounter it. However, if you're copying with Loki, you don't get Anansi's unbroken subroutine effect. Malinzi is actually just better because you just get the 6 net damage, or it's 2 plus 3 plus 4. That's
I think it's 1 plus 2 plus 3. Oh, from the deck.
From the deck. So yeah,
that's
that would be 9 cards milled off the deck. And if you don't have the cards in hand, you can't pay that cost. You have to actually start taking net damage. That is a better one to copy with Loki than Anansi, which is why they're on 3.
Awkward now, getting a paperclip in the bin. Not a lot of barriers in this list. I think Chiashi's the higher end of it.
Yeah.
And Skry, we're going to see very methodical setup and play here. Awkward needs to figure out how to deal with this prison. Again, there are some narrow tech cards that you're not seeing a lot in the field. I think one of the best things to play into this deck list is just Hunting Grounds, because it almost entirely shuts down a Loki, because it isn't an on-encounter ability. But Awkward's going to have to play a bit of a Cold War here. You're going to need your MK Ultra. You're going to need your Sentry to run. You also don't want to really be aggressive right now, because that allows Skry to res some of the scarier ice in the list. And once that is rezzed, then the AgInfusion ability is pretty relevant. 2 credits for Botulus on the innermost on R&D here. Again, the innermost means that's an ice that potentially can be thrown away to get the AgInfusion ability. The outermost is the scary one here.
Yeah, though the innermost, paradoxically, the innermost might be the scary ice here to play around Hippo.
Yes. Yeah, that's totally true. And I think you do have to play around Hippo in this matchup, but there's a DNA tracker on the outside.
DNA tracker on the outside.
6 strength. This 8-cost code gate has 3 subroutines. They're all the same.
That's going to hit, yeah. That's going to hit. So that is 6 credits. That is 3 cards out of hand. Let's see if a Steel Skin Scarring gets hit, but otherwise this is just 3 cards out of the hand.
Now you have to hit these one at a time, because a Steel Skin can make the math a bit more interesting, but you generally can't afford to break that.
The Mad Dash actually doesn't matter that much.
No, it doesn't matter in this matchup anymore.
You have to have 2 agendas either way. So the Mad Dash is actually a good hit here if you're Dr. Awkward.
Losing a Botulus, a Simul-Chip, which will become a Botulus.
Which is a Botulus, most likely, and a Fermenter.
That's the economy. Again, the economy in these decks have changed kind of significantly since you last watched. Maybe if you saw before the 2209 ban list, where you see things like Roseki and Bantap. Now, actually, Botulus has been kind of a big role player with an economy card that's a bit more nuanced and interesting. Fermenter,
both are effectively economy cards. Botulus says you don't have to use your terrible Anarch breakers to break this ice, and you also don't have to use all of your boat counters to break this ice.
And we saw this deck struggle into a field of mostly criminals. I think criminals might be one of the more difficult matchups, because they have good sentry breakers. But modernly in the format, Shapers struggle to deal with sentries, especially 3 subroutine sentries, and Anarchs fall in that same boat, pun intended. So we're going to see that be, I think, a bit of a more favorable matchup, where you're seeing that now with the DNA tracker res on the outermost of R&D.
That was the worst possible hit there for Dr. Awkward, too, because not only was the DNA tracker on the outside, the inside was just a wave.
Yes. Botulus getting used. Now, you can crack your Simul-Chip here. A program was trashed this turn, so you can install that Botulus for free. It's going to start in with 1 virus counter. We'll see. Skry probably is going to have to ice that up again. It's going to be a couple turns. I think that's an Anansi coming down in front of it. You might just unres that or not res that to protect against Hippo. And the Regolith on the table, not even being challenged. You're going to get all the money off of that.
Yeah, not trashing the Regolith seems like an interesting choice to me.
Awkward. Getting the start turn triggers 2 credits onto the Botulus if you crack it for the virus counters, 2 credits off of the daily quest, 1 on that Paladin Puemu. A whole hand of cards here, but it's going to struggle to see what server you can win from. A remote server, if we have a pinhole threading in the list, we might be able to deal with the Trieste. That is what it looks like on the table, and I think the Loki is protecting it on the outermost.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dr. Awkward, no pinhole threading in the list, and it's only really an answer at points like this. In the late game, even Archives is going to throw you into that Loki.
Yeah, it's quite difficult, and Skry needs to get that Loki res sooner than later. Also, now with the DNA tracker, the Loki is live and well. Awkward dropping down the Dream Net, a card that only gives you good value if you can run every turn, and that might be difficult in a turn or 2. So we'll see if that Dream Net card, the Dream Net credit from being digital, if that adds up. We're going to smash into Archives. That gets you the card and the credit. Dream Net giving you the value. And Skry sitting comfortably on that's 18 credits to only 3 for the Anarch. Mind you, you do have, I think, 2 virus counters on top of the Fermenter. This isn't a hard spot for the Anarch, a really difficult spot. The Endurance, you are going to have to ice Archives, of course. You want to do that regardless. Not that you have a good face check now with the AgInfusion ability. Again, you want to have the outermost be the dangerous ice. I think we might have missed the counter on the Botulus. There you go. I think, Awkward realizing missing the Botulus counter on the DNA tracker.
Yeah. That's a missed trigger.
I'm not sure if it's a May ability. That has some relevance on whether you have to do it or not. So the judges will come in here and say what it is. Skry says, yeah, okay, fine, that's cool. And we've seen such ridiculously good sportsmanship up top tables when it comes to missed triggers and basic take back, especially if no information was gained. A lot of players say whatever. We'll see that's the same case on top tables when it's the difference between winning and losing worlds, but players are definitely going to have to play as tightly and as cleanly as possible. You're at the point where the player quality and the deck quality is so good, sometimes it just comes down to who makes one mistake.
Yeah.
Skry has a huge hand of cards here. There's an Obokata, another Regolith, Hansei Review.
Oh, that Rashida seems like a really good hit.
But unfortunately, there's no remote server for it just
right.
yet.
Yeah, there's nowhere to put it.
Assuming that's a Trieste model Biroids, which I think we can tell it is. And there's an Anemone. And Anemone is actually really important in this deck because it represents another win condition the deck has access to. So interestingly enough, that Loki, if you want to get through it, if it doesn't copy subroutines, you have to trash your hand to get through it. And that means an Anemone behind it is lethal. That's, I think, the best server you can set up for that. But even with Divert Power, you get additional value from the Anemones. You can grind down runners. You can unres. You can de-res your Anemones and then re-res them, trashing a card from HQ to do 2 net damage, 2 net damage, 2 net damage. That can grind a runner down, let alone protect your Obokatas in the remote server.
Yeah. Right, and the fact that it has the additional utility of just saying you have 2 fewer cards in your hand, you can't steal this Obokata, it is a fantastic ice.
Stargating here into R&D is my guess, and that's a Nancy on the outside.
Yeah, so that is 16 credits of ice rezzed in this R&D. That is disgusting.
Now, Anansi's has really rough subroutines here. We are trashing the Simul chip to install the MK Ultra.
Interesting.
Not sure why that had to happen. Oh, because the MU was full. Excuse me, because of the box list. Stargate might use a 2 influence card. And that comes in for 2, and then you break for 9 credits. Incredibly expensive. The boss list does get through the DNA tracker, so we're going to get a Stargate here. The top of the deck is a Biovault into a Giant Barrier Chiashi, into a Send a message. And it depends what the ice is on R&D. But I think it's just Archives.
You can't run Archives, right? You can't run Archives because you just get thrown back into Anansi.
You can't run Archives, and that's just an Anemone in there. In terms of the Stargates, we lost... Sorry, in the Spin Doctor, Skry has only lost 1, so the recursion in the deck is kind of limited. Awkward drawing up, drawing into another Puemo, not a necessary or a functional card in the hand. Yeah. But Awkward now on game point if they can challenge the Archives run, and that's totally important. I think at lower tables you do see players forget the AgInfusion ability where you run Archives, I can break anything, and then you get thrown into the Anansi, you get thrown into a different server. And there you go, that's what it is.
Oh no!
I don't know if Awkward missed that.
No.
But they seem a bit upset about this. Again, Skry using the ability, hitting the Nancy, and Nancy has wild subroutines. I don't even know if I know what they are. I think it's look at the top 5. You can draw one of those.
Yeah, you get to precog.
Yeah.
Then you get to, the Corp can draw a card, and the runner can pay 2 credits to draw a card. Then 1 net damage, and if you have not broken all subroutines on Anansi, after the encounter ends, you also take 3 net damage.
And this is huge because Skry sees there's a Spin Doctor there. So they can rearrange the top of the deck. They can also draw the top card, which means that they can guarantee the save to send a message. They also know that there's no agendas coming up here.
Yes.
So Skry drawing into a Hedge Fund instead. The Spin Doctor, I think, is 3 cards down. And we're going to do here 4 net damage because Awkward chooses not to pay to draw a card. So
Dream Net goes, and now a chunk of 3.
So here's 3 net damage again if you don't break all the subroutines. That's not a subroutine, that's just text on the card itself. Losing a Hippo is a good hit.
A Hippo is a really big hit.
A daily cast, and there's one more underneath that. I think it might be the Paladin Puemo. No, that's still in hand.
Still in hand. Yeah, so that's a gigantic play.
Oh, but there's a last click left. So the Spin Doctor play made more sense here, and that's going to put Awkward on game point.
Yeah, you don't like tanking. Oh, and that's going to res the Loki for free.
So now we have finally set up the lock. We haven't seen this on camera so far.
We have not seen the lock on camera at all.
But Awkward is now on game point, and we've seen these AgInfusion decks kind of struggle to keep runners out, especially Brave runners who are tanking some amounts of damage. But we're now exactly at the point where we have that lock. The idea is that there's a Trieste model Biroids in the remote server, which makes the Loki unbreakable. When you run, AgInfusion can throw you into there. It'll gain the text of another res dice, like a DNA tracker or an Anansi, the subroutines, mind you, and the type, and then
but not the on-encounter effect, importantly. So DNA tracker actually might be the correct call here.
Yeah, it could be. I think it depends on top of the deck. Skry knows it, but yeah,
it depends on the number.
Totally right. That's the worst subroutine.
It is. DNA tracker is lethal if you run with less than 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
If you get thrown into Loki. So
this is where we also want to get a Lindsay res sooner than later because those I think.
Oh, and actually, there's no Black Orchestra. So at the moment, there's no way to break.
It doesn't matter if there's a Trieste in there, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't matter at all. It's like there isn't an MK Ultra in terms of hitting Loki.
Now this is a timed round. We have about 20 minutes left in the round. That timer at the bottom is not exactly accurate. It's close enough. Our judges will be able to call time when it is, but we're going to be around 20 minutes. And Skry still has a lot of work to do. While the Loki lock is now finally on, they're still going to have to build another remote server of 2 ice, and they're still going to have to score out in agendas in the remote server. They're going to have to score out 2 agendas and 2 5-3 agendas just to get the 6 points. I'd be really surprised if we see a 7-point score out from Skry because Skry has to move fast.
Agreed.
Their economy is good, but that's a lot of installs, a lot of top of the deck. Sometimes you slow down to do a Biovault, and it looks like advance on the Biovault on top of the Trieste is going to give you additional protection.
Yeah, and this looks like Yeah, the Biovault. At what point does Skry start scoring out? I think Skry probably wants to be on a few more credits, probably find a few more ice. You probably want two ice on the remote server, I would think, before you're ready to score out.
You need 2 ice, but funny enough, you don't actually need to res any of the ice most of the game.
Yeah.
When I lost the game, you don't. You just have to use your AgInfusion ability and hope that the Loki is punishing enough.
Yeah.
You also have the Biovault, which is a protected card. Again, that upgrade is one of the few advanceable upgrades in the game. That's what in the remote server.
Like,
and
here is a boat. Boat does not break Loki.
It does not break
with a
Loki.
Trieste.
It is a runner card, unfortunately, so Trieste will stop you there. This boat actually might get very little use.
Yeah, this could be the second game where boat essentially is a brick, which is such a strange thing to say.
It's, boats, obviously, endurance is a really good card. It's the Shaper console for 5 influence. You're seeing as a 10 influence slash in almost all these Anarch decks. And it's a card that says you can break ice. Are you running a lot? Okay, you get power counters. You use those power counters to break ice, regardless of the type, regardless of the strength. And that's immensely powerful. But because the boat has been such a common theme across all the decks, competitive decks for the last month or so, there's so many Corp decks that are going out of their way to play something that's difficult for boat to interact with favorably. And you're seeing that pay off. We're seeing the next activation commands absolutely hose so many of the runner decks. You're seeing now these 3 subroutine ice. You're seeing things like the Trieste monobiroids. It's easy to make a response to the meta when the meta is so crystallized, right?
At the moment, paradoxically, R&D is the safest server to run, correct?
Yes, as long as you can afford to do that in a boat and
that's perspective, right? That's perspective. Oh,
you can make a run right now.
I get to run R&D, yay.
It might actually force out the Biovault. We'll see how scared Skry is. Again, it's more likely to be Obakatas on the top of the deck, so it depends on how many cards Awkward has in hand.
Oh, man. No, the Spin Doctor being on the table does let Dr. Awkward know that a Stargate into R&D is not going to be threatening. You probably have to run for a single.
I think you run for singles regardless, because then you have to deal with archives and then the AgInfusion ability now that's uniced. We're resing a Biovault there.
That's a Biovault. Sure enough.
Not sure why we're resing it.
Yeah, I'm not clear about it.
I think maybe so Skry remembers it's there. But there's no reason to res that.
Yeah. It just informs.
A bit scary. Is there pinhole threading Awkward's list? I thought you
there
said
are no. There's a 2 Simmel chip and 1 Deuces Wild.
It's for the divert power.
Oh, the divert power.
Yes.
Okay.
So divert power is a card that allows
smart.
you to de-res cards, and the amount of cards you
Trieste,
de-res, you can re-res. That's the Trieste monobiroids.
Is this the Chiashi on Archives about to get resed, or?
I think you want to keep de-res cards a lot of times. But we'll see. Divert power for 2.
Divert power?
Let's see how much we de-res. We can definitely de-res. You can de-res the wave. In fact, it's actually more powerful as an unresed card.
It is.
Because of the AgInfusion ability. We're de-resing a DNA tracker. Same idea.
The DNA tracker. Yeah, the DNA tracker, you can break it for free every 3 turns. So.
That's a free quote-unquote Chiashi.
That's a free Chiashi.
4 cards. You can re-res,
if you will.
Those Tetris blocks are really scary. An 8 strength barrier that says do 2 net damage, end the run. The biggest barrier in the standard format.
Yes.
Maybe
by
a Pharaohs?
Quite a bit. Pharaohs
there
is
if you
10,
advance
right?
it, yeah.
Yeah. If you advance Pharaohs, you've invested more. But Chiashi just naturally. So Chiashi, a 12 cost. It is how much strength?
Chiashi?
8.
8, yes.
8. It is an 8 strength barrier. It has 3 subroutines. Deal 2 net damage. Deal 2 net damage, and the run.
So the boat can always sail through that if you want to just take 2 net damage. So that actually might make it easier to Stargate to some extent. Of course, we know there's a Biovault there. Spin Doctor also not de-res. I don't know if Skry wanted more card draw here, but that's a really cute target for any the de-res effect. We're seeing like Elevagao bifurcation sometimes hit that in the Sportsmetal lists. But I don't know if Skry needs to do it.
Spin was de-rest and then rest for more draw.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay. And Awkward there.
Unless I missed.
Yeah,
I guess
don't
I'm wrong. Yeah.
I'm not sure. That's the second Biovault. Advance against Skry is playing as defensively as possible. Those are, you don't have to see multiple cards in the remote server, but you actually could in theory. Now the Trieste is not going to have that, but you can see 3 cards in theory in the same server that advance. But
again, not to go back to this too much, but we are seeing the win condition of create a board state where it is very difficult for the runner to interact.
This is a full potential lockout, and Awkward knows it. Again, open deck list is really important to know. While we can't share the deck list online with you, before the match for 5 minutes, each player gets to see the deck lists of every other player. Their opponent.
Trieste res. Does this mean it continue?
Okay, so we're going to see it.
Okay, so Loki is going to full fire.
AgInfusion ability. The DNA tracker is not aligned.
Chiashi, I would guess?
Yes.
Yep, copying Chiashi.
So now this is a card that you cannot break.
This is 4 net damage.
4 subroutines.
And end the run.
4 net damage, end the run, and then end the run unless you shuffle your hand away. So this is the power of this deck. Getting out That's a Wildcat Strike, a Paperclip in the bin. We're going to do 2 more damage here. And now Awkward at this point can't even run back through the Nazi. They don't have enough botchless counters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that was a Stargate or not, leaving with 1 card in hand, and this is the prison that this deck can build.
Yes.
You can't run anymore. Now Skry's going to have to put an unres card in front of
Mm-hmm.
R&D again, just to make sure anytime that Awkward thinks of running, they're going to end up by taking 4 net damage and ending the run.
Let me count up the ice in this list. There's 4, 7, 10.
I think it's around 18 or 20. It's a lot.
There are 18 ice in this list, and you see exactly why, because every single unresed ice is so powerful.
It's value. It's a pseudo border control, let alone now it does 4 credits. Or sorry, 4 net damage worth of
The room
damage.
just got very quiet. Is startup on lunch?
I think startup might be
I
on
think
lunch.
startup is on lunch break.
Okay,
it just got very quiet.
We're going to keep our microphones real close to our face.
Yeah.
Get that ASMR experience, but we're going to have to be a bit quiet here. Stealthy. Skry
You
did
have
draw an
entered
agenda.
ASMR Netrunner hours.
Drawing up again. That's another divert power. I don't think there's anything on this board state you really want to res. You're just going to play a Hansei review to discard a card to gain 5, and that's actually an agenda discarded.
Yeah.
Send a message
Yeah,
again.
send a message in the bin.
With Spin Doctor, that's quite safe there. We'll see. Awkward now is just going to struggle to interact in general. There's nothing unfair in this list. It's just breakers and boat. And unfortunately, when you have a card that says it cannot be broken by runner cards, it kind of forces an unfortunate issue when your whole deck is made of runner cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Paladin, not sure what the Paladin's going to try to score here. Or try to actually use for the value here.
Now, we can make 1 run on R&D. It might eat a Biovault there if Skry is being very safe, and Skry has to be very safe.
Skry has to be very safe.
Now, they know that the 1 send a message in score area, 1 is out of the game. So as long as Awkward doesn't have 4 credits in hand, it's unlikely to win off the top R&D. Now with the send a message shuffled back in, it's a bit of a different issue. And I think there's a Spin Doctor at the bottom they might consider. I think Skry didn't pick it up. Going for the Anemone instead. Oh, there, you see? He didn't pick it up and kind of missed it was there, but we're going to recur the recursion.
Oh, okay. So it is a send a message and...
So forcing a Spin Doctor again, Hoshiko has an access to card, isn't going to be accessing many cards for the rest of the game. But mind you, 1 access, if Awkward can figure this out, is potentially the game. You only need 1 more agenda, and Skry still has not a lot of time to score out at least 6 points. That'll be 2 agendas.
Yeah. As you were pointing out, Anemone, that alternate win condition, clearly prioritizing that pretty highly, given that was going to be the answer until Spin Doctor until Spin Doctor came down. Now, this is another botchless, so these botchless doing quite a bit of work here, making these nasty ice a lot less nasty.
Yeah, so this actually sets up for a Stargate. You could win here, right?
Yeah.
If Skry can answer this by icing up R&D or icing up Archives with an unresed ice, and unfortunately not drawing any ice whatsoever. The double Biovault will buy you time, but this is an ugly hand. We've seen a couple ugly hands.
And that's a Malinzi.
Yeah.
Primary value it's providing right now is being a face-down ice.
An important face-down ice. I don't think you need to
one.
res it when you have the Chiashi. It's very similar.
Agreed.
It does give the runner options, though, and sometimes you don't want to do that. However, the options on Lindsay are both quite bad. It's either take net damage or trash top cards of your deck. And I don't think Awkward has that many more cards left in their list. Drawing up twice again. Sure gamble. I think that might be a hippo.
That's a hippo. That's a hippo.
That's important if you can get it down, but again, the outside ice, you cannot hit a...
It could trash the Chiashi.
The Chiashi's the only thing,
yeah,
but
Chiashi's the only thing it could trash. That might be worth it.
I think it might be. The Biovault doesn't interact with that favorably. That opens up Archives. You get a run there. There's no agendas in there. It gets you a boat counter, a dream net draw.
Yeah, Skry does actually have to find enough ice to actually start scoring agendas. And in a difficult position there.
Yeah.
Only on 10 credits here. The double Biovaults do help a lot. But we are seeing this isn't... It is... Again, just to repeat the phrase, makes it difficult for the runner to interact. It doesn't make it impossible. It is not a pure lockout like some of the old rig shooters used to be.
And I like what Awkward's doing here. We're getting AgInfusion rerouted to Unbreakable Trieste. I think keeping just the hippo in hand. But Awkward understands that doing this forces Skry to ice up R&D every turn instead of pushing for the remote server. That taxes out the amount of ice in the list. We're looking at how much ice on the table. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, including what's in Archives. I think there's more in Archives too. And so we're seeing about half of the ice in the list already.
Awkward in pretty good position, honestly. Despite finally actually getting to see the Trieste-Loki combo in action.
We're going back for a single.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Okay. Going to pop a Biovault again, forcing Skry to use the resources. Now that's going to end the run there. See the top of the deck. I think we might have drawn a bit too preemptively. Did we see 2 cards? I'm not sure what happened here, but it looks like something a bit ugly happened.
Looks like.
So we're going to call a judge over again. They will sort this out to see what happens. If you do see 1 more card, you just end up drawing it. Looks like we're clean.
Okay.
But now Skry is, again, struggling to do anything on the table besides
just
become a prison.
So this is a window to get into R&D with a Stargate, and
you get Biovaulted.
You can fully, you get Biovaulted.
Still good. You can run back after that.
Mhm.
Not really.
Yeah.
But you see the work of the botch list. There's no
Yeah.
virus in this list, which would be a very rude surprise. Obviously, open deck lists here. But Awkward struggling just to get that single one access. And again, with mostly Obacadas being left in the deck, you want to access with at least 4 cards in hand. I think Awkward's only holding 1, and it's a hippo. There you go.
Yep, Biovault.
Second Biovault. Skry spending so many resources just to stop that single access. Again, that early longevity serum, such a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
And Geofront is what's in the remote server. Awkward's not going to run that. Don't need to. Going to draw up. Again, you want to access with 4 cards in hand. You can. And that was actually the game. That was a send a message on top of the deck. If they got in, if Skry said, I'm going to take it, I'm going to luck it out and hope the top of the deck.
Amazing.
But we draw into another agenda. On top of the ice, that's a Chiashi there.
Credit.
And again, you see now Skry is so pressured to ice up central servers. And if Awkward can just keep on this this hammering, and Skry doesn't feel comfortable with the remote server, time is going to be the deciding factor here.
I honestly, I think Dr. Awkward probably could win even without time.
Yeah.
This looked really bad for a while, but Dr. Awkward has positioned themselves in a Botulus. Botulus, what a card.
Now the boat counters are the big difference here, because now
Yeah.
you have to wait 3 turns. The NG front getting cracked there. Again, that's going to be 8 credits for Skry. Not a successful run for either Hoshiko or for DreamNet.
Though, is Dr. Awkward holding a hippo in hand?
Yes.
That makes it much easier to get those boat counters because of archives.
Yes, because of archives.
You know that there's no outermost there.
But we're going in there. That's going to be the
just
first
gonna
boat
run.
counter, super valuable. Drawing the last card. Oh, that's important.
Oh.
Because now I think he only has 5 cards in hand.
Oh, you're right.
So now the
Obacadas.
Obacadas, you're at the point where a single
A single
anemone.
anemone.
A single anemone means the Obacada is on the table, and Skry is holding 6 points of anemones.
Or a single unresed ice.
Yes, exactly. Awkward's at the point they cannot make any more runs.
Yeah, so send a message is the only relevant agenda now.
Yes, 1 in hand, 1 in deck. And Skry is at the point where Awkward just, if they take 1 more net damage, again, Obacada Protocol, one of the strongest 5/3 agendas in the Jinteki Sweden standard, says if you need to steal it, you have to take 4 net damage.
The only place you can run without taking any net damage is archives right now.
Yes, and not very commonly, or not very
Yeah.
often. Every 3 turns, just about.
A hippo changes that math entirely, though. Well, actually,
I don't know.
Actually, it doesn't because of Anansi, right?
Oh, for archives, it allows you to
Yeah.
get in. But yeah, it's hard. Now Awkward had to discard a card down. They're holding only 5. That's a Spin Doctor in hand.
Oh, a Spin Doctor actually helps a lot here, I think.
Hand is mostly agendas. I think actually there's 12 points of agendas in HQ.
Wow. That's amazing.
2 send a message.
We don't know what the
2
ice on
Obacada.
HQ is, I don't think. If
The
any of
innermost
it-
we know. The outermost we don't.
Yeah, if the outermost is in Anansi, this is actually a lot closer to a lockout than it looks. Well,
Yeah.
I say lockout. It's not a pure lockout.
Now Awkward also Hoshiko's going to just lose credits. You can't draw cards if you don't have a deck. But Skry
Yeah.
knows 1 more net damage is all it takes. Sorry, 2 more net damage is all it takes for the Obacada.
Yeah, this is hitting the. It's actually even worse than max in the end game where you don't draw.
Yeah.
'Cause you actually do lose the credit.
Now Skry here can push it on the table. Again, the Obacadas will be safe as long as Awkward doesn't have enough cards in hand. But Awkward being on game point here makes the pressure so much stronger. Just clicking for 4 credits, knowing that they can't interact. Spin Doctor, going to draw before mandatory. We have an Anansi in hand. Going to crack that shuffle back in. What do you need to get back in here?
I'm not sure. Just 2 face down ice.
Yeah, Anemone.
Anemone.
That makes a lot of
Anemone,
sense.
yep.
Because you can just jam an Obacada behind Anemone. There's
Yeah.
nothing they can do about it. I think Skry needs to shuffle fast. Because Skry has a lot to do and not a lot of time. Again, that 8-minute timer is not exactly accurate, but it's very close to that.
Yeah.
And they still need to get 6
and
points.
notably, the game is not over if Dr. Awkward can't steal Obacadas, so it isn't a situation where you can say, oh, you should scoop here.
Okay, we're pushing.
No, oh, yeah, this is...
Install advance, and now Awkward knows if they run it, they're going to hit the Loki. The Loki is going to be 4 net damage, and the Obacadas are safe. So
Yep.
Skry just needed a single ice.
Yep.
Either Nenemy does it or any unresed ice does it. Can Awkward win off centrals? And I think it's actually mostly can Awkward win off HQ. And if there's an Anemone on HQ, it's, it's still really hard. Anemone into Loki is lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So HQ might be entirely safe, but Skry says, you have to play fast, please. We can't go
Yeah.
to time here because Skry needs at least, I think, 4 more turns. There you go, rerouted,
4
4 net damage. And now while that agenda is naked, that is enough. Skry really needs to go quickly here. 1 card, get rid of all these. Keep that card. 4 more trashed.
Don't even care if it's Steelskin. Can't draw. So
So
only
now
1 card. Any Anemone is now
Awkward
lethal.
cannot run. Anemone is lethal. We've
Well,
used our reroute ability.
It has. You can't be AgInfusioned into Anemone. You have to actually approach it.
So no Anemone here. We're breaking this. So there's 1 access on the top. It's a DNA tracker. This is a Stargate. No ice. No agendas. 2 ice and a Rashida.
We know where they are, right?
Yes, we do. Oh, they're almost entirely in hand. Not entirely. There's actually every agenda's in hand.
I think you're right.
Every single agenda's on hand or at the table. R&D's empty. R&D is entirely empty.
That is crazy.
Now, quadruple advance. We just have to play fast, so
just-
Skry's trying to get the time.
triples, yeah, just triples.
Because he needs to score this, jam on the table. He's asking for time. Needs to go as fast here. Awkward just needs to go. Click for 4 credits. There's nothing. He can't run anymore.
Yeah. Is this the lockout? I think we're actually seeing the lockout.
We'll see if time is going to matter. We're checking archives there. Unseen cards, hedge fund, Rashida, and a nice.
How expertly navigated. This game.
I'm still worried. Skry might not have enough time to close this off. Clicking for credits. Skry says, please go fast. I think there's an understanding here that this is a lockout, so Skry needs to go fast again. Skry up on 3 points. Needs to score 1 more agenda. You could do install advance, but you're going to need 2 more turns, so it depends so much when time is called here. Install advance, that's the Obokata on the table. 2 counters there, and Awkward can't run. A run will throw you to the Loki. Anemone will throw you. Skry's just saying, please go, because it's just a matter of time, but Awkward here cannot run at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have to. The only way they can win is on time. This is super awkward. Running their most server accessing. It's the Obokata. 4 net damage for that. Just making sure that Skry has it and it's not pushing out to send a message. Of course, they don't have to take that risk. And that's a scoop.
That's a scoop.
Please
Wow.
go fast. Yeah, that's it. Awkward. Going to concede there, understanding that there's no more runs they can make. You finally saw on stream what this deck can do. And so much of this, again, is getting the Trieste early, making sure you can survive to the middle late game because you have so much. You have a huge laundry list of things you have to do to get this to be a problem. Because once this is up, you just cannot interact with it.
Had to finally grind it out. Wow.
Yes.
What a game.
And you did see the endurance actually mattered in that one. It
did
matter a bit.
It did.
And Awkward was valuing as many axes as they can. Again, unfortunately, that is the last game Awkward's going to be playing at the 2022 Standard Championship.
Incredible run by Dr. Awkward.
Fantastic run.
Top
the higher
16.
Seed. Yes.
Yeah, top 16.
And Skry there is going to continue on again. That was the lower bracket. And I hope you enjoyed that game. We have so much more Neverend to see today. Again, we're going to have about, I don't know, it feels like 8 players left. It might be a bit more than that.
We now have 8 players left because we knocked out 4 last round. We knocked out 4 this round.
Okay. Now we're going to go for a break. All these players, we need some lunch, some
we
coffee.
have lunch.
So we're going to be back in about an hour. Again, don't go anywhere. We're going to leave the stream up. Apologies, there's no music. There's just a sign there. We'll be back in about an hour. We'll have a time. If you want to tune out, again, I should never say that. What I'm trying to say is if you want to subscribe to the channel, hit the follow button. You won't get a notification again. I'm selling this really poorly. But the idea is that we'll just be back on an hour. We're not putting the stream down. But if you want to tune in later today, maybe you're a startup player. We have the Startup World Championship. The finals will be on stream and probably actually some of the top cut as well because that will be ending while after Standard is ended. So we'll see you in a bit. But otherwise, enjoy your lunch. Don't go anywhere. My name is Andrej.
My name is Neuropantser.
And we'll be back for the 2022 Netrunner World Championship. Hello and welcome back to the 2022 Standard World Championships. Here we are in the Sheridan Center, downtown Toronto. It's Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada. Thanks so much for joining us. My name is Andrej, hailing from the Metropole Grid here on the Null Signal Netrunner stream. And of course, all weekend I've had the pleasure to be joined by Neuropantser. How's it going, Pants?
Doing great. This can't write it better than this. Trust me, I write Slumscast episodes all the time, and they are not this good.
We've had a top cut, too. We're halfway through our top 16, so we had 160 players show up yesterday, playing 7 rounds of Swiss, and then on top of that, a tiebreaker. Funny enough, the tiebreakers almost decided nothing. It was almost all strength of schedule besides the one match that was on stream.
There was one match on stream that was an upset. I believe, canonically, there have only been 2 upsets in tiebreaker rounds ever.
It's wild how that comes to that. But now we're in a different format. You were seeing double-sided Swiss just yesterday, so that is players playing a Corp and a runner side, but this is single elimination, single-sided. So each of these players shows up, they get their opponent, and they only play one side of the table. They have 35 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, to play that out. And if you take a loss, you jump down to lower brackets. If you take another loss from lower brackets, you are out of the tournament. So we are halfway through that, and I just want to go over the results here on our bracket to say what happened just last round. So the top bracket, do you want to take this, Pants?
Absolutely. So top bracket, we had a matchup between bblum, the only op in the cut, I believe the only one that was even close, the only Wayland in the cut as well.
Yeah, only Wayland for a while.
And Sokka. Sokka did take that game. So bblum will be waiting for a round. We're going to get a round in the lower bracket, and then bblum's going to play the winner of one of the games that happens this round. Then we had Sam versus Whiteblade. This, by all accounts, was a very interesting game. Sam Swede on a 419 list.
Yes.
That, in Sam's words, 419 is the one that goes to time, not the Reality Plus. Reality Plus can actually score out. 419 makes the Corp do math. And actually, This round did something very interesting. Andrej, did you hear the story?
Yeah, so we didn't get to see this on stream, but we saw Sam S face against his AgInfusion before, and Whiteblade playing that AgInfusion deck that we did see on stream. That was the Snare Bears AgInfusion, playing some wild cards, some really mean interactions, things like Trieste, Loki, Wave, Divert Power, all these HB cards, almost all the influence spent there. But Whiteblade ran out of cards. You got to the same endgame that we saw on stream where you just didn't have a lot of cards left, so you could not interact, you could not run. I think we had the Loki lock up, and Sam ran R&D. And there was only 3 cards left, 2 cards left, and Sam stole the longevity serum, the last run they can make. And at that point, Whiteblade just can't score out of agendas before they run out of a deck. And it's always important to remember in Netrunner, there's the alternate win condition. If the Corp tries to draw a card and fails, they lose the game. So we had a proper mill out, and that's knocking Whiteblade 1-1-1 to the lower brackets. Really well done by Sam.
It's very funny, right? AgInfusion's entire game plan is grind the runner out of cards. 419, ground AgInfusion out of cards.
Yeah, you're not expecting to see it. Otherwise, we saw on the table that was Skry versus Dr. Awkward, and Awkward did get locked out, and that's going to be the end of their World's run. Fantastic run. That's Greg. That's Crit HD 20. I think that's
Crit
right.
Hit HD
20. Yeah.
Crit Hit D20? Yeah. Well, there's not an H in there, I don't think.
No. And that's against Lopert. And unfortunately, Lopert, we saw on stream round 1. That is the second loss for Lopert. Lopert is out. That's a fantastic Canadian player. But Greg is going to continue on facing Skry this round. Groenkaaf, that's Rob versus TF34. Again, that matchup, Groenkaaf took it. And he's going to be playing against Bridgeman this round. And that is the round that we are going to be seeing. Of course, Greg is against Skry in a round that's going to be capping off table. But I think we should be able to jump into the tables just about now. What kind of list are we looking at?
So this is going to be Groenkaaf on a precision design list, and this is going to be Bridgeman on a deck that is titled Boat Shipco.
Yeah, that's the archetype. This is the Hoshiko decks. We're spending 10 influence on those boats. Endurance, it has been kind of the card for the last 2 months that you have to build your decks around. You have to play around when it comes to the standard format. That is a card that gets so much value off getting those runs that Hoshiko wants to do anyways. You have all the run events. You have the additional value of DreamNet in these lists too, and that's hard for a lot of the decks to deal with. But we've seen so many cards. What HB cards do we have in this list that can deal with that?
Oh, man. I think the most important one to remember is Next Activation Command. We already saw 3 copies of that in Sokka's list. In fact, for much of the game, saw 3 copies of that in Sokka's hand. There are 3 copies of Next Activation Command in Groenkaaf's list as well. What that does, as a reminder, it is a lockdown. That means it is active for 1 turn. It will have the effect on 1 runner turn. And what it does is it says all ice, no matter if it's a bio red or not, all ice has +2 strength, and you cannot use any effects of cards that are not icebreakers to break it. That includes Boat. That includes a Bioroid's click-through ability. That includes Botulus. Has to be an icebreaker.
These precision design decks, this list is actually very similar to the last precision design that won Worlds, if I'm not mistaken.
We need to switch seats.
Oh, we need to switch seats. But of course, yeah, excuse me, 1 second. But that's a very similar list. The question is always about where you spend the influence. What are the upgrades? You've seen a lot of these PD decks spending 4 influence on the Anoetic Void, one of the strongest end the run upgrades in the format. But instead here we're on 2 copies of Border Control for 6 influence, a card that actually is really well positioned into Boat. If you need to go through that ice and you need to, oh yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But if you need to get through that Border Control in the second ice, that's going to tax out the endurance. The influence splash here that's really exciting is we have 2 copies of
One
Audacity.
copy of Audacity.
1 copy of Audacity for 4 influence? That's what's on there?
Yes.
Oh, man. So Groenkaaf running those Vitruviuses, again, that agenda that sneaks its way back into these
And
PD
Luminol
lists.
as well.
And the Luminol, so you have a bunch of fast advance options. This Hoshiko doesn't have Clot. That fast advance can come off the top.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw basically PD out of sports with Sokka's list. This is a little bit of sports out of PD.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Just a bit of a fast advance, which is sometimes all you need. Sometimes you can rush out to 5 points. You're going to want to score food early enough, not a tempo positive agenda, but from there you can close the game out pretty trivial when it comes to Audacity.
Yeah, on the Hoshiko side, the Boat Shipco side, obviously 2 copies of Endurance. The rest of the influence is going to 3 copies of No Free Lunch. As we know, not a blank card in this matchup, but does not have all of the utility it would have against a Reality Plus deck, say. And then the rest of the influence is filled out by Deuce's Wild. One of the most important cards in this matchup, and honestly many matchups, is Hippo. Hippo, there are 3 copies of, and that copied with Endurance is going to say Endurance gets to break ice for 0 credits after you install it, and Hippo gets to remove that, or gets to remove itself from the ice, remove itself from the game to trash that ice, so it can completely deconstruct a scoring server like the one that Precision Design looks to build, or completely deconstruct R&D and make your Stargates cheap.
Yo, it looks like Rob might have accidentally economic warfared himself. He played a hedge fund, did not take the 4 credits. You obviously want those credits. That's not a big 5 credit up there, no? We'll see how long it takes him to find out, but you can't not play a hedge fund and get the hedge fund credits. We'll see if he notices soon, but Bridgeman otherwise with an aggressive start, getting down the drip economy of the fermenter. You have the DreamNet for the additional run and the draw, especially when you're digital. You get the credit and the draw. Fantastic Hoshiko going to go for the flip.
Well, congratulations on the free diversion of funds, Bridgeman.
Oh, yeah, that's huge. I wonder if we're going to find out what happens, whether Rob is allowed to take those credits. Bridgeman, I don't know if that's a judge call or not, but we'll see soon enough. Jamming the remote server.
At this point, it would be repairable. I don't think there's any, there's nothing gained from. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure.
You're hoping not to see that, of course. Do you want your credits you can get? Bridgeman,
reminds me a bit of. There was a celebrity gift we saw on stream. I think it was back in 2016, 2017 that did not actually pay out. It just revealed the hand. It's always heartbreaking to see things like that. These things happen in paper. That is part of playing Netrunner at high levels like this in paper tournaments. You have to remember to be precise because JNet's not there to do it for you.
Now, Bridgeman here, as the mid, it looks like there's some breakers in hand there. We do have the no free lunches, which in this matchup are just 3 credits. You can keep those on the table, too, if you want to help them get you the 3 credits worth of Fairchild 3. But we're checking first click here. Some of the face checks can be a bit rough. Gatekeeper will help out Rob's his early draw. I think we just called a judge here. I think we figured out his credit total wasn't where it should have been.
Looking at the ice, thinking, I should have more than this. This shouldn't take me to 2.
Yeah, we'll see what the judge says here. And again, their word, it should be the final word here. Looks like we're going to get the credits. Okay. Oh, hold on. Regardless, we're charging the remote server here. It looks like that's an easy fix. We're going to go down to 9 credits. Fantastic.
Okay.
We're going to get the game. We're going to get the game that we wanted to get there. So, charging the remote server. Let's talk about the ice. 3 credits for a drafter. Doesn't have much to recur. Gets the hedge fund back in hand. That's obviously nice. Maybe you get a cheeky install here. But when you want to run first click into any of these HB lists, because they're running 6 credit, the 6 credit res cost gets you that buy right slot. Things like Fairchild 3 are cards that you need to be able to click through. I wonder if this changes whether Bridgeman runs or not first click based off of the credit differentials.
I would think maybe.
On 9, it might be a bit different. We're dirty laundering, a full art dirty laundry. We're going to go HQ here. A whole mid of cards. Mind you, Precision Design has a 6 card hand size if you want to get there. And we're accessing an Eli 1.0.
I think that's the second time we've seen the Eli 1.0.
Yeah, it might just be. Getting 3 credits. Again, the
should also get DreamNet.
Card and credit. That should be on the successful run because we have a digital Hoshiko. And now the Endurance enters the hand.
Boat has entered the conversation.
So the question is, how quickly can you get the Endurance down? And these 2 clicks are both for 3 credits. Instant speed, no free lunch allows you to remove a tag or just gain 3 credits. So Bridgeman has a 6 credit burst next turn if he wants to start sailing the high seas. Oh, there you go. Seamless launch.
That is seamless plus a credit and a credit. That is Vitruvius with a counter. We've already seen the power of Vitruvius counters. I don't think the Vitruvius counter was even used by Sokka, but it was there and it exerts so much pressure. This means that there is double seamless available on demand. That means an agenda can be scored from 2. If it is a GFI, it can be scored from 3.
Yeah, on top of that, it gets you access to that audacity, whether you want to score out over and over again. I do think Rob is going to want to score out a Global Food Initiative in the remote server and get a Bridgeman. Did charge the server. In terms of the ice that we're expecting, again, some of the face checks are pretty bad, but Bridgeman's going to get 6 here. I have no doubt we're going to see a boat hit the table, and you're going to get that aggression. You want to access a card to keep Hoshiko on her digital side.
We are entering the high seas. The boat is on the table, and where are we going?
We're going to check HQ here for sure. For 6
Maiden
credits.
Voyage 2.
R&D can still be res. You just don't really want to run into that. Not on your first click. If it's a Fairchild 3, it puts Rob down to 0 credits. It's not the worst. You can always boat through most of it, pay 3 credits. But we're just going to run HQ here.
Okay,
get the
HQ.
Boat. Get the DreamNet.
DreamNet's such good value when you are this flip side of Hoshiko. That is Magnet.
If you're not familiar with the precision design ability, it says when an agenda is scored, you're allowed to take a card from your archives to add it back to your hand. So you saw Rob just took that seamless launch that they played on the table and just returned it to HQ. So 6 cards in hand. Do you know one of those? It looks like we can see the grip there. There is a Gatekeeper. That's a code gate. That Dasti's actually still in hand. And there's also Spin Doctor. And Spin Doctor is an important card. It's obviously the recursion, the card draw is very valuable. But on top of that, it is a card that makes Audacity less of a big hit if you can recur some of the cards that you lose.
Yeah, last click installing Liberated. That's just going to be money, click off the Liberated, money ticks in. Not afraid of installing this last click. Knows, based on the deck list, that there is absolutely nothing Groenkaaf can do to trash a fully loaded Liberated. Other than Bridgeman running into an on-sell, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to see plays like that unless things get really, really dire. Spin Doctor hitting the table, that's going to be draw 2 for a click. We have all that money again. Bridgeman's really set up there. That fermenter's going to have 4 charges on it, 4 virus counters. That's 8 credits if you want to click it. The boat is loaded up. So it's all going to be about the next activation commands if Rob wants to get a window where he feels like he can score an agenda in their remote server. Until then, it's about maybe taxing at the counters. Maybe you want to consider icing HQ so you can get an immense amount of value. Again, this run keeps Hoshiko online. It gets a card and a credit. It gets a boat counter. That's so much value. And you know Archives is going to be the next thing you have to protect if you really want to lock the boat out. But a lot of times these HB decks don't always try to do that because they feel comfortable enough with next activation command and some really good ice.
Second try is the charm. We do get the hedge fund correctly the first time here.
Yeah. Yeah, once burned, twice scared, or however it goes. Rob a card in hand. It looks like
I believe that was a magnet that just went on HQ.
Might be an Eli.
I think I saw the art going in. I think it was a magnet. I could very well be wrong, though.
Yeah, we'll see. The magnet for the remote server is always really nice. Botulus is the one card that helps you run a fair bit. Deals with the Fairchild 3 pretty elegantly if you want to both through 2 of the subroutines. Liberator, we're going to take some money off of that. And again, Bridgeman definitely wants to get the 1 run a turn. And with the boat counter, there's nothing you're afraid of. Again, the worst case scenario, use your whole boat. But that
here's a hippo. You're really not scared of anything right now.
5 influence means this is a big card here in the Anarch side, and it says the first time a turn you break all the subroutines on the outermost ice on any server, you can trash the hippo or remove the hippo from the game. Yeah, to trash the ice you're interacting with. So Rob doesn't want to just throw an agenda away, or sorry, throw an ice away just to get hippoed. Not sure if it's the most valuable thing, but now you see how this threat can keep that Hoshiko engine going, keep that endurance getting the charges. And we're getting that Dream Net draw as well. Again, 6 cards in hand makes the HQ axis a bit more intimidating. A Spin Doctor, do you want to trash that for 2 when there's another Spin Doctor on the table? Sometimes it feels kind of bad, but it could.
Given what's in Archives right now, I'm not sure there are other good targets. I think you just give that Spin Doctor a good target.
Yeah, Spin Doctor the hedge fund. So we're going to leave that there. Liberty Can, we're taking more money, and I think the money's actually going to matter. If a next activation command hits the table, you need your breakers, and the breakers are not very good at breaking high strength stuff.
They
Black
are
Orchestra,
not.
that's in the bin. That's a decoder you can install when you encounter a code gate.
And the numbers on it, it's 3 to install. It comes in with 2 strength, and it has an ability that says you pay 3 and you gain 2 strength and break up to 2 subroutines. It is one of the worst decoders in the game in terms of actual numbers. It mainly is just there because it has the utility of working from Archives. It's actually good for Magnet. It only costs you 3 to get through Magnet. But if you have to break a Fairchild 3, you would rather do that any other way.
Now, Spin Doctor installed on top of the first Spin Doctor again. Now, we don't want to recur those hedge funds. I think there's better things in our deck we want to draw into. And that drew into, if I'm not mistaken, the next activation command. And I think a Rashida Yahim is the dark purple card there. One of the best assets in the standard format. A card that, when left on the table, gives you 3 cards and 3 credits. That's an immense amount of value at the start of your turn, allowing you to have all the options in hand that you can access to. And I don't know if Rob here, if they drew a 3-2, whether he'd want to just go ahead and Audacity. There's a Biotic in hand as well. But definitely something you want to consider.
Yeah, those are both one-ofs. You would be throwing away your one-of Biotic Labor to one-of Audacity.
Throwing away or getting it ready for the Vitruvius counter. Second ice, though, on R&D, you know eventually this runner is going to pivot to Stargate. That's the way. That's the multi-axis, how they're going to close the game. We do have a Mana Garm in hand, too. That is a defensive upgrade. You generally use in the remote server. Sometimes you can, in a panic, use it on Centrals to stop some of that pressure. In terms of Bridgeman's influence, 10 is going to go into the Endurance. What else do we have? Do we have Pinhole Threading? How many ways can he deal?
It's just no free lunch induces.
No free lunch induces. Okay.
Yeah, so if you are breaking the remote server, you are doing it the old-fashioned way. You actually have to get in.
Yeah, so those defensive upgrades are going to do what they advertise to do on the 10. Gatekeeper on the outside of their remote server again. 6 strength, the turn it's rezzed, which for the Black Orchestra, that's a pretty penny. The boat is definitely going to want to sail through that if you do see a 6 strength code gate. Hoshiko?
Yeah, we're no longer in the meta where you can really pay to break Gatekeeper with your Black Orchestra. That used to be a thing. Valdex used to do that all the time. It kind of sucked, but you would do it. You can't really do that in this meta. You just lose so much tempo, and PD can take advantage of it so easily.
Running HQ, that's an Eli. I don't think we have access to a Paperclip. There's 1 in hand, so that's going to be 2 boat counters, valuing that more than a click.
The Hippo goes. Hippo should be RFG'd. Regardless, I don't think there are any ways to recur it. It doesn't matter that much that it's just in Archives. Or, sorry, the heap.
Successful run gets you back that power counter. You're going to access here. Rob drew a fair bit last turn and didn't jam into remote server, so there's a small chance there's an agenda there. That's a Mana Garm.
Seems like a reasonable trash to me.
Rob thinking about 3 credits, we'll trash that. They have a lot of money on top of them, on top of that fermenter, so their money only looks like they have 7 credits, but there's a lot there. You can click for 10.
Bridgeman thinking this over. It makes sense. There's plenty of I mean, it is important to make all of these decisions correctly. It is easy to make one mistake and the game slips out, and these players are on the lower bracket, so any loss does mean that they are out of the cut.
Yeah, this can be difficult. Managram is obviously going to be very important. If you run the remote server and that's res for 2, it's either you spend 5 credits or you spend 2 clicks or the run is ended. Sometimes it feels bad to trash things with the Vitruvius token. Bridgeman's just going to leave it. Again, HQ's going to be wide open. Rob's going to need to find a piece of ice there. Groenkaaf is going to need to ice up HQ. You're getting too much value from all that run stuff.
Mad Dash is a card that's currently in hand. Mad Dash, quite an important card in this matchup. The way that the Precision Design deck builds its agenda suite, you have global food initiatives and then 2 pointers. The entire point of this list is that you have to score 3 agendas and the runner has to steal 4. Mad Dash changes that math. You only have to steal 3 as long as one of them is Mad Dashed.
Yeah, incredibly important. Some of the lists are running too. I think it's one of the most important runner cards into the modern meta. There are just so many agenda suites that are really unfair for the runner, and that shaves turns off the game. It makes it possible to win at amount of time that you need to. We're going to click one liberated, install the other, throwing out a paperclip. So access to breakers, we have all of them. 2 of them full arts. The paperclip breaks barriers. The Black Orchestra, those are the hands. Those breaks the code gate. And finally, MK Ultra, the eye in the background. That's for the sentries. And card in the mode server.
I'm a little sad we never got the full out of MK Ultra. It's the best art of the 3.
Here we go. Install. There's the next activation command. So this is a lockdown.
Oh, boy.
A very narrow subtype of cards. There's only about 5 of these, if I'm not mistaken, that came on the Ashes cycle, and they're kind of like currents if you played Netrunner back in the day. They have a lasting ability that the runner just cannot interact with, but they only last for a single turn. This card here specifically says that all ice this turn have +2 strength, and the runner cannot break ice this turn without using abilities on icebreakers. That means things like clicking through Biroids, that's ability printed on the Biroid itself, not an icebreaker. You can't use that, and of course you cannot use the Endurance. While it is physically an icebreaker as a boat, it is not an icebreaker type card.
That's correct. So not much money here on PD's side, obviously, but the thing about that is PD doesn't need much money. A lot of these agendas are, well, one of these agendas is very tempo positive, and 2 of them are quite tempo positive, is the way I describe it. You have the Luminal Transubstantiation that gives you 3 clicks. If you need to, you can just click back for money with that, or you can obviously do something better. And then there are 2 Off-World Office, which if you Seamless Advance that, you gain money in the net.
But this is hard. Rob is only on 5 credits. So if you want to res anything on the remote server, the best you got is a Gatekeeper, which is the outermost into a Mana Garm. And I think while Bridgeman will have to deal with an 8 strength code.
You only need 2, right?
Sorry?
You only need 2 credits.
Oh, sure, but I'm saying if Bridgeman wants to charge this, it's not that defensible.
Yeah.
Like, you can res 1 ice, and then you can res the Mana Garm, and Bridgeman probably can get through it. Again, an 8 strength code gate. That means you have to come in, install your Black Orchestra, then you have to boost to 4, to 6, to 8. So that's going to be 12 credits altogether, plus you have to deal with the Mana Garm at the end.
Yeah.
We'll see if Bridgeman calls here. Again, I'm not sure what got into the remote server. I didn't see if it was an agenda. I know there is a Rashida. Maybe Rob's happy enough to make Bridgeman spend all those credits.
This could easily be a bait.
Yeah.
Might even be a Spin Doctor, right?
Yeah, maybe. There's one on the table. It's a bit hard.
We do know that a second one was drawn. Yeah, you can always pop the Spin Doctor and shuffle back the Eli that got trashed and something else, and be happy that you baited out so much money with this next activation command.
Now, Bridgeman undid that sure gamble, which is fascinating, right?
Oh.
Because if you run the remote server, you want
Sure
2
enough,
clicks left.
Gatekeeper.
The 2 clicks left if you run the remote server saves you 5 credits if you want to use that to deal with the Mana Garm. The math is a bit, that's a bit reduced because you could always, play the sure gamble for the click for credit. It's about equal, but we want to have at least 2 clicks left here. Gatekeeper now 8 strength on res, has 2 subroutines. One ends the run, the other one allows the corporation to draw 3 and then shuffle up to 3 agendas from hand and archives back into the deck.
Yep.
And it's more the end run that matters on this board save. How Rob would still love to draw an agenda if he doesn't have one.
Thinking this over, it is extremely expensive to actually break this with Black Orchestra.
Yeah, it's going to be 9 if I did my math correctly. You're still going to get the boat counter while you can't use the boat. That's because of the next activation command again. And from this point on, the Gatekeeper now that's res is going to be 0 strength, which means you can always get through for 2 credits, even if there's a next activation command in the following turn. But that's it. We're paying 12.
Bridgeman down to 4 credits now.
There's the Mana Garm that we expected. We saw it in HQ. Now you see whether it was worth trashing this turn or the other.
And that is all the clicks to get through. Dreamnet does get a credit back. Draw a card. Boat counter.
Boat. And now you can still trash it.
Enough money to trash. Enough money to trash both.
Yeah, there you go. I love that play from Rob, forcing out all that money now.
Yeah.
The money is...
Unfortunately, the money's not going away because there are 16 credits sitting right there on a liberated for Bridgeman. Yeah. So Rob very much not out of the woods. In fact, very much in them. Completely trapped by these trees on 0 credits.
Yeah, Rob is going to struggle here for a bit. Going to need to land another Rashida. There's no economy in this deck that you can play from 0 credits. I think it's Hedge Fund. We've seen 2 of those so far. But this deck is not known to run a lot of event operation. Or operation economy, excuse me.
Now, notably, unlike some Precision Design lists, Rob is on 2 copies of Regolith Binding License, so install credit does actually threaten to burst for 9 the next turn.
Oh, that's true. See, I think Rob's going to have to click for credits here. We're looking at the text of next activation. I think whether or not the boat gets the charge is the question.
Yeah.
But Bridgeman there has the economy on the table. That's a liberated accounts. The Stargate is in hand, and you can pivot that to the table, and now Rob has to figure out whether they want to jam in the remote server. Again, before you put the Stargate down, you're going to want to run the Spin Doctor, at least force the trash. Probably going to put a next activation command back in, maybe a Rashida. And I don't know if Rob really needs to just like claw back tempo, whether he needs to go ahead and use the Vitruvius counter for the Rashida. I still think that's not amazing. I think that remote server is going to be pretty easy to attack on only 2 credits.
I mean, you just take 3 liberated, and then you can run and break with Black Orchestra. You can even charge up boat and get your
it's
get
very,
your
very
Dreamnet
cheap.
that way.
So we'll see here. Rob trying to figure this one out. I don't think we've got a mandatory yet. There you go. Off the top, we see another Gatekeeper.
Another Gatekeeper. I love this Gatekeeper art. It's so good. Notably, this is the first time that we've actually had the Blood in the Water covered up by Saisentan. I genuinely think this is a tilting play. Look at that eye. It is just staring
It is
straight into the soul.
Bridgeman's the only player in the top 16 that's on Personal Evolution, so I think that sort of eye and those the knives around it might make a lot of sense.
I might not be on PE, but I'm on PE in spirit.
Liberated accounts, I think we're going to visit those. Going to keep 4 on one of them. Again, sometimes you might wonder why he's not trashing the first Liberate to get to the second. We're not worried about resource destruction, and sometimes it's worth actually keeping a card around. It can save you, actually 3 credits. It's about akin if you need to go through a Fairchild and can't break a subroutine, because instead of clicking for 4, you trash it to save 3. Card on the remote server, that is a Rashida, if I'm not mistaken.
It would make the most sense. Okay, here, sure enough, we have a Dirty Laundry. Looks like this is going to be Boat.
Yeah, hitting R&D, no res on one credit.
No, there's nothing that even can be resed on this credit total.
Dreamnet card credit, access off the top of the deck. Dirty
All of
Laundry.
this value, up to 8 credits with 16 credits worth of Liberateds still hitting around. It is interesting to see 2 on the table, because often the problem with liberated accounts versus Precision Design is often you don't have time to fully click them down. So Bridgeman really saying, I think that I'm going to be able to spend 10 clicks on liberated accounts this game. You're not going to win fast enough.
And I think he might be okay with that. I think he might be right. That's the first Spin Doctor pop. We'll see if it gets shuffled back. But Rob is on no credits. I think the remote server, what you're worried about is either Rashida or I think the Tranquility Home Grids are in this list, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a card that actually can propel Rob forward in terms of economy. And I think if you want to run that is expensive. Yeah, no.
This really is putting some sports into your PD.
Yeah. The Tranquilities are good, right? You got a lot of stuff
they're
to
fantastic,
jam. So we'll see if Bridgeman wants to make the call there. It's only 3 credits to Res a Gatekeeper. Again, these are open deck lists. It's known that there's nothing that can't be broken, or sorry, nothing that can't be res for 1 credit. And we're just going to play another Fermenter there, going to get that economy in the background. This is the changes we're seeing from the 2209 ban list. No Rozeki, no Pantap, so you have to play other economy options. The liberated accounts, while there are sometimes too slow in certain matchups, there are a lot of economy, a lot of the actual raw credits in the deck, but Fermenter has played so well today.
Yeah. So, once again, the Audacity already in the hand.
I think Rob forgot the Rashida.
I think you're right. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Worrying about that Spin Doctor. We're going to click for 3 credits. We're up at 4. And Rob, again, has enough cards in hand. You can hold up to 6. We see a Next and Audacity in there. And we're going to get that draw. Citadel Sanctuary up the top. A dead card in this matchup. But something you're happy to have into the NBN and some of the Wayland matchups for sure. And got Bridgeman this far. Bridgeman wondering if he's going to pivot to Stargate. On 4 credits, there can be some reses here. It's been a couple turns where Rob's been drawing and the agendas are not really going anywhere. What's in Remote Server 1 now looks like a Tranquility Home Grid.
Yeah.
But I think probably Rob would still jam in there to get a credit. It's akin to clicking for credit, and it forces the issue. No res. Bow counter not being used yet, but going to be a problem in the mid to late game. We'll see if we can find an X activation.
Has seen the Audacity. Obviously already knows about the Audacity. It's not a surprise, but it is good information to know that it is in hand. So a Vitruvius can at some point in the future be scored for 1 credit or a Luminal.
Yeah. And I think a Spin Doctor got shuffled back too.
Yep.
I think a Stargate there's in the left hand. We have Steel Skin Scarring, so we'd have the Mad Dash. That works the best with the Stargate, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe worried that the remote server is also a Spin Doctor, but it looks like we're going to find out. We're going to both through that to save 3 credits. We have enough counters on there. The next ice down the line, that is the Magnet. So that's either 3 credits or 2 more bow counters. We're going for the bow
2
counters.
more bow counters.
And it's a Rashida. You're surprised to see that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Right. I think the question by Bridgeman is why wasn't that popped?
Yeah, maybe Rob doesn't want to overdraw. Can't do too much with the hand,
case.
but I think you need the money here.
Yeah,
down
the
to
3
1
credit
credit again.
seems like it's worth it.
Bridgeman probably pretty wide open. I don't know if he has the click lefts to just smash down the Stargate and start hitting the central servers.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're at least going to run to check. That is click 3. Oh, Bridgeman's tracking clicks. Fantastic. Top of the card, top of the deck, not a steal, not a trash.
If this remote server were a little more robust, a play that is actually available to Groenkaaf, thanks to this Audacity, is install a GFI, seamless advance Audacity, 2 credits to score a GFI off the table if it sits for a turn.
I just know I don't know what's going to sit in that remote server. It's, again, 3 credits to check.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Nothing's going to sit there. The server needs to be grosser to actually get into for that to be a real line.
And while Bridgeman has access to all of his breakers, that remote server, again, it's just a Black Orchestra. If you boost bonus by 2 strength, you're still only paying 9 to get through. That's a lot.
Yeah.
But Groenkaaf is definitely going to need an X activation if he wants to push a scoring window. Here's the Stargate. 2 MU, that comes down. We're still good on MU. You got 2 from the boat. And outside is a magnet again. Rob has been on 1 credit for so many turns here.
Oof.
It's either 3 credits to break or the boat counters. Boat counters getting a bit more sparse.
Looks like credits.
And nothing can be res here. So we're going to see 3 off the top. We're
Boat
going to be revealed
counter,
to both players.
Credit.
Hoshiko's been
draw.
digital all game.
Yeah.
Since turn 1. There's the border control. There's the seamless. And then finally Vitruvius here.
This is an interesting hit. What do you think you take? It's the Vitruvius, okay.
With the Mad Dash?
I think there's an argument for border control,
Yeah.
I think, but given the Mad Dash in hand, that's a very good point. Guarantee yourself up to 3 points.
So I kind of love this, right? The Dirty Laundry. I think that's a foil Dirty Laundry. It's going to get
That
the
is a
Vitruvius.
foil.
So that is not going to use the Mad Dash. That's
Yeah.
2 points. But the idea is that you can keep the Mad
But
Dash as
staying
a
up on money,
surprise.
too.
Yes.
Yeah. That is a good point, yeah. Groenkaaf now has to worry about, or now has to wonder if a Mad Dash is coming in the future, or might wonder if there is, and make some plays that are actually unsafe as a result.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the Vitruvius counter there. That's an option. Rob could have popped that back if he really
Yeah,
wanted
good
to. Not a good place to put it.
Yeah, the Vitruvius counter.
Considering it's on HQ. So it would have forced it out. I think, if anything, if you want a Mad Dash and agenda, you want to leave it on top of R&D with the Stargate,
Yeah.
right?
Good point.
Yeah, we've seen that play early. And there's a Botulus. Well, now 2 magnets res. I think Bridgeman's a lot more comfortable getting that Botulus down. Because we know it's unlikely. I think the list probably has a 3rd magnet. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
No,
there are
only
only
2
2
magnets.
magnet.
So that means the Botulus are actually free to play.
Yeah.
Oftentimes in these matchups, you're a bit apprehensive to put down your magnets early, or sorry, you put down your Botulus early because the magnets. But now that being res, that kind of invalidates the remote server. To some extent, you still have to worry about next activation command,
Yeah,
because it means you can't
absolutely.
use the Botulus. That being said, it'll still be only a 3 credit break, so it gets you the best.
Yeah,
Both the
this
best
remote
worlds.
server is paper right now.
It is, and I love this, that Bridgeman's saying, I can run your remote server. Maybe I won't have as much pressure on centrals because I'm spending my resources to hack down the remote server, but you can't win with Audacity and Bionic.
Remote lock is absolutely a valid way to win a Netrunner game. I think this is a reaction to the exact way that Groenkaaf's list is put together. Yeah, there isn't enough juice to win with just fast advance right now.
So running HQ here again at no res. I think that's 6 cards in hand. The next, you probably do want to trash that. It is a win condition.
It is an expensive trash, but it seems like it is worth it, especially given the 12 offshored and the liberated right now.
I think we missed our triggers here. So we missed the boat. We missed the Dream Net off the Hoshiko.
Unfortunate.
We're asking the judge whether we can do that, because now we have information on what's in hand. It doesn't, if you ask me, it doesn't change the game state, but hey, I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, these triggers are obviously very important. Again, we played a lot of Netrunner. Sometimes this happens. Playing in paper again. We've been playing Netrunner for years now in JNet, and we're seeing a lot of players for the first time. Not I'm saying it's these players specifically, but I know myself. Worrying about my start to turn triggers, a lot of things that I have to sort out. We're getting the boat. We're not getting the Dream Net. I'm not sure if Dream Net's a May. 4 credits to trash that current, if I'm not mistaken. Or lockdown, excuse me. Not a current anymore.
It's currently a lockdown.
And that is a very impactful card. The 4 credits that you actually spend here are very likely to be saved on running the remote server. So it's
That's
an investment
correct.
into your future. And with, I think, 1 spin decker down.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, we'll see. You still have all that liberated money. You still have 8 credits, 10 credits next turn on the fermenter. I don't think we're going to see a purge.
What might play into the decision making here is knowing that there are 3 in the deck. So you haven't gotten rid of this threat. You've just defused this particular one.
Yeah.
I think it's still worth it, though.
Rob making some space between HQ and the remote server gets you an alley to display your cards. Oh, it's back. And Bridgeman there holding, I think, a moshing and a steel skin. So that's a massive amount of draw. If you want it, we're going to just take 4 up the Liberated. Again, you need to keep your credits up to an amount where if you have to run the remote server with the next, you can. And that's 2 clicks for 8 credits with the sure gamble into the Liberated.
Yeah, this game is certainly deliberately paced, I think, as I would say about many movies. It's very deliberately paced. We're getting closer and closer to time here. You have to think, if we do actually get to time, that favors a PD on Audacity with Audacity in hand, right?
Yeah, the Stargate can sometimes close it, especially if you get a gen on top of the deck with Mad Dash. But yeah, if Rob can Audacity, that puts you on 4. The Biotic puts you on 4. It's just about the money.
Agreed.
I want to shout this out too because I saw this from replays of Bridgeman playing in German Nationals. He won the German Nationals just a couple weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
What a year for Bridgeman.
I know. But off camera, you can see a bit of it. He is note-taking. Every access he gets from HQ, everything that he sees and trashes, he writes down, so he's able to know like what is on the top of the deck. Stuff that even us who are paying so much attention to the game, not worrying about playing, we can forget that. And I love that discipline.
Yeah, so that's a paperclip, a steel skin Skry. So this moshing is going to draw 5 and gain 3, and one other card that I missed.
Immense amount.
Bridgeman would have it in the notes. I do not, unfortunately.
We have there. That's the Paladin Puemo. It's a bit late, but still, it's a credit per turn.
It will probably pay off. There are going to be at least 2 turns, you have to think.
Yeah.
And as you see, plenty of installables in there. Those daily casts, those are just going to keep the economic engine ticking. That is a 3-cost install. Most people know what the daily casts are, I imagine, but if you're less familiar, 3 costs to install it, comes in with 8 credits. You tick 2 of them at the beginning of your turn for the next 4 turns. So it is a click for 5 credits. That's a wow, Vitruvius off the top.
It's a Stargate. So Regolith into Managarm and Acid to upgrade, and that's a Vitruvius again. Now Bridgeman has clicks left 2 of them, so if he wants to try and pick it out in archives, we'll see if you use the counter here.
This seems quite bad for Groenkaaf, to be honest.
We talked about the Biotics and Audacities. If this Vitruvius goes, Rob has only 2 more cards in the deck that he can pure fast advance from hand. In theory, he could score out of 4-2 with a combination of Biotic Audacity. But Rob needs to think here.
Yeah, these 3-2s are quite important, you're right, for both players.
Oh, he's just throwing it across the table.
Wow.
He could have hit that as a 1-7 in HQ. But unfortunately, also, Rob is not going to draw anything out the top of the deck. That's a Managarm. That's a Regolith, I think, is the one on top. And there's just not agendas. All the agendas in the game are in the deck. Something that Rob knows, something that we know from the camera above. But it's not that the remote server can really protect them.
Yeah, and Groenkaaf has not been in an economic position to really lock out these servers in a way that Bridgeman can't get into easily. And we're seeing that. We're seeing 6 counters on the boat. That is so many counters on boat. That represents so much money that isn't already on the table. I mean, there's 12 credits on for Menor. There's 8 credits on Liberated account. I just don't see how Precision Design can win from here. There's just too much money.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Again, we need to see a big ice there on R&D. In terms of the big ice in the list, we're looking at 2 Fairchild 3.0s, 1 Ansel 1.0. A Hippo comes down, though. So that Magnet may not be the target. Maybe you want to just open up HQ a bit. I do think if you have an agenda, I'm not sure if you can go straight into the remote server. So we're running HQ here. Rob knowing into the Hippo. Can't really afford to res. We're going to get all that run-based value. This Hoshiko is getting so much value. The criminals of Eeyore would be so jealous of this, and that's a seamless launch.
Seamless. It's not, seamless is not enough. Now, Regolith, obviously, ticking down the Regolith, that does put Groenkaaf in a position where some ice can start thinking about being rezzed. It might not be enough, though. We'll see.
And we'll see again. We do know the top card of the deck, if I'm not mistaken.
6 credits worth of daily casts.
Those are definitely going to tick down. We have the border control in hand. That's going on the remote server. Again, that should be known.
R.I.P. Botulus.
Groenkaaf didn't really shuffle his hand there. I think if Bridgeman was following that, I think that's what you guess anyways, and that's the Managarm that also came off the top of the deck, if you've been tracking.
Yep, Managarm is one of only 2 upgrades in the deck. The other is Tranquility. Given that you've seen a Managarm, it should be a pretty safe bet that that's the one that went into the remote.
And no Mavirus in this list, which means Bridgeman can access wantonly. Can just, how much money is on that Fermenter?
That is now 14 credits.
14 credits. Click for 14 credits. And if you're just trying to tax out the runner from running their remote server, 14 credits is going to help.
If I were playing in the top 16 of Worlds, I would simply click for 14 credits.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to. That's the wild thing, right? Also, now R&D, the top is unknown. So whether we want to go for the Stargate here, Bridgeman has been dispersing his Stargates to retain full Stargate lock. So once every 2 turns is largely what happens depending on draw. So we'll see Bridgeman here can find the winning agenda on the top of the deck and can still Mad Dash in. Unless that's a border control specifically on server on R&D, the innermost, which I don't think that's where the first border control would go here. I think we're going for the Stargate. So this could easily be the last run. It's a Fairchild 3.
Fairchild 3. That's not even that punishing. It's one of the most punishing ice in the game, and it is just not punishing enough.
And that's 6 credits rezzed. Again, we're going to go through that, pay 3 more credits, or trash one of your installed cards. You could always, feed maybe the Paladin Puemo.
You could. Paladin, yeah.
Even your breakers, yeah, there you go.
Oh, no,
There's
not
no
my
mark
Black
lockdown.
Orchestra.
It costs the same. So we're going to see 3 on top. If there's an agenda in the top 2 cards, that is game.
Well, Vitruvius counter, so...
Oh, no, but you leave it on top of R&D, right?
Oh, in the top 2 cards, you said,
Yeah.
yes.
Nothing.
Nothing.
A Tranquility home grid. A
Seems
second
like the right
regolith,
time to mill a border control.
and the border control is going to hit the bin. That's the 1 of 2 again. We know the second one is on the top of the remote server.
This seems like such a tough spot for PD. What do you think PD needs to do to actually get back in this game? How can Rob win from here?
Rob is a lower seed than Bridgeman, right?
Correct.
So I think one of the lines is Rob needs to somehow break the Stargate lock. Again, the timing is not exactly accurate. I think we might be like 3 minutes too long on our timer. Apologies, our timer is never going to line up, unfortunately. There's a chance you could always just like fast events out, but at that point, right, like the Stargate with click for 14 like we see there, like Bridgeman can always threaten Stargate into Mad Dash. Literally, you don't even need it to win on time. So I think Rob needs to I don't know, border control Manic Arm on the remote server is definitely not enough with just a magnet. Rob needs to find good ice. I don't think there's enough time in the round. Deuce is wild. How many credits up there? The shinies.
Oh, Botulus.
On the Fairchild 3, and you loved it. This is so important to this Hoshiko list. The Botulus is like that grease that helps you with the 3 cost, the 3 res, what's it called? The 3 res, the 3
subroutine ice.
Thank you.
Yeah, right, because you only have to spend 2 boat counters, you Botulus through the other subroutine, and boom, that's gravy.
And you saw this at Euro Africa as the finals that Bridgeman won. So much of the game was this joust to try and deal and Stargate away the magnets at all costs. Because once the magnets are rezzed, you're free reign to make sure that your boat and the balls just can. I'm not going to say invalidate. It's technically true. You still have to worry about resources, but it's so much better than dealing with the way that they want you to.
It's a lot less valid than it used to be. I don't know if it's invalid, but it's a lot less valid than it used to be.
Regolith taking away there. Again, Groenkaaf, I believe, drew the second Regolith. 3rd ice there on the outside of R&D. I think Onsell 1.0 would be the best thing, but any ice that's rezzed is threatened by the Hippo. And we still have access to all our breakers in the bin. So Bridgeman, to some extent, click for cards. It's
that
not
is
drafter.
Eli. Or drafter?
Yeah, it's a drafter.
Yeah, that's a drafter.
So we're going to go through that Hippo it, remove that from the game.
RIP. Drafter.
I think he's realizing he needs the RFG one.
Drafter has left the building.
Oh
is
no,
this,
is he MK Ultring instead?
Oh, is this a Botulus?
Oh, firstly, okay, so they missed the Botulus trigger at the top of the
Botulus trigger.
We don't have simul chips, so the Botulus aren't going to be coming back. I think here Bridgeman needs to decide whether he's going to use the boat or whether he's going to install the MK Ultra and break this for 5. I think that's totally fair. We're going to go for 5. In terms of MU, we're on 1, 2, 3, 4. We're totally good. We have 6 MU to work with. That's going to be removed from game.
Drafter has left the building.
It looks like we did miss the Botulus token.
Yeah. Admittedly, the Botulus, you don't have to tick it up that quickly. You really the 1 per turn is what you want from Botulus.
It's
so
good enough.
It's good enough to only have the 1 here.
Yeah. You like to hit all your triggers, and I think this is this the first time that Hoshiko has not been digital for a while? Installing the Black Orchestra?
Yeah.
Getting it installed, we're breaking through that. Boat. Going to use the Botulus counter. Successful run here is going to mean we're not going to flip because Hoshiko didn't access a card, but again, this could be it. You see an agenda on the top of the deck. DreamNet first, again. Bridgeman on top of the triggers now. Rashida.
Still no agendas.
Tranquility Hedge Fund. Nothing there on the top. And that means Rob can't draw into agendas either.
Correct. Yeah, and Rashida goes. That's one of the few ways to break Stargate lock.
Yeah. So Tranquility Hedge Fund, not what Rob needs here. Again, the credits haven't been there, but Bridgeman's doing great on time. Time is going to be called really soon.
Yeah, time is going to be very soon. And yeah, I just... Groenkaaf, because Groenkaaf is the lower seed...
I'm going to double check that.
Bridgeman was the king of Swiss. Bridgeman was top after Swiss. So Groenkaaf has to be the lower seed. So Groenkaaf needs to get to 5 points to win on time. And I just don't see how that happens right now.
I think he's just going to draw. Spin Doctor helps you. Again, that's the first unknown card. Spin Doctor table means that Groenkaaf can draw and maybe at the top of the deck.
You need to find both 3/2s and score them.
You can find a food. And you can Biotic Audacity of food. No, you can't. You can Biotic Audacity of 4 too. You can do Biotic with Vitruvius, but you need an immense amount of money.
Yeah.
The money's not there yet.
And there's only 1 Biotic, so you would have to use the Vitruvius counter for it, which you actually would have. But yeah, that's 11 credits you need to do that because you have to Biotic, and advance 3 times.
I think that's Rob's only out here. And with the Spin Doctor on the table, again, I think Bridgeman's going to respect that before we see the Stargate. Maybe you think that's the Regolith. I think that would be not the great play. That doesn't help Rob really win. So I think you're going to expect the Spin Doctor. Conversation
Seeing
here on
some
top of the
discussion
table.
on the table.
We have the daily cast ticking in again. Look at the runner board state. The amount of stuff working for you. All this stuff is so synergistic. Hoshiko was meant to flip by the... Oh, no. Hoshiko didn't access. That's just the time. I think time was called.
Time was called. Yeah. Groenkaaf doesn't have enough time to win.
And I think that's it. If you look at the deck, where are the agendas?
It's over, right? Because Bridgeman could click for 4 and Groenkaaf can't get to 5.
Yeah. All the agendas clumped at the bottom. There's 2 into 3 stuck together in the bottom 5 cards. And that's going to be it. Unfortunately,
so Bridgeman continuing on. Groenkaaf making the top 8 here at Worlds. Fantastic run by Groenkaaf.
Fantastic. Yeah. Oh, the Vitruviuses were... Oh, no. Those are the ones that were scored, but almost all the agendas clumped there at the bottom. Rob just could not draw into agendas. Even if he had all the time, and yeah, Bridgeman clicked for credits, I don't think he could have won.
No.
Just because, unfortunately, the way the deck laid. But that's it for Rob. Groenkaaf then again, yeah,
amazing
as you
run,
said,
though.
top 8. Fantastic run there. Part of the Snare Bears. Bridgeman still on his final life here. That was this is the lower brackets. We're going to be going on. I'm not sure what table we're going to see, but we're either going to say the winner semis or the winner finals or the lower quarters.
The winner finals actually just happened. So
right. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should be seeing the lower quarterfinals, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's give time for the results to happen. Give time for take a quick break.
Yes, so on that note, we will be throwing to a break. We'll be back again. We only have about 3 to 4 rounds left, if I'm not mistaken, until we have a World Championship. First Netrunner in-person World Championship in so many years. It's so good to be back at an event like this, let alone very happy that it's here in Canada. Thanks so much for watching. My name is Andrej.
My name is Neuropantser.
And don't go anywhere because we have a couple more rounds of Standard, and we'll also see the first start of World Championship. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello and welcome back to the World Standard 2022 World Netrunner Championship. My name is Andrej. I'm joined by Pants. How's it going, Pants?
Doing great.
We are mostly through our top 16. We are down to, I think, only 6 players left. If we check out the bracket real quick, we can give you a recap of what happened off screen. Firstly, at the upper brackets, we had Sokka versus Sam S, and Sokka is now entirely undefeated.
Undefeated in the top 16, correct.
Yeah, so that
not
means
undefeated in the entire event, but undefeated today.
Course. In fact, I think we've seen Sokka lose more games than win on camera.
That's
correct. That catches up with him, and I think he's on track to make that an upset. Now, Sam is not out of the tournament. Sam is now on lower brackets. Again, this is double elimination. Does that mean Sokka's locked into the finals?
Sokka is locked into the grand finals and has a game to give in them.
Okay, and that is a big deal for us Canadians here, hoping a Canadian can take the World Championship. I'm not biased here. And then on our lower tables, these are the matches we're going to be seeing today. So there's 2 really good matchups. We're going to be looking at the top one there. That is bblum versus Skry. bblum's deck, specifically very notable. The only Wayland in the top,
definitely the top 16. There was at least one in the tie breaks, right?
I don't even know.
Oh, no, not in the tie breaks. Lost a 2-for-1 in the last round to get to the tie breaks.
Yeah, so that is our Wayland. That's Op, and bblum has been playing Op in the Continental season. I know they were saying that they can't exactly figure the deck out and they want to do some tweaks, so I'm very excited to see what that is. And that's the match we're going to see here between bblum and Skry. Now, on the lower side of lower brackets, that's Whiteblade versus Bridgeman. We just saw Bridgeman survive through a round, and I think Whiteblade's going to be corping in that one. That's a matchup we also want to see at stream sometime soon, because that's our Tag Me runner. I wonder how much NBN is still left
Whiteblade
here.
is corping, so we don't get to see that. So if Whiteblade wins here, there's a decent chance we'll see the Tag Me runner next.
I'm such a big fan of watching these op lists, so we're going to jump to the table and we're going to try and figure out what this is going to look like here.
I'd like to start by calling out bblum's corp list name. So bblum has named this op list Shaper Bullshit.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So this is on Oaktown's Atlas, Above the Law, and Azief Protocol.
Hostile
and some
takeovers.
hostiles.
Those are interesting. You don't always see them, and I think that's a start that we're going to understand that this is not like a Bridgeman op list that you saw through Continentals. It's not about mashing out a bunch of assets that get incidental op value. This is going to be a bit more about scoring out a remote server or going very fast.
Yeah. The asset suite, so obviously you see Freedom on the other side. You say, oh no, all of these assets go down for cheap. The asset suite's actually pretty light. It's Spin Doctors, it's NGO Fronts, it's Wall to Walls, and it's Rashidas.
This is going to be really fun. So you want to look at the list and you want to figure out what the op tricks are here, and we're doing the Mavirus into Managarm into Formicary. So this is an interaction that catches a lot of people by surprise. Managarm Skunkworks is a 2 res cost. Let's talk about op really quickly. A new corporation, a Wayland corporation that showed up here in Midnight Sun, and its text box is really quite long. What it says is the first time a turn, or once per turn, excuse me, that you trash a card, a corporation card not by installation, you can go search your deck for a card with a cost 1 less than the card was just trashed. You can res, you have to res and install a card. for free, ignoring all credit costs. Now, the idea is there that you can trash something like a Formicary that's a 3 credit res. You can trash an instant speed to go get a 2-coster from your deck. So that can become a Mana Garment instant speed. You also, of course, have border control in the format, a 4-cost barrier with a really, really powerful ability to be trashed during a run on that server to just straight end the run, regardless of icebreakers. And that becomes a 3-coster. And you're seeing in the list a lot of very interesting breakpoints. We're seeing an Owl as just have a 2-cost sentry in it. We're seeing the Formicary, which on its own are 2-cost sentries, but the interaction with that and Mana Garment, I'm going to see if we see it. I'll be excited if we see it, and I'm pretty sure we will, because that makes you spend 10 credits or end the run.
And one of the really important cards that actually lets you get some of these toolboxy tricks, really is what this is. One of the cards that lets those happen is Extract. There are 3 copies of Extract in this Wayland list.
Yeah, some of the lists you're seeing either Svigator or you're seeing Extract. This is an Extract list.
Thank you, Ben, showing the
Going
hand.
for the mulligan there, showing it to the camera. Appreciate that. Now, Skry on the other side of the table. This is the Freedom Kamalo. This is the Snare Bear's Freedom, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. So this Freedom is on 2 copies of Endurance. Let me look through the whole thing. So this is on Zeros. We're on Black Orchestras. We're on MK Ultras. We're on Paperclips. Yusuf as another Fractor. Fermenter as Econ. Stargate as a WinCon. I see DreamNet. So there are Deuces and there are Pinhole Threading. Those are the influence other than the Endurance. Deuces and Pinhole Threading.
I'm not sure the name, but we did see this on table before playing against the Acme, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a very powerful list. And if you ask me, if I was playing an op list, if I was playing Acid op and I was sitting across from Freedom, especially sort of that Bridgeman list that's running a lot of 2-cost, 1-cost, 0-cost for that op value chain, I'd be really scared of Freedom. Again, Freedom's ability is also a pretty new one. It's a long enough text box. And it says that once per turn when you access a card, you can spend virus counters equal to that card's res or play cost to just trash it. So that allows you to trash all the 0-cost cards you're accessing in the format, and there's a lot, especially all the NBN decks, all the fast events decks, the Audacities, just trashing Rashida sometimes to save a credit. Like, there's so much value built into this ability, and we're seeing more aggressive run-based runners.
Let's go ahead and see how this starts out. So bblum, 5 cards in hand, 5 credits, on a mulligan.
In terms of fast events, is this having a Bass? I don't think it has a Bass. It probably has Audacity. It has 2 Audacity.
It has 2 Audacities and a bunch of 3-2s.
And we're going to start there with a hostile takeover. Install advance gives you 7 credits, but a bad publicity to the runner. That bad publicity it means that you want the game to be closer or to end sooner than later. That's a lot of value. Let's see if Skry is popping that during a run or not to get the bad publicity. Generally, you don't need it. A lot of your installables here with the Gachapon, you can install for free. So we're seeing the DreamNet come down virtual for 1 credit. Going to set up Freedom to get that run engine. Other cards we see there, I believe that is the Mystic Miami, a Sure Gamble, a Steelskin Scarring, a Botchless, and a Deuces Wild. We have to remove 2 of these from the game. It looks like the Steelskin might be the start.
Yeah, and against one interesting thing about this being the cut is in Swiss, if you're against op, you might be afraid to run in situations like this because you're afraid of hitting, I don't know, maybe a hard-hitting news, maybe an economic warfare. You know that bblum is not on any of those cards. You know that they are not going to kill you. Ben famously always puts kill decks in their or kill cards in their green decks. As always, no actual kill threat here. It's all about rushing and scoring out quickly.
So Skry shuffling some cards back in there. In terms of the multi-axes and the Freedom, we are on some Stargates. If that comes down, you sometimes have some flexibility with op if you have a 1-cost res. I don't know if there's a lot of 1-costers in this list. You could extract for a Spin Doctor in a Panic. But a fair bit of ice, just that it's very small ice generally. I don't think I think the upper end here we're going to see is Envelopment for 5 credits. Dirty Laundry, we're going to hit a Central Server.
And the DreamNet as well.
HQ, we're going to get that card draw. Going to get 5 credits after the run. We're going to get an access here again. This was a mulligan, so there might just be some agendas in here. It's not always the prettiest hand, but just a hedge fund to start. Hedge fund. Gaining 3 credits. DreamNet for the card draw.
Yeah, interesting that DreamNet, obviously, Freedom is not a virtual identity ever. Yeah. Much less currently. So it is purely just for card draw.
It's just John Massanori of yore, but better. Cost more credit. No downside.
Yeah, you can't get tagged from it, which John Mass was always a bit of a liability, so that's nice to know.
Black Orchestra getting hit there by that 0 again. The card draw, not exactly card advantage, but a lot of your breakers are redundant. They fire from the bin. You have Steelskin Scarring. 0's getting a lot more attractive recently. There we have in the hand. I believe that's a Pinhole Threading. Actually can matter in this matchup. You're not going to be able to ice up everything. Yeah. So you sometimes can pull down the mana cards.
Here's Install Advance.
In terms of Install Advanced threats, it looks like an Audacity. I think we're Oaktowns if we're looking for normal 4-2s.
Except Oaktown would be face up, so my guess is this is probably an Atlas.
Yeah, that's what it looks
Atlas
like.
for a counter is what this looks like.
Hippo on the table. We'll see if there's an endurance from hand, but we're getting that installed. Hippo, mind you, so important today. Zero going to hit a card from the hand. That's a steel skin. That's draw 5.
The steel skin.
Ben regretting that.
Oh,
Drawing into 5
no.
cards here. We might see the hard cast of the paperclip to run the remote server again. MK Ultra is not the breaker you're expecting. You can just do paperclip, run the remote, use that bad publicity. Gachapon 2. You could doing that during a run. Tracking the clicks here. I think we're on 3. Hippo install. Gachapon install 0. Seeing here, we see there's a Stargate, a Gatekeeper, the MK Ultra. That's all our breakers we've seen so far. And just going to install the Stargate
has entered the conversation
for 2 credits. Going to get the MK Ultra back in the deck, I imagine. A Hippo back in the deck,
so
and a Moshing.
It is currently 1-0, but it might not stay 1-0 much longer.
We'll see here. bblum can score that Atlas, but at the threat of the Stargate hitting the table. This will get the DreamNet draw. We'll see here, shuffling up. We'll see if we get the Stargate off this turn again. That's a once per turn clause. You definitely want to get that pressure in if you can. And we haven't got that DreamNet yet so far. So bblum can score that Atlas. That Atlas still is worth a lot. Once you get that score, that means you can always pull a 3-2 agenda from your deck, and you can always pull even above the law if you want to fast advance that out to trash the DreamNet. But off the top of the deck, we see a wall-to-wall and 2 barriers. That's an envelopment, the op-specific barrier, and the border control. Probably one of the best barriers in this list.
One of the strongest cards in the entire format, I think.
I love that. Face-up cards on top of the deck. Oh, I wish you could do that legally.
Yeah.
And we're going to go for a triple advance here, if I'm not mistaken. Atlas with the counter is my bet.
Atlas with a counter. There you go. The old Atlas art.
Love it.
The boardroom.
Yeah. So this card, if you over advance it, it's a 3-2 agenda. So we're on 3 points here. But if you over advance that, you get an agenda counter. That agenda counter, you can use that instant speed to pull any card from your deck, add it to your hand. You do have to reveal it to your opponent. There's going to be some transparency there. Wayland has the transparency theme.
This is the third Gachapon, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Gachapon, not a card that's guaranteed to hit. So
yeah, in these lists, there's a lot of good targets there. We're looking at the Yusuf. Again, that's a Fractor that gets a virus counter every time you make a successful run. So much of the decks, the Anarch decks we're seeing today, are all about making all the successful runs.
Fermenter is gone.
And that is our first virus card we're going to see. So everyone gets a virus counter. And again, Freedom can use those virus counters to trash things. So even if you hit on Audacity in hand, that goes down for free. And that is one of the few ways that a runner in this game can interact with that card, barring Claude.
Yeah, with the Yusuf on the table, things suddenly get extremely difficult for bblum, I think. They are in a bad position because Freedom can just build up these virus counters by running, which is what Freedom already wants to do, and nothing is safe. There is no ice protecting any centrals at the moment.
So see if the Endurance shows up at some point too. That is our Zero getting triggered. Going to hit a Hippo there.
That's a good hit if you're bblum.
I'm going to draw 2 cards, getting credit. Drawing into Paladin Pokemon.
Sure
There's the
the
Endurance. Now the money is not there. Only 6 credits and bad publicity. We're going to go for that Stargate top of the deck. We know 2 of them. That's a Magnet and another border control. So just 3 ice.
That, in many ways, that's good news for Ben. They really want to get ice and start icing up these centrals. Unfortunately, losing 2 of the best ice in the entire list. These
that's hard.
Border controls.
No Spin Doctor just used yet. The issue too here is if you want to very aggressively use the Atlas to get an agenda to fast events, it shuffles the deck. So now you break the lock from the Stargate, and so if Skry goes back to next turn, that's actually 3 new cards instead of just 2.
That's correct.
So Skry thinking here again, a whole mid of cards. Going to have to discard one likely. I'm not sure what click we're on here. Maybe 1 more.
Could also Moshing, potentially. Moshing net loses you a card. Obviously, you get the filtration and you get the money.
Yeah, it's so much more about finding the things you need more than is the value. But Paladin Pump is going to come down.
Paladin comes down.
That
is the new Cat Shen Paladin art. Paladin will tick up with credits at the start of turn and also whenever you steal an agenda. And you can use those credits to install cards.
Now, if the Endurance comes down, the MU is actually fully used. That's 4 influence of MU. So you're not going to see Botulus unless Skry has to make a decision on what to trash. So the Endurance might have to come down. You can't get the Paperclip or the Black Orchestra. This list is not on Plongi. We saw some old Freedom competitive decks that were playing that, but this is all about having the power of the Endurance on that. You can see Ben's hand there. They do have a Rashida.
Yeah.
Envelopment for the remote server does tax out the Yusuf pretty compellingly. On top of that, it does deal with Endurance if that does come down again. You have 5 Subroutines, 4 of them ending the run.
Rashida Hedge Ice. That seems right. You really want to start actually shutting off this Stargate, and you actually want to have money to do that. Interesting. Oh, Pinhole Threading. That's going to take care of the Rashida.
Pinhole threading allows you to access a card in any server. You're getting your run triggers.
Yep,
So Rashida's going to go
trashed.
down for 0 virus counters. Again,
And
0
bad
is
pub.
any number.
Actually, just
just
pub.
use your
Don't
bad
even
pub.
need to use
Yeah,
the zero.
that's totally true.
The downsides of the hostile. So this is a deuces first mode.
Probably want to get some card draw here. The expose is not too relevant when you have endurance
Yeah,
in hand.
gonna draw.
Again, none of the ice face checks are really mean.
Gonna
there we
expose
do.
just to know what it is. That is the third border
Oh,
control.
Ben, they found the last
And
border
gonna
control.
run for value. So that is another virus counter.
Border control, another really good card to deal with endurance. We're going to access here.
Agreed. Yeah, border control, one of the few ways that you can actually deal with endurance. The way you deal with it, you force... sorry, I'm going to pause here. We have a wall-to-wall access. This might be one counter off Yusuf to trash.
We're actually going to spend the
actually,
bad pub.
just bad pub.
I don't know if Skry's used the ability yet. Maybe waiting to hit on Audacity.
That could be the case.
Moshing, you're going to trash 3 here, draw 3, gain 3 credits. That's a 0.
A 0.
Another Stargate's an option, and a Yusuf's option. I don't know if you need to show 2 endurance. As soon as you show an endurance, it's obvious to Ben that you have an endurance in hand.
That's correct.
So there's no way you throw that endurance. Actually, maybe on this credit state, you could see that
I
as
think
being
it's
a bit
okay.
more reasonable.
What's Ben going to do knowing that you have an endurance?
Oh, yeah. Use border control, I guess. Drawing 3 there. I think that's the last hippo. Another pinhole threading. And we're going to crack into HQ there. I think there's a Rashida left and a hedge fund. Even or odd, we're going to see that hedge fund there.
That is the hedge fund. So we're starting to see the game state where Freedom just runs rampant and is able to trash anything and everything. Tough state to be in if you are the Corp.
Oh, that pinhole threading is going to crack into that Rashida too, and bblum's going to be left with
Yeah.
nothing in hand. So
Ugh.
see if we make the call here. It could look like an agenda, but we do know that's the magnet off the top of the deck. Again, Skry saw all that through the Stargate. I wonder if you want to force a Stargate here. We're not playing Stavka. We're not playing anything that trashes programs, right? I think the Owl. Oh, no, we have one
Extract.
stopper.
Extract is something that trashes programs. Or sorry, programs. You said, not ice.
Yes.
Owl doesn't trash ice. In fact, it's actually better than trashing ice. It puts it on the bottom of the stack.
So we'll see if that connects again. I don't know if it's just Icebreakers. This deck is also on 2 copies of Special Offer.
Yeah.
Kind of fun. So it's a card you res for 1, gain 4 credits off of it, and then it becomes a 0 cost because it trashes itself. So you can get a Rashida or a Spin Doctor. That's
Yep.
a lot of value in a single card. I think it's
Spin
only 2
Doctor's pretty good.
influence.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, special offer only 2 influence each. So a very cool tool out of the SOP list.
Credit to Sure Gamble, and there we go. The pinhole threading onto Archives.
Definitely hate to see that if you're Ben.
Yusuf gets a counter. Dreamnet gets a card. So much value here, and that's a Rashida. That's going to go down for
Trashed.
bad publicity.
Yeah, it is tough to lose those. Those pinhole threadings came right on time for those Rashidas.
Yeah, that was the best thing that Ben could have gotten their most over there. They're
Yeah,
going to draw
the best
up.
answer to it.
Again, that is a Spin Doctor.
Spin
Now we've
Doctor to
broken
draw.
lock. We've drawn into another Spin Doctor, it looks like.
And another draw.
That's a Forma Carry. Looks like a bright yellow card there. Maybe that's just the reflection off their shirt.
One more click. That is going to be Spin Doctor, I believe, jammed in the remote. Unless Spin Doctor considering jamming in the remote.
And there's a
That's
Forma
going to
Carry.
be Forma Carry onto
Okay,
HQ.
so we have to talk about Forma Carry. Forma Carry
Yes,
is
we
the
do.
only ice in the game that does this. You res it for 2 cost, I think 2 strength, and it says 1 single subroutine. The runner either suffers 2 meat damage or end the run. So it gives a choice, and that's something a lot of Netrunner players don't appreciate, or they kind of shy away from that. Our boat's coming down.
Yeah,
mind you.
the Punisher cards, as they're called.
Yes. But the big thing with this card specifically is that you can move it. When the runner approaches a server, right when they're about to see what's in the remote server, you can res the Forma Carry, move it to that server, and then they're forced to approach the Forma Carry, or encounter the Forma Carry, excuse me. Which means...
Spin Doctor, that's actually, Spin Doctor shuffling back border control and border control. That matters because now they are in the deck so that you can opt for them.
Yes, the envelopment becomes so much better. Just getting the forecasted in there, because I think every border control now is known where it is, 2 in the deck, 1 on
Correct.
the table. So the idea with the Forma Carry is if you run into the Mana Garden, you have to pay 5 credits or end the run. Sorry, 5 credits or 2 clicks or end the run, and then the Forma Carry can get res. You can trigger your when you breach triggers, and then from that point you have to deal with the Forma Carry, and then you're approaching the server again. So that can suddenly be 10 credits, and that's something a lot of players might not expect. Cracking here into HQ. The chop there. Let's see if we res the Forma Carry again. A lot of times the Forma Carry is better spent unresed.
Yeah. Yeah, it is usually much better as a surprise bounce. I think the way that we actually had Ben on the Slums cast shortly before Worlds to talk about Worlds predictions, and the way that Ben worded it was, Forma Carry is part of your win condition that is shaped like ice. It
Yes.
isn't. It is not ice. It is shaped like ice, but it's part of your win condition because it does mean if you get a Manic Arm down, you do get that re-trigger with Formicary, and you can bluff it as an ice that you actually want to res somewhere else between now and then.
Yeah, it's a really hard thing to play around. Suddenly understand, like there could just be an ice where you think there's not. A lot of players don't expect that. Again, it's a very niche card. This almost no play to date, and then that's kind of getting gumming up the works there. Looks like we lost a sleeve there. bblum as a pro
Oh no!
brought an X-ray, be able to replace that, do the surgery on the spot. You love that. Otherwise, you have to go re-sleeve your whole deck. A bit of a nightmare.
Hate to see that. Yeah.
So we'll see here. Skry did crack into the Spin Doctor. Now we're running HQ. We're actually going to res it. 2 to res. Now, Skry could spend the boat counters, or Skry here could just end the run. Taking 2 meat damage is actually not the worst. If you look at the hand, the Hippo is meaningful, but you could hit a Steel Skin Scarring if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow. So this actually is an ice. It's not shaped like an ice. It actually is one.
There's a question here. Losing a Stargate doesn't matter. Losing the Hippo, that would be impactful.
It would.
So we're going to Hippo that. We're going to boat that
Yep.
again. Once
Hippo
it's res,
boat.
it doesn't do much. You can extract it for a 1 cost.
In many ways, that's the best case for bblum, right? That Hippo's
I
going to
think
get
so.
something. It might as well get one of your worst dice once it's rezzed.
2 cards here. I think one of them is the Spin Doctor. That
It's
is the
the
Spin
Spin
Doctor. There's
Doctor.
no way
That's
that's
impactful.
staying. Bad publicity in 1. You could have spent 0 virus counters, excuse me.
And that shows why the Formicary got rezzed. You wanted to protect
Yes.
that Spin Doctor. That's the extract we were talking about.
Now, extract on this board state, while you can trash that with freedom if you want to, and it looks like we are,
Yeah.
it's only
Just-
really good if you're trashing a rezzed card usually. Otherwise, it's a
Yeah.
6 credit econ card. If you trash one of your unrezzed, you don't use the op ability. Op needs rezzed cards. And bblum now is stuck in a really awkward situation.
Yeah,
Drawing an development, drawing an NGO.
And for that exact reason, you might ask, why did Skry trash that extract? It's not doing much right now. The answer is, well, it will eventually do something, but more importantly, this means that whatever bblum draws is just going to stick in HQ if it's not something that can get played immediately. It just means, like, if agendas pile up in HQ, they are going to be so easy to find.
There's the final Hippo. It's an NGO on the remote server. I love this play. And it looks like
Oh, a
whatever
Hippo.
Ben drew, they would have to jam into the remote server. We're Hippoing that
And that's the
magnet.
border control.
So we break
And
that
yep,
with Yusuf.
that's just a couple counters on Yusuf.
And Ben's not going to use that again. That's 5 credits
All
there
right,
on the NGO, front.
front.
NGO front looks like an agenda. It's not an agenda. It's a card you can advance at an instant speed. You can trash that to get money. But
Importantly, one of 2. There is one more NGO. Plays like this are still available in the future.
it's another thing you can go get with that special offer, which is really cute, right?
Yeah.
Get that, set that up for more money.
Oh, it's
in
great,
the
yeah.
future.
Yeah, if you're really low on money, that actually seems like a pretty good play. I think the ideal, what you want to get with special offer is Rashida, but one of the issues is Rashida, if there are clicks left, they can just run and trash the Rashida.
Yeah.
Less likely to do that with an NGO.
They were charging R&D. That's envelopment. Again, another kind of wall of text and a wall of end the runs as well. When res, it gets 4 power counters. Each power counter is an end the run subroutine. It loses 1 per turn, beginning of the corpse turn. However, the weird text is the last subroutine says trash this ice. And then that fires. That's not optional. So that forces you to use your op ability, and that can get you that border control. It's a really powerful ability. And the second envelopment hanging out in hand, which Skry just finds on a run.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons it was so important to shuffle back those border controls with the Spin Doctor. Now they are available if envelopment gets to fire. Now, an interesting interaction. We actually saw this on stream last one of the last rounds yesterday. Is if you force op to do something like fire a border control early in a turn, that is then the correct window to run envelopment and make it trash itself.
Yeah,
so
you
that
see
you
that
don't
forward.
get the extra op value.
Yeah, it can be pretty ugly when you lose the envelopment and it's just, a couple virus counters off the Yusuf. Again, it still is, I think, 5 strength, and we'll have 3 subroutines, so it's going to cost you a bit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
again-
envelopment is just a good ice wall. It's there, too.
Yes. Now I'm interested to see how long this is going to last before the Stargate threat is real. Again, in just a couple turns, it becomes not a nothing ice. You still might want to deal to trash this ice subroutine. Blum drawing up. I think there's an extract potentially in hand, but the remote server is not looking good. I think you might be able to Audacity out here. The problem is you have to hold the Audacity into an open HQ with freedom, and each of these draws, I imagine, is a bit of a brave card pool again, because you have an open HQ. I think that's draw 3 into an open HQ. Back to you. Sapper in hand. Whoa.
Ooh, that's sick.
Sapper in hand. One of the few ice. We saw a couple of these ice that came out in that cycle that are ice that you can encounter if you access them from central servers. Well, they do have trash costs. That means if Skry hits that Sapper there, you can trash an install program. There's a 1 in 5 here that we get sapped into the Yusuf for the Stargate.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Is there a black MK Ultra? I don't know if we've seen MK Ultra yet in the bin.
It would. I don't think it matters. MK Ultra only works if you encounter it while installed, I believe.
Oh, I don't know.
I might be wrong
I
about
don't know.
I might be wrong about that. I'm not positive.
Yeah, that was a sort of like leech versus data sucker interaction. I'm not sure what actually the text is on that one. That's it's a pretty niche interaction. We'll see here on the HQ if we find out. Again, the Sapper is the middle card. Let's see if Skry rolls a 3. Looks like a 6. Another 6.
Yeah, the
it's
3.
A 4. I think that's going to dodge it. NGO front.
NGO front, that's the bad pub.
You see the bad
Easy
pub.
to trash.
Obviously, you want that hostile on your list of bad publicity with so many trashables in the deck. You see where it can be a bit rough. Not that the Freedom couldn't trash that for free.
No, important to note, another reason that it is really important for Freedom to keep the number of cards in HQ down is this Audacity. You actually do have to have 3 cards in hand to use Audacity, because one thing that you actually could do.
Not only was there Sapper in there, I think there's an Oaktown in there. Now there's an Atlas as well. Half of the hand is agendas.
Ooh.
Now, if you get the Sapper on the table, I don't think the Sapper would fire, actually, because the boat can deal with it.
Oh, you're right. You're
right.
right.
The MK Ultra.
But that is a nice way to surprise drain boat counters, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people might not be playing into that. Again, it is open decklist at this point in the top 16, so Skry knows there's a Sapper in there. And it's just a matter of time. I do think, is that envelopment only on 1 more end the run subroutine? Maybe it's 2?
I can't quite see the die, unfortunately.
It's only a matter of time that goes down. I don't know whether you want to go through. Again, you could always go through that with Yusuf and Stargate, and then if you go back through and they trash it and get the border control, it shuffles the deck. So you have
and here's
Stargate.
the Oaktown. So
Solid advance. Oaktown.
One benefit of using the Oaktown, right, is you say, what other agendas? I got an agenda right here.
Yeah. We'll see again. You probably want to run HQ anyways, right? Because you do get your DreamNet, even if you're not running the remote server. So it's a bit hard. But Oaktown Renovation, one of the few Wayland agendas still in the standard format. It's a public agenda, so it's installed face up. And while they have massive benefits, they're very strong agendas. Again, that information is obviously going to be quite impactful. We're running here. That's a Sapper.
That is the Sapper.
So you need to boat this.
That's a reader. That's a reader.
Sapper just says trash a program. And so if you don't boat that, you still have to go through the border control. The border control is going to become a 3-coster, whether that's an Afshar or a Sandstone.
That is all the boat counters.
So it looks like this Oaktown actually might be safe.
And that's a trash, yep. So this is going to search up. I have to imagine this is going to get an Afshar because it is a code gate that can't be broken with what's currently on the board other than boat.
Asking for click select. I don't know if you've seen a Black Orchestra or any other breakers. There might be 2 cards off the table there. I think those might be the Hippos, though. They're kind of glared out on the top. I think a Black Orchestra might be there. But we'll see here with the 3-costers in a slot. That's a Sandstone.
Okay, it is a Sandstone. So not enough use of counters to get through Sandstone is what, with the amount of clicks that are left, is what this must be signaling.
I'm not sure. Maybe you can. Maybe just the thread of the Sapper. So Sandstone will be 5 strength when you interact with it, when you encounter it, because it gets a virus counter. Yusuf is 1 for 1 strength.
How many are on Yusuf right now?
3? It looks like 3.
Oh, so actually there are enough then.
I think it's just enough, but then you're threatening the Sapper. And the Sapper will take down either the Yusuf or the Stargate. So now Skry has a choice here, if I'm not mistaken. Again, apologies, the dice are a bit hard to read on our monitor. Maybe at home you have this on the big screen. Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, and obviously what Ben is threatening here is to get to 5 points. If this Oaktown is successfully defended, this is a tempo positive way. Wait, is Ben on 0 credits?
Yes.
Ben's on 0 credits. Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you have to
tough.
credit, and you can't score it out. So there's a chance that Skry doesn't have to do much here. Maybe you Audacity that out. I've never seen that happen. It's a way to score points.
It might be worth it. There is another Audacity, so you can Atlas for the other Audacity when it's time.
Yeah. It's a bit rough. We're drawing up. Not running. Again, you can run to draw 2. I guess, no, that is an HQ run. There's an Atlas in there. Finding
That's
an
the envelopment.
That was a 50-50 to find an agenda. That does give you another counter there, and we're going back through. Trashing the envelopment. We're going to get a 4-coster there. Oh, no, we've already used our op ability, so that's going to see.
Yeah, that is just the Stargate. And it is going to see an extract, a special offer,
and a special offer,
and a hostile. So hostile hits the bin.
Now Skry knows here, bblum cannot score out in the remote server unless they want to use an Audacity in there. And they only have 3 cards in hand. 2 of them are known now. Envelopment into his special offer, right?
That's correct.
Audacity, sorry, hostile takeover in the bin. That's a 1 point, just waiting there. Drawing up.
It's a draw.
Going to ice up. That's a special offer. And getting the 1 credit they can use for it. So Skry now has to figure out how they're going to deal with the remote server. Here they will have 2 boat counters. They actually can run the Oaktown.
Yeah.
This boat-on-boat action, I feel like the op ship, while it is canonically quite bigger, might actually be Struggling here. I of course don't want to ever. You never can really like count Alb out. There's always these tricks and ridiculous lines that kind of get you there. But
Yeah.
there's a special offer.
Skry's in good position right now, but you have to remember it is still it's virtually 3-1.
Yeah.
Potentially, again, if somehow this Oaktown actually gets scored, bblum's in very good position because all it takes with the Atlas counter is searching up a 3-2 and using an Audacity.
So this is really interesting. Special offer to give 4 credits is up to 5. It has 1 subroutine. It's a trap ice. It just says gain 5 credits. Costs 1 to res. Now bblum can find a 0 coster from the deck. We've seen both NGO fronts. You can get a Spin Doctor. That turns off the Stargate. That actually rescues the hostile
Spin Doctor
takeover.
seems like a really good hit, yeah.
In terms of other 0 costers in the ice, we don't have vanilla in the format anymore. There's no 0 cost ice that's really taxing. I don't think we're going to see a Rhyme in this list.
Yeah, we definitely don't. There are none in there. Interestingly, so I do have to comment on this as well. Only deck list that I have seen that this is true, bblum is using every single line on the printed deck list form. That's how much of a toolbox deck this is. That many one-ofs.
Yeah, the off power, the one-ofs that you can tutor, and there's a Spin Doctor in the remote server. That actually saves the Oaktown renovation. Over-installing on it, getting into the bin.
Yeah.
Now, we have about 10 minutes left in the round. I think Skry with a Stargate and no ice on R&D still has a chance here. But that
a very
means,
good one, I have to think.
I don't know if this is a Stargate chop or not. If it is, it's, you generally don't want to trash an agenda. You're going to get a shuffle regardless what you do here. But Blum still, they have to ice up a lot here. That freedom pressure has trashed a lot of cards. Getting the Dream Net, we're going to see 3 at the top. That's an Oaktown.
Oh, an Oaktown, a Virus, and a Forma carry.
So no matter what you do here, you're not going to be able to steal an agenda. Putting down the bin, though, means that you're probably going to get the hostile.
Yeah, right, because if bblum wants to save the other spin, then can only choose to save 1 agenda here.
Well, there's 5 points in the archives, right?
Yeah. Or
there's
3
3
points,
agendas.
right? There's 3 What's the other one?
The Oaktown that was taken out of the remote server, right?
Oh, you're right. Oh, geez.
So, Ether, I think you have to pull 4 points back and just concede a hostile, right?
Oof. Yeah, that's really that's really rough. And the last spin gone against the Stargate. Yeah, that's much worse than I thought.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Moshing. We're going to hit a Liberated Accounts. That's the altar at the top. I think, I'm not sure what the other cards were, but we're going to get 3 cards, 3 credits. Did we just draw 4 cards?
I think so.
Was there Steelskin Scarring in there?
I missed it.
There might have been
Steelskin
Steelskin in there.
Yeah, probably
that tracks. Okay. Mad Dash in hand. We're going to Mad Dash Archive. So no matter what, you're getting at least 2 points. So we're going to pop at instant speed that Spin Doctor. There's the hostile takeover paired with the power of the Mad Dash. Mad Dash, a very important card today. It says make a run for 0 cost. If you steal an agenda, get an additional point. You add the Mad Dash to the score area. If you miss, just to meat damage. Anarchs love the meat damage. And we're
It's
gonna put
very
away 4
unusual
points.
that you actually see a Spin Doctor popped on a post-Stargate run and a Mad Dash still converts.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that is really wild. Now, bblum still R&D wide open. Stargate still there. In terms of the ice, again, we haven't seen that many op triggers, but the idea with op, I think thematically, flavorfully, it's so fun. It is digging out the soil. It's digging out the world underneath it. At some point, you're left with a pile of cards in R&D that are so agenda dense, and you just run out of cards because you've extract, because you've opt, because you've border controlled, you've envelopment. Everything is gone. Top of the deck looks like it's a border control.
Oh, and that gets trashed for all of the use of counters.
And there at the top, I think we have other breakers. Those look like the set-aside bin breakers.
I think that's the whole suite, yeah.
They're a bit cleared out, but we're going to assume at this point that Skry has access to just about everything. Credits also, 13 credits and a bad publicity is going to go pretty far.
This is a really tough spot for Ben, I think, given that the Oaktown went down.
Ben now drawing an unknown card, so Rashida Yahim, something you can put in the remote server again. Sapper is just 1 NK Ultra away from being more relevant.
I think we have a winner on the other game. There's a lot of clapping happening right now.
There's an Atlas there that's been in hand for a couple turns. Dodged on the 50-50 there. Rashida, Envelopment. I think there's one other card we're not saying. I think it's Extract, right? So we know the whole hand.
Yeah.
Now, time, it's going to be coming up. It's about 5 more minutes. And I think with that Stargate pressure, I cannot imagine if Skry can deal with that uncontested. Again, if you get that Envelopment on R&D, that's all Ben's money. Maybe you could do that jam, the Rashida. That's kind of a hope.
Yeah. Yeah, they're in a tough spot here.
What happened? How do you lose a 0?
I am not sure.
Something happened, and then 0 seems to be some sort of collateral punishment. I'm not sure what happened.
What?
We'll find out at some point.
Oh, it's Paladin. Paladin's
Oh,
trashing
Paladin
because
has a
of 3
trash card
counters.
because it's full. Yeah, because
Oh,
it's
it's
stolen
because of stealing the agenda.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Paladin.
So the companions, they have to be fed. It's the only, I think, really anarch part of that design, that if they have more than 3 credits on them, Paladin demands a sacrifice. You have to trash one of your installed cards, and it seems at this point, with this few cards left in the deck, that's
here's an Audacity. So Ben able to go up to 5 points here.
Yes.
And choosing to do this while no agendas are in hand.
Yes. And especially with no spin doctors, Audacity gets so much harder to use. Audacity says, discard your hand. You need at least 3 cards, including the Audacity, to put 2 advancements on a card, putting Ben at 5 points. Now, with only 4 credits, with an open R&D, with a Stargate on the table, with no more Atlas counters, can Skry get those Stargates to convert here? Again, we're looking at global food initiatives. We're looking at Oak Towns. You're going to need at least...
no foods, actually.
Oh,
it's only 3 2s and the 1/2/1.
So there's a lot more agendas in the deck than we think there are.
Yes. Yeah, it is an 11 agenda suite.
Skry wanting to speed it up here.
With the 11 agenda suite, I will point out there are 10 3/2s.
Here we have a Stargate again. You see the Managarm. You see in the Oaktown. That's a 2/4 agenda in the middle. We're going to trash the Managarm and just run back. Special offer on the top. Pretty valuable. We're running to steal that. That's going to be more Paladin credits. Assuming we're running to come back and steal that. Trashing the Freedom.
Yep.
And that's going to be 2 more points. More money on the Paladin. It's 4-5. Again, we have about 3 minutes left in the round, maybe 4 minutes. Again, the timer's not exactly accurate. Apologies for that. We're going to drop
really
1.
Tough spot for Ben.
That's a Formicary again with the boat. Doesn't seem amazing, but you can't win. The remote server isn't going to do it. Ben has just to hold on. Hope that the majority of the agendas are in the bottom of the deck. Running into that's a Formicary. Res for 2. It's either 2 meat damage or end the run.
Just needs to be a speed bump.
Going to go through the boat. Going to get the Yusuf counter again. Dreamnet doesn't matter anymore. That's going to be fed to the Paladin soon enough. I think we might have missed that there. Paladin trashes itself. 3 cards off the top. Again, there's no more mad dashes. They're going to need 2 more axes. A virus into a 4-2 into it. That is game, if I'm not mistaken.
That is, are there enough? You can just take net here.
You can just take 4
net.
meat damage.
Yeah, you can just take. It's actually
it's
net.
Net damage.
It's net damage. It's
and
a weird
that
flip.
is it. Run
yep,
back.
And that's
run back.
Good
Skry
game, Skry. Wow.
8-5 there. And you saw the remote server jam, the disruption from Freedom, trying to have to ice up everything, that early Stargate. The remote server, still struggling always with endurance. But
the 2 pinhole threading were so huge.
Yo, they were amazing.
Ben was not able to get up and running because those Rashidas just could not fire.
Yes. And I'm a huge fan again. Ben Blum, the only Wayland in the top 16, let alone for a while if you look down at the rankings.
And
still
as you note, the only representative of precognition in this entire top 16.
It's good to see that on top tables. And Skry will make it on again. Ben Blum, that is their 2nd loss. So fantastic top 6 now
top
run?
6.
Yeah, top 6 run. And Skry's going to make it
Amazing, yeah.
Skry's now on to the lower semis?
To the lower semis, yeah. So we'll play whoever won between Bridgeman and Whiteblade.
Right. And then from that will be facing Sokka.
Yeah, so they'll be facing the winner of that game will face Sam, and then the winner of that game will face Sokka. And if they win that first game against Sokka, they will play a second game.
Okay. Hopefully y'all are doing well. We're here in the basement of the Sheridan. We're going to rip up that sleeve. In the basement of the Sheridan Hotel here in the middle of Toronto. And we are
in the stream prison.
We're in a dark tent. It's pretty nice
the
out here.
Dungeon.
Hopefully you're taking care of yourself. We're going to have a couple more rounds. We're going to throw to a quick break here. We're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes between the rounds. We'll be back in just a bit. We have maybe 4 rounds left, maybe 5 rounds until we have our first in-person world champion in what has been, it feels like a decade. It's been about 3 years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We'll be really excited to have you back.
It's been 3 years that are at least 10 years long each.
Yes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some high-stakes Netrunner. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the World 2022 Netrunner Standard Championship. My name is Andrej.
My name's Neuropantser.
And we're just going to take a quick look at the bracket. We have only 1 game going on right now, and that is the lower semifinals. That is Skry. We've seen on the stream before today, and Bridgeman as well. Both of these players have taken 1 loss so far. So whoever wins this game will go on. Whoever loses will be eliminated. Now,
That's
we're
correct.
at the top 4. So the caliber of play here, the caliber of decks is... I would not say insurmountable, but it's the closest thing to it. I'd be so intimidated to be here, and whoever beats this or whoever wins this matchup will be playing against Sam S to finally face off against Sokka.
That's correct.
And this is going to be a really notable matchup because we do get to see Bridgeman on the corpse side. This is the only identity. This was the 2nd most popular identity, I believe, in all of the Swiss rounds, but the only in the top cut. We're looking at personal evolution.
Oh, and it's look at that personal evolution art. Again, one of the beauties of in-person Netrunner, in-paper Netrunner, is seeing everyone's alt art, seeing which version of the ID they choose to put on the table. This, in my opinion, the best Jinteki Personal Evolution identity card. Just look at it if you want to know why I say that.
So I talked to Bridgeman a bit earlier today, and I asked why Bridgeman was playing Personal Evolution. Bridgeman classically has been doing really well in the competitive season with an op list, a fantastic op list. But his response was, I wanted to play an ice suite that really goofs up the Anarch Breakers. The idea here is you're going to see a lot of sentries, a lot of subroutines. I don't know whether it's Tyson San. We don't have the deck list exactly in front of us. We'll have them soon enough.
We'll have them very soon.
Yes. But you see that in hand. An opening hand has, I believe that's a wake-up call, which is 3 to 4 influence maybe. It's a big influence call.
That is a lot of influence, yeah.
A card that says...
It's actually quite interesting. So it's a Wayland card. bblum has been playing Wake-Up Call just about all season out of Wayland. Did not see it in the Wayland, the one Wayland deck in the top 16, but we do see it here in Personal Evolution. What it does require Freedom to access and trash a card, which is a thing Freedom loves to do. That's part of the ID ability. Access and trash a card, and then on the next Corp turn, can play Wake Up Call, and it forces either 4 meat damage or to trash a hardware or resource.
Yeah, I think it's non-virtual, which makes sense. It's a bat, but that's going to hit. Actually, that doesn't hit that much in the list. We're looking at only the companions and the DreamNet.
It hits
the boat. Yes, the resources.
The boat's the important thing.
Are being challenged. Now, Skry on the other side.
You wouldn't include this if the boat weren't there.
Oh yeah. That's the meta we have today.
One of the beauties of that is that the 4 meat damage is actually much more relevant for Jinteki Personal Evolution than just about any other list, because it can potentially turn Blood in the Water into a 2-1. Or sorry, a 1-2 rather.
Yes. And we've seen, I think, one PE match before. There's so many cards in Midnight Sun that came out that really bolster this ability, whether it's the Moon Pools, whether it's the Mitosises, whether it's the Blood in the Water. There's a lot that you have to play with, and we're going to see a lot of them. Regenesis also, in some matchups, can matter. Now, these Freedom lists, like a lot of the Anarch lists we saw today, I think one thing they're excited to get on the table as soon as possible is Stargate. Stargate, your multi-access, that allows you to not access cards, but trash cards. So if you're finding any of the agendas or the snares on top of the deck, you don't have to steal them if you don't want to. On top of that, you are going to have this run-based economy, so things like DreamNet are good into the matchup. It allows you to draw up, which is really important while you're running, give you that click compression, so it's harder to die to snare, harder to die to snig.
Yeah, absolutely. It's huge. We're already seeing some of that ice that messes with the Jinteki, or the Anarch Breaker suite. We're seeing, that is a... the name of that is Tithe, correct, in HQ?
Yeah, that's a
Deals 1 net damage.
And it's so good, because people are not playing Amaku anymore, so that requires 3 cards to break with MK Ultra or 2 boat counters. Either that's good.
And the net damage actually matters.
Yes.
Again, this ice is pretty much blank in just about any other ID. It matters so much for Jinteki Personal Evolution, though.
And here we're going to start. We're going to access with 3 cards in hand. It's going to be 4 cards up to that DreamNet. The first turn install for Bridgeman. Definitely not happy to see that. Freedom off the top again. We can get some trashes here. Unknown card. We're going to trash that with Freedom. That's a Spin Doctor for 0 virus counters. Card on the table. We'll see if Skry interacts with that. We're going to check it. It's a Project Kusanagi. Project Kusanagi, a 2-0 agenda. On its own has no active relevant text, but Bridgeman's playing it because it simply is just an agenda. It's just going to do 1 net damage, worth the damage when scored and stolen. Again, Personal Evolution from the original 2012 FFG course that says when an agenda is scored or stolen, do a single net damage here. And that's totally fine. Bridgeman also testing the water here. Sometimes you want to see if your opponent's going to check your face-down cards. It's usually the advanced cards that are a bit scarier on the table. Those are the ones that can threaten Cerebral Override or Urtica Cypher. That does a massive amount of damage. Let alone the core damage can stick permanently, entirely changes the narrative of the game. Bridgeman now off the top of the deck, drawing a hedge fund. There's not that much economy in this list. So happy to see that off the top. We have another Kusanagi just hitting the table. I don't know if we're going to see anything that interacts with how many agendas are in the score area.
I do see stock buyback in the list. Stock buyback does matter. In addition, interesting. So I was talking about how the meat damage from Wake Up Call matters quite a bit for Blood in the Water. There is no Blood in the Water in this list. However, Jinteki Personal Evolution, well known to just be able to score agendas off the table and kill you if you're on 1 card. So it kind of doesn't matter if it's specifically Blood in the Water.
I'm really interested to see if this is more of a Glacier list or if it's a trap list, whether this is going to be a Mitosis list. Again, we're checking that's another Kusanagi going to draw off the DreamNet.
We just got access to the lists. We just have them. There is no Mitosis in this. All of the influences on Spin Doctor, Stock Buyback, and Wake Up Call. So it's all on Econ.
That agenda suite, 11 centuries. That's exactly what Bridgeman's saying here. We're really taxing out the breakers. And this is a PE list that's running 17 16 agenda suite. We're going to get a scoring remote.
Whew.
This is actually just an incidental damage. And now, in talking about the incidental damage, a Stargate was lost off of Skry, off of stealing the first
Stargate's
Kusanagi.
one of the
So
absolute
important.
best cards against PE because you get to dodge the snares.
Yeah, a very important hit there. In terms of the freedom list, we're going to look real quickly. There's 2 Stargates, so there's one more Stargate. Otherwise, Skry has to win off single accesses, and that's very difficult here. Bridgeman, after that Spin Doctor, has a lot of cards in hand. A fair few of them are agendas. We're going to see a lot of the one-pointers, things like House of Knives. And we're going to have to make a remote server. Botulus, hitting the Tithe on HQ, a good use for it.
Yeah.
Ice on HQ, Hokusai Grid on R&D, and Bridgeman comfortable on 8 credits.
And an important card to know about in this personal evolution list, I believe we might have seen this exact list yesterday on stream, not from Bridgeman. There are 3 copies of Regenesis in this list, which can, as we know, score Obokata Project with it.
Oh, yeah.
Obokata Protocol.
We saw something like this on the top tables. That's totally true.
Yeah.
And the Regenesis were just kind of jammed out, and they did do the Regenesis thing you want to see.
Yeah.
Running R&D there, the Hokusai going to be res for 2. It just says do a net damage when the run is considered successful, so that's before accessing.
Is that 2 Kusanagi? Did I
Yes,
miss a second?
yes.
I missed
Second
a
on the
second
table.
Kusanagi.
Again, that's just Bridgeman powering up the stock buyback here. I think that's a stock buyback. Getting trash for 1 virus counter again. That's the freedom ability, allowing you to trash cards that don't have trash costs. Bridgeman would love that. That's a 5-credit econ card. Terminal ends your turn, but again, it's not like we're playing punitive. It's not like we need the money within the turn. Just at the end of the turn will do. And there you do have a wake-up call. Unfortunately, while a card was trashed, there are no non-virtual resources or hardware on the table, so that baseball bat, the home run king, is going to stay in hand.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the flavor of baseball bat being able to trash the boat. It must just be a very large bat, right?
Oh, it's huge. Or it's a lot of small bats. Now that's a hand of a Genesis. A Genesis is. It's agendas. You got the Regenesis. Drawing into an Obokata there. Bridgman's holding about 5 separate agendas in hand.
Wow.
I think it's 6.
Some of these you don't mind feeding the runner, right? You don't mind feeding the Sting necessarily.
It's not the worst, but that's a second Spin Doctor if I'm not mistaken.
Sting goes on the table.
There's a Longevity in hand, and Obokata, we're throwing out the Longevity again. That's the big.
just a naked Sting on the table.
And Skry's been checking the
You wanna run it?
cards.
You sure? You can run it. You want to?
Stings get worse again. The text on it. Well, give us a minute to figure out what it says. But we're going to shuffle those 2 cards back into the deck. Skry not getting their Dream Net draw. Probably wants to get that off the remote server, if not the top of R&D. But Hokusai Grid not getting trashed. He could have trashed that for 2 virus counters. Interestingly enough, that Fermenter there too. While it wasn't over-installed and it is going to deal with the Tithe, it is a taxing. It is 1 virus counter a turn, and that helps Skry
That's
trash
correct.
things.
Yeah. Yeah, it might honestly be correct to trash the Botulus there purely for the Freedom ID ability.
Yeah. We'll see how that matters. This deck, I don't think, has Fermenters in it, so the Botulus aren't going to come back. We're checking. That's a Sting. That's going to do 1 net damage.
There are 2 Fermenter in the
Okay.
list.
So that was 1 net damage from the Sting itself. Then it's
Oh,
going
the
to be 1 from
deuces,
Personal
RIP
Evolution.
Dan Dargenio. And there goes the Moshing as well. Moshing, not a card you really want to play against this PE list. You
No.
are giving yourself 3 hit points left, 4 hit points fewer.
And talking about cards you want to play, again, a lot of times this game comes down to hit points. So there's so many cards that Skry's going to see in their hand. Even things like Sure Gamble, cards that a lot of players might just want to stamp down and play whenever they can afford, that you're going to play, you're going to try and consider whether or not you're playing it. Because a lot of times these cards are hit points. If you need to steal Obokatas, that's 5 net damage. If you have to deal with these Anemones, you have to deal with these Hokusai Grades, that's, unconditional damage. And if you just run out of cards, you can't interact with this deck at all.
Yeah.
So a lot of times you're looking for the highest value you can get for a single card. So cards like Liberated Counts are a good example. It has a lot of money on it for a single card. Cards like Fermenter, a long enough period of time, that's enough value in a single card. So we'll see what Skry values. A lot of times just clicking for 4 cards like this can just do enough.
I have to imagine Bridgeman is looking for some ice here. It would be really good to score out a House of Knives, for instance. Or a Sting. Sting would be pretty high value to score out here as well.
And there's some big ice. 3 Anansi's in the list. Getting a Anansi and a Sting behind it, that's going to force Skry into an awkward face check. Again, Endurance doesn't deal with it. Not all of it.
It does, just not well.
Yeah, you take the 3 net damage. There's the Endurance. And that's the sort of card that you're scared to lose in your hand. It's going to help in this matchup. Again, a lot of these sentries are multiple subroutines. Sentries generally are lower strength, more subroutines. Classically, that's been the design throughout the years. That largely still rings true. And there's the MK Ultra in hand. Another, that's a killer. That if hidden the bin, you lose to net damage, you do not mind. Bridgeman drawing up into another hedge fund. Stock buyback was played last turn for massive amounts of money, and now we're at, what is that?
Yeah,
28 credits?
Many times with Personal Evolution, you wouldn't be surprised to see no ice in hand. I'm actually a little surprised given this Personal Evolution list is on 13 ice, 11 of which, as you pointed out, are sentries, the other 2 being Diviner.
Yeah, no barriers, right?
Yeah.
That's always been a weak spot in the Jinteki pool since Kakugo is gone. There's only 1 barrier, mind you, in the startup format that Jinteki can play, and people are not that excited about Ivik in Standard.
Oh, poor Ivik.
That counter is on 5.
Such good art, such
That's
high
really
res
good.
cost.
Yeah, diviner there. That's usually
That's a reader. That's a reader.
2 cost for a 3 strength code gate that says do a net damage. If you hit an odd numbered card, it will end the run. And both parts of that are pretty mean. Just the net damage on its own might you want to consider breaking it. Skry looking at their hand, seeing how many odds they have in there. Mad Dash on 0. I can't see what else. They're shuffling pretty fast. MK Ultra on 2, so it's just the net damage largely here. And we're through Dream Down on the draw. Axis here. We have a hand of almost entirely agendas. A huge flood, putting them on the table. 5.
Flood of agendas. And
That's
one
a
of them-
Regenesis.
Yep, that's a Regenesis.
Takes
That will be 2-0.
taking Skry to 2 points again. Bridgeman's going to get that net damage in. Personal Evolution doing its work. And that's going to trash a Paladin.
Oh, the Paladin.
That's one of the cards that you would consider installing this matchup. It
Yeah.
does give you enough money throughout the game.
Yeah.
Not that you're installing that many other cards, but it is good value over time. And Fermenter, I think, is another one. Bridgeman's list, while it does have the word net damage on it, is not running any copies of Mavirus.
That's correct. Yeah, it's very expensive net damage overall, Mavirus.
Bridgeman keeps trying agendas.
Wow.
How many are in the list? 16. We've had a hand of
That's
7.
not an agenda.
No, that's not an agenda. That's a snare. Love the colors on that one. The
Oh.
altar.
It's one of my favorites.
That's the sort of thing Skry is playing around this whole game. Wants to make sure when you access, Bridgeman's easily going to have more than 4 credits. But that snare, if you hit it from anywhere besides archives, that's 3 net damage and a tag if Bridgeman can pay.
What you discard here is very difficult because you want to, like, this is now the point where you want to keep Wake Up Call in hand. Especially access the snare, trash the snare. You want to trash the snare, but then you get your boat destroyed.
It works so well to get the combination. I think there's a chance some runners might not trash snare. We're running here. Going to get that bow counter, going to get the card draw again, the run-based engine. And that is a snare installed naked. Let's go.
The snare hit. Bridgeman is a god.
Now, unfortunately, I think the snare shouldn't be trashed. Skry should know not to trash it. And you're going to leave it on the table. That is the only downside there. But that does some damage. Hit points do matter here. But you don't want to trash that. There's no reason really to. It actually makes it harder to get it back in the deck. You need an over-install with a Spin Doctor. That's not a tall ask always.
There is still a Stargate in hand.
Wait, that
Stargate
survived?
dodged. Stargate dodged that snare.
Oh, my.
That is a pro Netrunner play by that Stargate.
And I think Bridgeman understands that Skry's going to check some stuff. They've been checking every of the non-advanced cards. I don't know if install advanced events change it. This is super important. And again, open deck list with Personal Evolution, a trap deck, changes everything here. Because there's no assets that you can install advanced events.
Agreed.
All the cards are agendas. Anything that has advancements on it is an agenda. So you're going to see more plays like this where Bridgeman puts out 2 things on the table. Worst case scenario, one's a sting.
Yeah,
any
advanced card, the worst case is a Kusanagi, right? And 2 of those are already out.
That's a Rashida, though. You do get the bow counter. You do get the draw. You can trash that either for 1 credit or using your freedom.
Finds the Rashida. Have to imagine that gets trashed. You can't let that fire. Though, based on the luck this game, it might just draw 3 more agendas.
Leaving it on the table.
Leaving it on the table.
Just clicking for
Wake Up Call.
4, yes, of course, Wake Up Call. Draw 3, gain 3 again of a trash card, drawing into Snare Anemone, and that's finally ice. We're going to get a remote server push here. 3 ice, there you go. After the rain, can't rain more, all the rain is out. That's the expression.
The sun has to come eventually. When it rains, it stops. That's the expression, right?
Eventually. So we get the Nazi, we get the Anemone. There we go. We're finally going to trash the bot chest again. The virus counters were a bit of a liability there. Oh, Skry almost picking up the ice there. So we get 2 ice on the remote server again. None of this ice ends the run. There's no ice on the list besides Diviner, and that's an end the run usually.
It kind of ends
sometimes.
the run. I'd say it probably.
We're gonna need Jeff to run the numbers.
Well, we could take Skry's deck. Yeah, we need a diviner calculator.
Yeah.
Dodgepong, why didn't you build a diviner calculator for a card that hadn't come out yet?
We're gonna see the push here again. The Nancy, you generally want that on the innermost. Again, there are hippos in this list. If you can hippo a Nancy, you're almost always happy. But icing up R&D even more heavily.
Yeah.
Again, there's a Stargate somewhere, and Bridgeman knows that.
At some point, Bridgeman needs to start building a remote server to actually score out of, but I think the instinct to ice up the centrals is correct here. You are porous right now. It is so difficult to actually stop this boat value.
Chopping into HQ. It's an Anemone there. If you res that protects. I don't know if there's an Obakata in hand.
There is one. That Altart is an Obakata.
Phenomenal.
It's a really, really good Obakata Altart, too. It's one of my favorites.
That's the red one in the left?
Yeah, the second card from the left, yeah.
Oh, lovely. So we'll see here. Skry's chopping in. The anemone is an interesting thing. If you can also use that to kind of carve your hand, while it looks like you'll have to discard, I think, an agenda. I can't tell what the middle card there is. I think that's another agenda. So anemone's res. When it's res, you can discard a card from hand to do 2 damage. It's a wake-up call, right?
Yeah, the wake-up call. Could
Yeah,
wait,
we're going to set the Obokata.
am I wrong about the Obokata? Because there is a normal art Obokata in there. So what's that red card? I thought that was an Obokata.
I think that might be a House of Knives. That's the
House of Knives. You're right. Yeah, that's the
signal
House of Knives. You're right. That's the House of Knives.
Yeah. So we're going to get 2. Missing the Stargate once again. Hitting a Moshing and a Deuces Wild. 3 cards left. Going to install the MK Ultra. Break for 3 again. Not a lot of money. And we're going to access here. Bridgeman has Snare. Snare won't be lethal. You're going to draw a card as well on top of the Dream Net. So you can steal the Obokata. But that's a Hokusai. If you're accessing, actually, you don't die to Snare. Oh, we haven't even got past the Diviner.
Okay.
Oh, of course.
There's not a Hokusai there. Why would you say that?
Yeah, it's the only upgrade in the list. It's not like it's giving up any information, but it looks like we're going to end the run here. Understanding, drawing into a liberated counts, and then that's a pinhole threading. It helps you deal with the Hokusais. And actually having that Snare remote server is a detriment to some extent. Yeah. You can deal with the Hokusais, and it saves you a card. You're trading a card for a card in some ways.
Yeah. Is it cheaper? It's not actually cheaper, is it?
No, it costs
Depends
more.
what the ice is.
And then we're going to start with the remote server.
Remote and Regenesis.
I wonder if you overinstall the Snare. I don't think there's a reason to keep the Snare on the table.
I honestly would have considered overinstalling the Snare there. Yeah. You can't AgInfusion them into it.
So new remote server. I think it's a 3-1 agenda behind an anemone. Skry chopping into that. Again, we have to discard cards here, and that's actually really hard. We're holding a wake-up call, a House of Knives, an Obokata. If you res that, that's just 3 credits. We're going to go ahead and res that.
Is that the Obokata hits the bin? I think the Obokata hits the bin.
We're setting up a Regenesis here. Hitting the Stargate finally.
Ooh, hitting the Stargate. That's so huge.
So it's all by the single axes, losing a liberated counts as well. So the question is, do you access here? You're going to draw a card. There's almost not a reason not to. I'd be surprised. But now there's an Obokata in the bin behind a single ice. We're going to draw a card off the Dream Net. We're going to access here. Love for it to be Snare, but it's a Regenesis. One more Regenesis scored out. Skry going to take an additional net damage.
And that's a Fermenter hitting the bin.
3-0. That Fermenter, I think, has 2 virus counters on it. Drawing a Fermenter. And you see this so often in the play pattern against Jinteki. Run early, draw.
Yeah.
There's no blood in the water. You actually could end on low cards in hand, but that means that Bridgeman has an easier play next turn to jam an Obokata behind like an Anansi or whatever.
Remind me the exact text on pinhole threading. Do you have to run a central server with pinhole threading?
Anything.
Oh, so actually Snare makes that worse then.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good reason to overinstall it.
I don't know if snaring a Hokusai always makes sense. It does for the future. Again, you're trading a card for a card, but it allows you to make a run without having to hold 6 cards in hand to deal with.
Overinstalling shuts off that plan for Skry, I guess.
There's no reason not to.
And I think at this point, you're just going to probably overinstall it with Spin Doctor anyway.
We're cracking the Fermenter. I think that's for 6 credits. Oh, never mind. Way more than 6 credits. That's been on the table for a while. 12 credits. Man, the Fermenter's been really good.
Yeah. 1 card coming down, giving net 11 credits, I believe.
For 2 clicks, you'll take it. There you go. A second Fermenter.
Yeah, and this is what you really want against Personal Evolution. You want each of your individual cards to have a large impact. Fermenter being able to tick up for so long and give that much money means you can spend so many other clicks drawing.
Playing around the wake-up call again, not trashing Rashida. I don't think there's a worse turn 1 install for Bridgeman than Dream Net turn 1.
I think that's true.
That's so good in this matchup.
Yeah.
Drawing 3.
Saves a click every single turn.
Anansi, Spin Doctor, Kusanagi, mandatory draw into the one real 3-2 agenda Longevity Serum. Skry now largely wants to steal an Obokata.
Longevity Serum would be quite good to score. I just don't see how it happens on the current board state.
You
Probably
need
another Anansi.
But the problem is the boat's not getting taxed out. It looks like it's on at least 7 credits. We're looking at 2 dice. Maybe it's 8 power counters, not credits, excuse me. Which means that Anansis are just, it's half of that. That's still a lot. But that's hard to get a scoring window when the runner's already on 3 points.
Yeah, you probably need to weave in a snare play that is like a snare that is actually respected and run, or you need to weave in this Kusanagi or something like you need to drain the boat counter somehow, and I just don't know if I see how it happens, even if you do get the Anansi down.
Now Skry has to play control again. I don't know if we're going to see runs on central service here. And he knows that there's nothing in the remote server that's actually that scary. Again, there's no Urticas, there's no Cerebral Overriders, nothing's going to be advanced. So the worst case scenario is a Sting. So I think Skry is just going to ignore central servers. Ask how many cards are in the deck exactly. Like, we're not that far away from running out of cards. And Spin Doctors speed you up. Okay, wait, it's a bit more than I thought. It looks about like 15 cards. That's a bit fast. 18, I think.
Is this Grinder Freedom?
Yes, but for real, the freedom lists have been grinding out so many corps.
Yeah.
So you're playing an Acid Corp, I'm just going to try and not lose, and then you'll run out of win conditions. And that's a real thing I've been noticing.
Yeah.
A lot of these lists, like, the corporation has to do a lot to win. If you can stop that from happening, like, I don't know, maybe that's not really saying much, but you know what I mean? You can sit back, and Bridgeman has so much work to get to 7 points, barring a Regenesis, and I think there's only one more in the list.
Yeah, it's an interesting the corpse pivoting to plans like this. The runners can basically just not lose and then win.
Yeah,
because the corp plan is so extreme.
We're checking archives there. There is an Obicot in there. Diviner's going to be broken for 2 bow counters. I don't know if the Spin Doctor hit the table. But we want to access. That's going to be 5 net damage to steal the Obicata, putting Skry very much on game point. So there is going to be a Spin Doctor. That's in the new remote server. You have to draw 2 there first.
Yep, Spin Doctor.
Oh, Bridgeman has to draw 2 there.
Yeah, that's correct.
That has a huge impact on the game. We'll see if we get the draw there.
Yeah, draw has to come before the shuffle.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Well, that's a missed. This happens in paper. You don't always remember all of your triggers.
And there's a Sting there in the bin. Now, that is nothing in the corpse score area, so that's just going to be 2 damage. 1 from the Sting, 1 from the Person Evolution, losing a pinhole, losing a Steel Skin that actually draws cards.
Though, not sure Skry wants to actually play these cards, like draw through these cards this quickly. That might be a relatively good hit for Bridgeman, given that Skry was already above 5 cards.
And now we're checking the remote server. There's the Anansi. Again, 3 subroutines, awkward for the boat, but you want to break all of them, otherwise you're going to take 3 damage.
Yeah, you've got to break this. I don't think you want to use money to do it either.
So here, when you have extra cards in hand that you don't want to install, you do get a bit aggressive because you know you're going to discard the cards. You might as well use the hit points to get accesses.
So, okay, that was for the
Kusanagi, 1 more damage.
Anemone. Yeah, Kusanagi, a little more damage. Get the Sure Gamble out of hand. That's the last Kusanagi. No more Kusanagis to bait for Bridgeman. This does, stock buyback currently would gain. So there are 3 Kusanagis plus 4 real agendas in the score area for Bridgeman. So that's 7. So that's 7 times 3. So that's click for 20 credits.
There's not enough. I don't know. I feel
click
like Bridgeman.
For 20 credits.
Yeah.
Click for 20 credits.
You can res everything and you still have money left.
Sorry, I'm not over that. Click for 20 credits.
It's good.
Click for 20 credits. Terminal, you can only do it once a turn, but click for 20 credits.
Black Orchestra hitting the bin.
Oh, that just sounds so good.
I think we might see it. I don't know if Bridgeman needs to do it. Like, it doesn't really push towards a win condition. Again.
Yeah, but it's a click for 20 credits.
Hey, that's the longevity serum in the remote server. That is a real risk, putting Skry on game point. But there you go.
Yeah, it's a click for 20 credits.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 7?
It's 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a click for 20
go
credits.
Ahead, go ahead. It's all you. It's all you.
4 5s. Enter the score area. Your turn.
Cool. Operation Economy.
Agenda-based economy.
Now, Skry needs to consider remote server. They've only seen 1 snare so far. I believe that's a longevity serum in the remote server. Now, that helps Bridgeman get a bit more life back into the deck. It allows you to recur 3 cards, kind of like an old Spin Doctor, kind of like old Jackson Howard, kind of like a modern Spin Doctor. Skry needs to think about the remote server. I think the worst run here would be a snare. And I think Bridgeman needs to start taking risks, so the longer the game goes on. I think here's maybe a window. I think that boat only has 2 counters on it.
Yeah, actually pushing behind this becomes a little bit possible. A House of Knives might be a great jam here, just to try to actually get that down, start grinding.
Clicking for 1, clicking for 2, a 3rd click. We're going to see a 4 click. Bridgeman gets the longevity.
Sure Gamble.
There you go. Advance. That does a net damage. Gets Bridgeman on the board for 2 points and allows you to trash any amount of cards, I think, from HQ, and then shuffle 3 cards from your archives back into your deck. So we'll see if that is. Again, the snare could have gone back into the deck. I don't think it would be that impactful considering we're not running Sentinels. You have to jam the remote server.
The stock buyback's coming back. And another stock buyback. Oh, my God.
Do you want 40 more credits?
Oh, my God, yes. Who doesn't want 40 more credits?
I don't think it's going to help Bridgeman win.
It's not about winning. It's about sending a message. And the message is I have 60 credits in 3 clicks.
Oh, man, it's the NBN decks that we thought would be sending a message today, but it's now the Personal Evolution. Skry on 4 points up to 2. Again, time is about 12 minutes left in the round, I'd guess. And you need to get the bow counters. This is where it gets a bit difficult. Diviner's the easiest server to breach.
This is why I've said Anansi is maybe the best answer to boat, because it sticks around for multiple turns and always takes 4 counters.
Yeah, we'll see if we see a Hippo come down. I feel like we might have lost some to net damage. It's been a long enough game. Another piece of ice on the remote server. We'll see if we can jam in here. That is, I think, a House of Knives. And that'll be a really
that
nice
is a
score
House
here.
of
That
Knives.
loosens up Skry for any run. Again, you do get the Dream Nut to get it back. But again, when you're stealing, this is actually really important. When Skry is on game point, when you want to steal Obokata, you need to take 4 net damage.
Yeah.
However, the 5th personal evolution net damage actually doesn't fire because the game
Yeah.
is over. So Obokata now becomes a 4 credit steal instead of a 5 credit steal.
That's correct,
Or 5,
yeah.
sorry, net damage steal. So that actually is very favorable for Skry here. Not understanding how many cards they need. I think we're running.
This is the point where, okay, I know I'm memeing about click for 20 credits. Here's where the 20 credits actually do matter a little. All of this ice on centrals can get rest. It can suddenly become very expensive to get accesses in centrals. And then this remote is just still
Whoa,
gross.
this is huge. I think we're running HQ and not allowing to res the Hokusai. I think we might have missed the trigger.
Missed the window?
I think Bridgeman went to, and that can be huge. I think we missed the Dream Net too, though. Maybe not. But this could be the Oba for the win. Snare!
Snare!
Huge hit.
Oh, that's a snare!
With the Hokusai, that would have been another hit point
amazing.
there. And Skry gets to... Skry's
Bridgeman
trashing
is
that.
a god.
Are you trashing that with a
Is that
wake-up call in there?
trash? Is that a trash?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Now, you still have to access the Hokusai. I imagine Skry would want to trash it. I think Bridgeman's asking, yeah, you don't trash it.
Okay, not trashing.
I mean, that is doing a lot. Again, you almost never see that. Not trashing
Yeah.
a snare. The
Yeah.
idea here is that we have the wake-up call, a card that says if the runner has trashed a card on their last turn, something bad will happen. They're coming for the boat.
And in my opinion, this is where, now that the runner has seen the snare in hand, every time you install something on the board and it is run successfully, before they actually access, you start asking, commit to access?
Yes. No, you have to do it for everything.
Just to hammer it in. This could be the snare.
We're drawing up again. Gonna keep trying 5 cards in hand. I think there's maybe 2 Steel Skin Scarrings that are unaccounted for. Drawing into another snare here. Triple advance, House of
That
Knives.
is a House of Knives, 3 to 4.
So House of
1 net
Knives.
damage now, and is going to be 3 more net damage over time. Only
Yes.
1 per run.
But that
House
is
of Knives, such an efficient agenda for this slightly grindy plan.
Yeah, we've transitioned to Grinder, but that remote server, if it's double Anansi, that is a real problem. Skry has to worry about the credits, and if you don't want to install a lot of your economy cards, that's what happens here. Just clicking for 4, I think. Bridgeman drawing up, I think he has there the stock buyback for 20. Checking cards on deck, and again, you have to worry about Obokatas and all the snares there. It
Yeah.
looks like 9, 10, 11, 12, about a dozen cards nearly. And then I think it's 5 in hand. So 17 hit points is still a lot for how long this game is going. But
Quite
you
a
saw
bit, yeah.
Skry being very judicious with their accesses.
Yeah. Skry doing a very good job not drawing up needlessly, only drawing up when it's required, and only running. I mean, obviously we've seen a few snares hit, but those are small mistakes overall. That's more money for Bridgeman, another hedge fund coming in.
And then 20 more.
And 20 more, yes.
Now,
This is peak net runner.
Now, barring firing the snares infinitely, Bridgeman can res every single card in the deck. So I don't think money's going to matter anymore. There's no tracing here. There you go. We have a big old fermenter. Again, looking back, I think Bridgeman has more
I
cards
think
now.
15 or so.
Yeah, it seems a bit more
thanks to
than the runner.
longevity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to discard something here. We have to wake up call the double snare. Again, once you see the wake up call in archives, the deck is running multiple wake up calls. It's on 2, right? I think
It is
one
on 2.
was trashed early.
Yeah, and obviously Skry would know that. Skry still respects the wake-up call even after 1 was trashed earlier.
Okay, we're running HQ. Now the Hokusai gets rezzed. So this is huge.
Yeah.
2 of the cards in the hand are the win. 2 of the cards in the hand are snare. This is a super important access. The Dream Net trigger also, like, it gives you padding, but it also makes the game end quicker if you're running out of cards.
Yeah.
Net damage is going to hit a hippo.
It's a hippo.
Good hit.
Yeah, that is a good hit.
A 50% chance to win the game. Well, not exactly. A 40-40-10. Win the game, snare, wake up call.
Wake up call.
That's going to get freedomed.
You have
However,
to think.
if you freedom it, the second wake up call gets you.
You're right.
Not that there is 2. I think there's 1 in archives, though, so we are going to free them that freely. So now the hand is literally a 50-50 between the win and a snare.
And almost all of that money going down to trash the Hokusai.
Look at that hand. That hand is so perfectly Chideki
Yeah.
Half snares, half the win. Any run there, Bridgeman's got to play it cool. Again, playing this kind of deck in person requires a different, set of, you need a calm demeanor there.
This is so good.
And again, now Bridgeman has to push their most of it. That's the issue there with the Obokatas. It's so hard to score these out. You need to wait for the grind out because if you do install advanced events, they know what it is. Now we're running back 50-50 snare or Obokata. Skry having enough cards in hand here. We're doing damage with the House of Knives. Still 5 cards. That's more than enough. Bridgeman knows that it could be here, and Skry getting patient, knowing there's one snare in there. Oh, my God, my heart.
That's the Obokata.
Skry takes it.
Wow.
Half of the hands full of snares, and one out of every 2 times that doesn't come through. But
very carefully navigated there.
Whoa. Bridgeman, unfortunately, the only PE in the top cut. That's going to be the end of the line there. A huge competitor this year to Bridgeman with Intercontinentals wins.
Yeah, a Continentals win, an Intercontinentals win, and now a World's top 4.
Absolutely fantastically played, playing a deck just to hate out these sort of boats, these sort of MK Ultras, but unfortunately the ending there gets a bit awkward when 4 points into Skry's score here. That opening was so rough, and Skry, well played, not losing a Stargate, but still playing full control. I have no doubt there's a huge relief there not to be playing against net damage anymore, let alone to be able to go on to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and the next game will be Bridgeman versus Sam.
Yes.
Sam Swede.
Yeah, big hug there for Bridgeman. Really well played. And we are getting closer and closer to crowning a 2012 Standard World Champion.
Only
here
3
in
players
Toronto.
left.
3 players left standing. So we're going to see the loser finals in a bit. Sometimes there's a bit of a break here just so Skry can get a bit of a rest before we go smashing in straight into the lower finals. So we'll be back in just a bit. Hopefully you've been enjoying your Netrunner today. We've been here all weekend. We're going to be here for much longer tonight. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a bit with the lower finals, and then soon the finals of the 2022 World Netrunner Championship. My name is Andrej.
And my name is Neuropantser.
Thanks so much for watching. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes. See you there. Hello and welcome back to the World Standard. We're at the lower finals. We've gone through a huge day of 160 players, 7 Swiss rounds and tiebreakers, and we're now, I think, like round 7 in, and we only are left with 3 players here. If you're just tuning in, this is double-sided Swiss, and both of these players on the lower brackets. Whoever
double limb, yeah?
Double limb, excuse me, not double-sided Swiss. Whoever wins this matchup will be facing Sokka in the finals to get the title of the Netrunner 2022 World Champion. And we have a match today. Firstly, my name is Andrej from the Matchball Grid. Happy to be here on the Null Signal Twitch channel. And of course, Pants, how's your day been?
Been good. We have seen some fantastic games so far. I got very excited last round about someone hitting a snare. Someone on the cast got very excited about someone hitting a snare last round. I won't say who it was. And they have shouted loud enough that they heard it outside the booth at the tables.
That was the one comment I got. We can hear you finally, which is fantastic to know that's the only time. A snare is...
For what it's worth, all they could apparently they could hear me shouting about the snare and clapping about the click for 20 credits. That's all they could hear, so...
Fantastic. So here we see on the right, this is Sam S. Sam S was just recently dropped down to the lower brackets. This is the lower finals by Sokka himself. And Sam S is one of the, I think, the most interesting off-faction runners. This is 419, our only criminal left in the top. And the big question when you're playing against 419 is how do they spend their influence? Because there's a lot of different packages here. We're looking at, I think, 2 copies of Endurance. We're just getting the deck list right now. We'll double check. And I believe our multi-axis is a single copy of Stargate. And then we have a Ches versus support. I don't think we're on twinning on this one. I think it's a Stargate, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. This is on Stargate. Also on Cleaver. That is the remaining influence. It is on 2 copies of Endurance, 1 copy of Stargate, 1 copy of Cleaver. Cleaver, fantastic against Endless Eula. That does not really matter against this AgInfusion list, though.
No. This deck spends so many slots on being able to deal with the NBN decks that were very common within the Swiss rounds. So you're seeing, I think it's 3 copies of No Free Lunch. It has 3 copies of Citadel Sanctuary, and that's a card that on its own deals with meat damage and tags. Not something the AgInfusion is going to deal out, but more importantly allows you to play rogue trading. I don't think we're on any hot pursuits, but you do have a credit kiting, which helps you get down some of your bigger installs. Even if you get a credit kiting to save 4 credits on an Earthrise Hotel or a class deck, you're happy with it. But the higher end of this is, of course, is the 5 Influence Endurance, and we might just be on Amina. Yeah, we have 1 Amina, which is 7 cost install. Skry, for maybe like the 4th time today and maybe the 2nd time yesterday, do you want to maybe describe a bit about how the AgInfusion, the Snare Bears AgInfusion list works? Because it's strange.
Yeah, so I think there are a few building blocks of this. Building blocks, the card is not one of them. One of the building blocks is AgInfusion. The ability here allows when you approach an unresed ice, or rather when the runner approaches an unresed ice, AgInfusion can trash that ice. In return for trashing that ice, AgInfusion gets to throw the runner into a different server, immediately making them encounter the outermost ice. In this deck, what you're looking to do is throw the runner into a Loki. Loki is a 5-cost, unique, mythic Bioroid ice. And what it does is on encounter copies a different ice and gains all of those subtypes and subroutines. That doesn't sound so bad, right? All you have to do is break that.
That's
Except
fine.
there is also a copy of Trieste model Bioroids, which says you can't use runner cards to break subroutines on a given ice. So the Trieste model Bioroid says you can't break subroutines on the Loki. The Loki copies extremely nasty subroutines. So far today, we've seen Chiashi, we've seen DNA Tracker, we've seen Anansi. Yesterday, we saw Malinzi. All of those are reasonable picks, and what this AgInfusion tries to do is put the runner in a position where they can't run any server without getting thrown into the Loki and instantly losing 4 cards, 6 cards, potentially even more, and eventually they are just not able to interact because they can't run any server and they can't steal an Obokata.
It's super rough. And I think the criminal matchup is actually one of the better matchups into this. We do have the access to the Begalter, which is one of the cheaper ways to deal with some of those sentries. Again, it's the Shapers and the Anarchs that are struggling to deal with the Nazis. Mind you, once you get up, you have that Trieste model Bioroids. That is going to be a problem. Maybe you can pinhole threading one of them, but I think Skry is going to go out of the way to protect that. Opening was very aggressive here. We had a Bravado into R&D. Most of the ice in the deck is really hard, really big, really expensive, barring, I think, the 3 waves. Or 2 waves, maybe? So
Yeah,
that Bravado...
How many waves? 3 waves.
3 waves, okay.
It's your way to tutor Loki. It's your way to tutor your Punisher ice. So it makes sense that they're on 3.
So that Bravado did connect. We did get a mutual favor. Mind you, you do not have to correct your screen. A lot of the cards on Sam's side are black and white cards. It's actually a fantastic thing about Netrunner is that even in the top tables of Worlds, you are allowed to play with photocopy proxies. Even the folks here at No Signal Games will provide you with them. So the accessibility of this game is, I think, the best it's ever been.
It's the best out of any game I've ever played, right?
Yes.
I mean, Magic the Gathering. Sorry, I won't name names. You don't have to spend $200 on 20 cards in your deck. Let's just say that.
Running the top of R&D.
Oh, that is a send a message.
Send a message.
That's a pretty good trade, right? That's 3 points for Sam, but that's 12 credits for Skry.
This changes the game so much. Now the AgInfusion ability, whenever Sam runs into an unres ice, that outermost Chiashi is going to be where the AgInfusion ability routes you. And Sam, as his deck, is going to struggle to deal with that Chiashi. The Fractor in this deck is a Cleaver. Cleaver's 3 strength. To boost the strength of the Cleaver, to break a Chiashi, it's, I think, about 15 credits. It's an absurd number. It's 8 times 2, 16 plus 2. I think it's like 17 credits, 18 credits.
Sorry,
it's not going to happen.
You can't see me in the studio here, but my face says my thoughts about what Cleaver means compared to Chiashi.
So Sam has to figure out how do you get the Amakua up to 8 strength. That's not going to happen. We have an easy purge lockout here soon. So Sam is going to probably have to play control here, get economy, get some money here. Popping the no free lunch, just click for 3 credits. That's the old easy mark, and that is the endurance. That is the way that you can deal with the Chiashi. This is a photocopy, again, generally a vibrant green card. For 8 credits, that comes down with 3 power counters on it. You can use those power counters, 2 of them to break 2 subroutines.
We're so just running the Spin Doctor, I believe.
Yeah, not
Spin
popping
Doctor, Spin Doctor not popped. Makes sense. All there is right now is a hedge fund in Archives. This is a liability if the Spin Doctor stays on the table too long because, as you see, that charges up Turtle and it charges up Endurance.
And the one of in the deck, Skry has naturally drawn into Loki. That means the waves are less valuable. You do have a DNA tracker again. Even just unresed ice in this deck are really, really powerful.
That is a Hansei review. Throws a DNA tracker into Archives. As we see, like the barriers are the real Punisher here against Sam.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Punishers. Naked remote server looks kind of like a Spin Doctor. Maybe it's Rashida, but that's because it's going to be iced up.
Oh, yeah.
And now, while that could be something you could technically inside job through or maybe try and boomerang through, that's a problem when it sends you and redirects you straight into the Chiashi. Are we on boomerangs? We must be, right?
Let me look.
No.
I don't see any boomerangs.
Wild.
No boomerangs.
I don't think so.
I don't see any inside jobs either.
Cool. Falsified. We're exposing Rashida, getting that charge counter, that virus scanner, on the Amakua. That's now a 3 strength breaker that can universally break any piece of ice as long as it's 3 strength or less, 1-for-1 subroutine. But again, I think the ice in this deck, the lowest strength is probably low-key and then wave, and then it just shoots up to 5 all the way up to 8. So
yeah. Now, one thing to note about, as we noticed, it is already a little difficult for Sam to interact with the board here for the Corp, but if Sam actually gets openings to interact with what the Corp is doing, there are some powerful effects on Sam's side. There is Stargate, obviously that trashes one of the top 3 cards of R&D, leaves the other 2. And there is a Docklands pass. As we saw, I think Docklands pass would have won the game the last time we saw this AgInfusion on stream. Just would have accessed one extra card and found an agenda.
That's an Anansi. Getting
That's
a res
an Anansi.
rate, not redirecting to Chashi.
And that is all of the boat counters. Boat does get one back.
Rashida's going to go down, not Amakua getting a counter. Mind you, Amakua gets virus counters on expose or when you access a card and you do not steal or trash it. Only Loki and Biovault in hand, but Skry needs to keep on 8 credits. That's going to res you just about every ice in the deck, barring the Chiashi, but I don't know if we need to res more than one of those. AgInfusion's ability is going to be the real tax here.
Yeah, so we do see the rogue trading on the table. That does tell me that Sam is probably going to install the Citadel Sanctuary at some point. Citadel Sanctuary coming down makes rogue trading quite a good economy card.
It's slow, but I think slow is totally fine in this matchup.
Oh, slow is actually maybe good in this matchup.
Yes.
Slow but more powerful wins against a slow but powerful deck.
And there's a Citadel drawn in hand with Blueberry Diesel. Allows you to kind of get a bit of that filter draw, sort of that Class Act light.
Oh, we find the Citadel.
And here, that's 2 clicks if you want to use the rogue trading to get 6 credits. Mind you, 18 credits. I think that's the most credits on a single card on the runner side, discarding an Amakua and one more card there. AgInfusion drawing to a Biovault, and I think 2 pieces of ice, one of them being the Loki. Now, the Trieste Mono Biroids is the one card in the deck that it cannot tutor. It is the only card you have to, not randomly, but like mandatory draw or draw with a click.
It's the only one where you're truly just left up to your deck whether you find it quickly or not.
And if we want to talk about macro strategy, Sam has already defeated this AgInfusion deck once in the top cut, playing into Whiteblade. And his response is, I'm going to mill you out. So you're going to see Sam getting down the breakers, getting up the economy, forcing the corporation to use their AgInfusion ability, eat up their ice, and hopefully at that point they don't have enough time or enough cards to actually score out. Because the scoring pattern in this deck, or the scoring plan,
it's awful.
It's so arduous.
Awful.
You need to get the Trieste. You need to get double ice. You need to get the Loki rezzed in front of that. Behind it, you generally want to get an anemone from my understanding. Then you want to build a scoring remote, which should have at least 2 ice, at least one of them unrezzed, maybe 2 unrezzed, and then you start scoring behind all of that. At the same time, you need to make sure central servers are well protected. We're at a good start for that with the Chiashi res. The boat only stuck on 1 counter. Very awkward for this matchup. But it's a lot of work. And I think time has been a huge factor in this deck. I've heard from the testing of this deck, people have... They wanted to check to see whether you could play this game in 40 minutes. It turns out the rounds today are 35 minutes, and it's not a very fast matchup. And on top of that, if your opponent doesn't know the deck, they even play a bit slower just because they're trying to figure it out. So this deck can sometimes struggle to go to time.
Obviously, Sam has played against this deck. Extremely good player, understands what's going on. I still wouldn't be surprised if time is an issue, just because it creates board states that are so difficult that you need to take time to think through your plays.
Install double advance behind a Nazi.
Oh, Begalter is gigantic.
It's huge.
Begalter means getting thrown into an Anansi is no longer potentially game-ending on the spot. Chiashi is still a big problem, though.
Chiashi's a problem here. You could run the Anansi, but this does look more like a Biovault. I'd be surprised if Skry wants to jam out here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how often the AgInfusions are reading the board state and diverting, pun intended with this deck.
Oh, here's a Mad Dash.
Yeah.
Here's a Mad Dash just to try to win.
Unfortunately, that is a Biovault.
It's an NGO.
Oh, NGO front. Even worse.
Well, I honestly, I respect Sam. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it because it is better to win in 10 minutes than to grind for 35.
So with Mad Dash missing, that's going to be 1 meat damage. Sam probably installing the cards that they most need. You do get an access there even if the server has nothing installed in it. So you're going to get the boat counter. You're going to get the Amakua. It's a successful run as long as there's ice on the server.
Yeah, and Sam does only have 1 Mad Dash in the list. Yeah. So he will not be able to play that the rest of the day. Oh, and that is actually a huge hit, right? Diversion. Well,
you can't really diversion AgInfusion.
Yeah, right. Actually, that's a good point. You can't diversion AgInfusion.
It's really hard.
Even if you could, what are you gonna do? Break Chiashi?
Yeah, no, it's really hard playing any run events in this list. We're not in a meta where you're seeing things like Jailbreak or even the Old Maker's Eye. The ability here, and mind you, we are paying 1 credit every turn. 419 does provoke an expose on the first card installed a turn. Skry is going to play it slow, have the money to deal with that. Hansei is going to help. But the idea is that if you play a run event, the corporation can trash one of the unrezzed ice on the server you're running and redirect you. And so many of the good run events care about the server they're running on.
Yeah, importantly, Turtle is up on 4 counters and Boat is on 2 counters. That's because both of those trigger off, well, they don't exactly trigger off a successful run. Boat triggers off a successful run, and then Amakuba, there was a breach step, nothing was trashed, nothing was stolen, so Turtle does still get a counter on that. Turtle on 4 counters, on 5 is where things get really interesting because Anansi becomes a cheap break.
This is really fun, this black and white suite of cards there on the table.
Yeah.
So rogue trading, you take 6 credits off of it for 2 clicks, but you take a tag. And the idea with Citadel Sanctuary, it actually offers your opponent, it says trace 1, you can boost first, and if I can't match it, I will keep the tag. But the idea is that even if they boost into it, it's a very bad proposition because you keep a no free lunch on the table just as a panic button. It allows you to remove a tag at instant speed. So the second rogue trading is going to come down.
And another rogue
Classic
trading
as well. So we're going to get some burst draw here, and that's a lot of money. And Sam S just needs to get breakers and ideally disrupt that Trieste. Again, if Skry's 2 Trieste are on the bottom of the deck, Skry's going to have to be scoring behind ice the honest way.
I think, okay, so Stargate has entered the hand. Stargate is a potentially powerful way to win this game. As we saw, unlike a Diversion, which is a one-shot effect, Stargate sticking around and being a persistent card.
Trieste is in.
Trieste is in.
We're building a Trieste remote, so that's going to be something with a Loki in front of it and the Trieste behind it.
Was Loki already in hand?
Yes, from like turn 2.
Okay. So AgInfusion is threatening to go...
They're going to have
not exactly
next turn.
lethal, but...
No, next turn it's near lethal, right? Because the idea is that they have to divert power to res the Loki. Once the Loki is resed, the Trieste will be resed, and then you have the AgInfusion ability. That's the one Chesva in the list.
The Chesva is actually a very big card here. As we saw in a previous... Well...
You need to deal with the Chiashi.
The issue is the Chiashis on the central. That's such good ice placement from Skry. Chiashi on the central getting res with send a message means that the Chesva, it makes running into Loki less expensive, but running into Loki still is what it is. You can't break it. But running into actual Chiashi is still quite bad because Chesva doesn't make it cheap.
No, and I don't think there's any breaker in this deck that can make it cheap. Installing the remotes over there, paying 1 to prevent the expose. Again, the Amaku, once it gets to 5 or 6 counters, it does start to matter. 8 for the Chiashi. But here we're going to see probably a divert power because you need to get that Loki res sooner than later.
And Sam is certainly never going to run that server and allow the Loki resed.
Yeah, you don't want to. But once that Loki is resed, you have a card that can't be broken. It's not entirely necessary until you can start dealing with the Chiashi. But eventually it's going to be necessary. That's also the place where you do get those. Those are Biovaults.
There's the divert power.
Okay. So we're going to de-res some cards here. We're just going to res the
Anansi.
Yes. It's wild to see that, but that's sometimes the right play because an unres card is more impactful sometimes than a res card, especially when they already have a big altar. So here we have the lock. A Trieste in the remote server. A Loki in front of it. A Biovault eventually going to be advanced out. So now when Sam runs, just going to throw down the Stargate. You are going to be taking 4 net damage and the run for every time that AgInfusion will fire. You need to keep as many cards in hand, and we'll see if we're going to force the issue here. Here we are going to force the issue.
So AgInfusion is going to...
It's a Konjin.
Konjin forces a Loki encounter.
Potentially. 2 out of every 3 times. So we're playing a side game here. If you lose the side game, 0-0.
Sam 0-0. What a god. Here.
Now this is going to go into the archives. It's a Stargate run. We're going to get the endurance counter. We're not going to get Amaku because we're not accessing cards. However, this agenda, potentially, if it hits the archives, it's just going to be in archives. Obokata off the top, DNA into a Regolith, an economy card.
Yep, Obokata hits the bottom. Now, there is no mad dash. There's no mad dash.
It's still hard to steal this, though.
Yes,
because you will be rerouted to take 4 net damage, and then you still have to go get the Obokata. The thing is, Skry's not drawing into, anytime soon, not drawing into a Spin Doctor. Now, Sam could have some wild plays here. You have the Earthrise ticking down. If you install a class act, that gives you a big burst. So next turn, you'll start your turn with 7-8 cards in hand. And that means you can tank the Loki Chiashi. Then you can come back for the Obokata. So Skry's figuring out here because they're going to use the AgInfusion ability. And Sam probably won't have cards in hand. Rerouted. Going to have to res the Loki. Now, 2 credits will res that. So now this is the combo here. The Trieste Mono Biroid saying is the Loki cannot be broken using runner cards. It turns out Sam has a lot of runner cards. It's going to copy the text on the Chiashi. It's going to have 2 net damage, 2 net damage on the run, and then the Loki and the run. So we're going to get 4 here, losing a mid of cards, including a diversion. And Sam doesn't have the credits back to run the remote server to steal, or the cards to run the Obokata. And the second ice.
Oh, and there is another ice. That's a very important ice.
This is the grind where Sam needs to always have 4 cards in hand to not die, but also needs to have 4 cards in hand to trade the Obokata. The question is, can Skry put enough ice? I think it's a good trade for Skry. Trading 1 ice.
Earthrise helps a lot here, right? Earthrise draws up. That's basically 2 free clicks.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's huge. Even like getting the class act so you can start your turn with 8 cards. I think that's super important.
Yeah.
The problem is like how much hit points that Sam has. Can Sam get to 6 points and then hopefully on time win? Because again, Skry just now needs to get a 2 ice remote server and start jamming in the remote server. And I think they're getting to the point where they can do it.
Yeah. Sam just drawing up to end that turn.
Might use subliminal messaging. There's no runs here, so they can come back. Regolith going to be exposed there. You got a 5 strength Amakua. That allows you to deal with the nonsense, but Chiashi is 8 strength. Chiashi also has some really rude text when you go through it with the installed AI.
It does.
Earthrise Hotel is going to draw 3, bottom 1, because of the interaction with Class Act. Gives you that filtered draw once per turn, first time you draw.
Yeah, so this will get Sam up to 7 in hand, can draw once to have 8.
Yes.
And that actually is the magic number.
You will end with nothing in hand, but there's no punishment here. No punitive, no Neurospike type cards. But Sam can trade 8 cards for 3 points, and it might be correct.
I think it's the right play here.
Does he have 8? Straight 8? Hard to tell. Sam, not even looking at his cards, right? Some cards actually matter. Some cards, like maybe a Fractor, might be difficult to discard because it does give you Chiashi. But there you go. Reroute it into the Unbreakable Loki. That's going to be 4 cards, and Sam can come back and then still draw up. This also gives you a boat counter when you go back. It won't give you an Amakua. Is it 8? It looks like 8. Oh, that's important.
Oh, it's 7. Still one more click to draw up.
Yeah, you can draw up there. So damage, we're going to hit Rogue Trading, a lot of money, daily casts.
Daily casts. Earthrise, Bravado.
That's fine. A lot of those cards are better at hit points. Again, Rogue Trading is, I think, the best card. It's the most money on a single card. We're only on 12 credits for 419. But 419 doesn't have to break ice anymore. You still have to threaten to break ice because then Skry can actually res ice
so
and not have
draw
to
and an Archives run.
There we go. We're taking the Obokata.
That's an Obokata.
Okay. Agendas left in the deck. This deck has 7 agendas. You can't use the Biovault here. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Could have Biovaulted the Stargate, honestly. I wonder if it was advanced at that time.
Yeah.
And going to lose 4 more cards there, including a Credit Kiting. I think there's a Turtle in there, an Amakua. Pinhole Threading is now open. If you can top deck a Pinhole Threading, you can take down the Trieste. Oh, I don't think we have clicks left.
Right? Biovault stops
that.
Yeah. That's probably why the Biovault stopped.
Yeah, for sure. And there you go. Another ice. That means just 4 net damage. And it's wild. Even with this unbreakable ice they can reroute people into, Sam still has ways to win the game. Now the Konjin on the innermost, that's really difficult. This is not a Hippo matchup, so you can have your outermost res pretty easily. Sam's going to draw 2 more cards with the Earthrise, finishing it off there. Draw 3, bottom 1. And we're on 4 bow counters. That doesn't help you do with the Loki. And Skry there again still needs to figure out how to finish the game. Still, R&D looks pretty healthy. I think there's like 20 cards in there. Taking 6 off the Rogue. Going to have a tag. One more card out the top. There's a Pinhole Threading. Very important card, but as you said,
that can pop the Biovault at least. As we've seen, the Biovault has a lot of utility. That does free up a potential Stargate in the future.
Second Trieste drawn though, even if that Trieste goes down, you can allow a Pinhole. Maybe you have like 3 more clicks of a problem, but Skry I don't actually think has any agendas in hand. Some of the other AgInfusion decks we've seen have like just flooded up a bit before they can get their lockdown.
Including Skry himself.
Yeah. Third ice on R&D against Stargate seems to be where the game is. And Sam is only showing 5 strength Amakua, a Begalter to break sentries. But we don't have any Fractor. We don't have any Decoder yet. We're looking at, I think, the Amina. And I don't know what we're on. We're on Cleaver, excuse me. The MU is going to get tight there, too. Getting some money off the top. Thinking this through again. Skry on a very healthy 15 credits, but there's a small chance they won't have to spend any more credits throughout the game. Reading the text there on the Biovault, again, that's an end the run. It's one of the few advanceable upgrades in the game, and Skry can pop that to end to run, kind of like a border control, but you can use that on any run at any instant speed. So that's protecting the Loki again. It's really hard to challenge that Loki, but that Loki is holding down the fort on all servers. Rashida Yahim in the first server there. Going to draw 3 cards, get 3 credits. Drawing into Nemini, and Nemini, mind you, also very powerful in this list if you need to protect Obokatas, but Sam is on 6 points. Skry needs to figure out how to get to 7 points. In terms of strength of schedule, if it comes down to that, I do believe Sam is higher seed. I can't check right now. I think so. So if there's a tie, I think Sam will get it. I'm not actually sure about that. Excuse me, I can't pull up the bracket right now. Install the remote server again. We are paying for that 419 tax. 20 credits. Skry holding that divert power in hand, and sometimes you actually use that the later the game goes on. If Sam is just worried about hit points, you can use that just to like de-res some of the anemones. Spin Doctor in the remote server. Another potential target for divert power. Spin Doctor getting popped here to shuffle some stuff back in. If you want to play really, really safe here, we're getting a Biovault back in. There's an NGO front. So any install double advance can give Skry a lot of value. It's not the money that matters here. It's more so getting a window. And Sam S sitting on the other side of the table. MBU used up. We're spending a 2 for the Stargate. 5 of the 6 we have. And again, using a cleaver ever to break an AgInfusion just to get Biovaulted or just to get rerouted back into Loki is going to be pretty rough. You see this matchup gets a lot harder when we're playing against Anarchs, where you do have to play around Hippo. Skry can play this a way more straightforward. Just get the good ice on the outside, get that AgInfusion ability. We'll see if they're pushing into the remote server here, but I don't think Skry has found an agenda yet. Actually, just there, that's the first agenda we've seen in a long time. That is a send a message. Could consider jamming in the remote server. There's a couple tech cards that actually make this matchup way more difficult. One of the biggest ones is Hunting Grounds, and Sam is not on it. In fact, very few people are on that today. Another one that can help is Inside Job. That does get you around the Loki. They can use their AgInfusion ability to reroute you. They can also end the run with the Biovault. But I don't think Sam is on that either. So Skry understands what Sam is capable of, and capable of a lot of times is just smashing into the Loki. Falsified credentials to name asset. We'll see. You get that 6 strength on the Amakua. We might see a purge soon enough, and that's going to be 5 credits. 4 credits in some from the diversified. Drawing up. Getting that class act draw, bottoming the sure gamble. Again, we don't need so much money. Some breakers might put on a bit more pressure. There you go. Installing a Dawkins Pass, actually threatening some HQ pressure there. Once the turtle gets 8, you can consider dealing with the Chiashi. You're going to have to deal with the Loki once, but then you can run back. There's no Mavirus in this list, so if Skry wants to purge, and that card in hand is super important. That is a 3-2 agenda Longevity Serum. Skry jams the Longevity in their remote server. I think that Longevity is probably pretty well protected. Sam only has so many cards left in the deck, but if Sam runs and somehow gets through that server, has to run it 3 times. Once for the Biovault. Once for the AgInfusion. And has to get through the ice. That could be the game here. Longevity Serum actually a really important card for the deck because it buys Skry more time, allows him to recur some things like the Biovault, allows him to get the ice back in the deck, which is very powerful. Again, AgInfusion is once per turn. We're going to ice up HQ. But it's in the remote server here. I don't know whether Sam needs to expose here. Getting the Amaku to 7 doesn't change any of the math. Getting it to 8 would matter. And Skry, I believe, has to discard a card here, but we're going to play a Hansei. Going to discard 2, in fact, to get the 5 credits there. We have a Spin Doctor in hand, a Rashida, a Trieste, a lot of purple. And now it's back to Sam. Sam, in theory, could charge the remote server. It's so dependent on what the ice is. We are unable to deal with a Chiashi. DNA Tracker, unable to deal with. Obviously, unable to deal with a Loki, but that only happens once a turn. Just clicking for 4. So that's going to be a Longevity. That's going to put Skry on the table. 2 points. Obviously a great start, and Skry now can recur 3 cards from Archive, shuffle them back into the deck. That lowers the agenda density on R&D. Again, in R&D, we're looking at, I believe, 4 agendas in what's left there. Again, this suite is only running 3 6-pointers and then a 2-pointer with the Longevity Serum. But Sam is going to struggle, and I think that was an agenda that goes back in. That's the send a message. And Skry might be playing super patiently, waiting to get the Obokata scored. Again, they are a bit safer. At the end of the game, they're super safe. Sam just taking 4 credits, just sitting back. Wondering whether Skry will mill himself out. I think he has enough time again. If all the genders are on the bottom, that's a Regolith. Not a card he needs. Install Advance Advance. Not sure if that was agenda. NGO front still in hand. Could be a Biovault. And it's back to Sam. Sam has to start making decisions here. Now, if it's Obokata, it's so much harder to deal with. We're running. Can't deal with DNA Tracker. Actually, you can with Amakua. 6 strength is the magical number. It's Anemone. So that's going to be 2 cards from hand, forcing Skry to discard here. And after that, you're going to be forced into a Loki. That will be 4 more cards from hand. So if you need 6 cards in hand here, otherwise you have to jack out. You need to jack out here. You can't continue, or you will flatline. Hitting a sure gamble, and I think that was a diversion of funds. So now Sam has to jack out. Otherwise, the AgInfusion will throw you into the Loki, which will copy the AgInfusion. So we're going to get a jack out there. Drawing up into Citadel, into a sure gamble as well. Sam going to take a credit. Again, forcing the res here means that in the future that remote server will be a bit easier to run, and that outermost anemone is not that hard to break. Not sure here. A lot of gesturing. And it looks like Skry has something here that wants to pop. Whether it's an NGO front, it is just an NGO front. Gaining 8 credits. We're going to divert power there. We're actually not gaining the credits. We're just using it to unres the anemone, and this is the late game plan of this deck. Getting the Lindsay res 2 is in a lot of ways a worse face check than the Chiashi. You're still going to get that end the run. You can't continue running through. But now the Lindsay is going to be copied. Again, a card you don't see. A 5 strength sentry. 7 to res, and it's subroutine say. They're very similar. The first one says take 1 net damage or trash the top 2 cards of your deck, and then it goes on and on like that. Take 2 net damage or trash 3. Take 3 net damage or trash 4. And that is actually more impactful than Chiashi's take 4. It's just more net damage, and it makes a harder choice. We got to get that resed for free. Now the options here. Single advance to the remote server means that Skry is going to have to score that in 2 turns, putting Skry to 5 agenda points. And Sam S might just be clicking for credits, hoping. And an Obokata in hand means Skry actually has a pattern to score out within, I think, 4 turns. So making some change here, breaking a 5, we're going to go advance. Again, Anemone, Obokata, and into the Loki means that this is unassailable. And Sam, not sure what's going to happen here. There's still a lot of cards in R&D. I think we've only seen 2 Spin Doctors. We did see the Longevity Serum, so there's still a pretty tall stack. Sam holding cards in hand. I don't think we've seen other breakers hit the bin. There should be a Subliminal there that can come back. I think we checked archives. The bow counters are at 5. Turtle's at 7. Advance there on the remote server. That's going to be, I'm hoping, oh, it's a send a message. Going to put Skry up on game point, 5 to 6. And with the Obokata in hand, Skry can jam into the remote server. There's still a Biovault we'll have to deal with. On the outermost of R&D, or on archives, excuse me, it looks a bit like an Anansi. Install pay 1 to prevent expose. And that's likely the Obokata, which Skry can score out in 2 turns. That does seem like the Obokata. So Sam has to understand they have only two more turns, and it's not going to be a deck out here. Going to run R&D. Lindsay. Going to break that with the turtle. We're going to continue on here. Again, we need to get a good access here. You need to have cards in hand of the Obokata. With the Obokata being in the remote server, 1 in the score area, the chance of being a send a message or Obokata on the top of R&D are equally likely. Going to continue. We're hitting the Konjin. Now this run, you can stop with the Biovault if you're feeling extra cautious. I'm not sure if this is a Stargate run. I think a single axis is actually better than Stargate, considering running archives is now also a tall area as well. There could be anemones on there. 0 to 0 again. I think Dean getting the flash right in at the time, revealing the 0 credits, but that's going to be a Biovault to end the run. So Sam, paying the credits to get through, can go through that again, has to play again another side game. We played 0 every time. Absolutely calling it right. Now Sam goes back, has to worry about still that AgInfusion ability is alive and well. But Sam laying in wait for these last couple turns, understanding at some point they have to start attacking. And so he is going to start charging now. Chesva to go back. It looks on a central server. We're going to break with the turtle. Again, 5 strength on the Lindsay. Now we'll see what this ice is, whether we're going to get the AgInfusion redirect. Otherwise, we're going to play a side game. And again, the Konjin hasn't hit yet. Can you go 0-3 times? Skry's considering it. And now once that ability's been used, you know you can consider running the server. Again, it's an Obokata in that server between the Trieste and the AgInfusion HQ. So you're still going to need 4 cards in hand, let alone 6 for the Anemone. And this is going to be the Mlinzy. Now, Mlinzy gives you a choice. But if you mill your deck, you're not taking the net damage. If you don't have a deck to mill, how many cards does Sam have left? 5 in hand. I think it looks like 3 in stack. So you can save 4 net damage. So I think you have to take 3 net damage, mill 3 from the deck. Or I think it's 4 net damage, mill 3 from the deck. I'm not sure how many cards are left in the stack. 5 in hand. We're going to start here. The first subroutine says do 1 net damage or trash 2 from the stack. Then it's trash 3 from the stack. That's all we have left. Losing the Amina there. So now the DNA trackers, while the Amaku can deal with them. And now it's 3 more net damage. Now here, if you lose the Konjin side game, you flatline. Will Sam take that risk? Knowing that he's going to lose in the remote server in probably 2 turns, will Sam take the risk? With 1 card left, cannot steal Obokata. The top of the deck has to be exactly the send a message. Now, you don't have to worry about the AgInfusion reroute. A DNA tracker you can get through. We're doing the side game. If Sam loses the side game, Sam is going to be out of contention. 0 to survive. Going through the top of the deck if that's a send a message. Nothing, just an ice, but risking a flat line on a side game. Sam calling it, knowing that's the only out there. Back to Skry. That Obokata, you know you can just score that out slowly. Sam only has 1 card, if I'm not mistaken, splayed out on the right side of the playmat. Knowing that the Obokatas are entirely safe, Boat has counters. Are we running HQ here, dealing with the Chiashi? Now, the cards in HQ, there are no agendas, but this whole game is now about the single send a message left, and what I'm imagining is about 15 cards. Rolling a die here. Once again, Access 3, going to see you. That's a Trieste. You hate to see that guy. Gonna go ahead and trash that. We're seeing 2 cards here, mind you. It's Dockland's Pass. Still have a chance here. Biovaldi, trash that. I do think it's 1 or 2 credits. And top of the deck, that was another Chiashi. Just icing that up. Double advance. Chiashi not preventing the expose again. Have 7 counters on the Amaku. It doesn't change much. Or 8 actually does change. You can deal. But you can't run anymore. If Sam hits an unresed ice, Sam's going to be flatline. Returned into that Konjin. Or sorry, into the Loki, which is going to have the subroutines on basically anything. And that's game. Sam conceding there. Huge applause. What a run from Sam. But Skry getting that full prison lock, getting the Obokata on the table, and Sam knows you can't run anymore. You can't steal agenda. It looks like the send a message was 1 down.
Wow.
Absolutely
amazing.
Wild.
What a run by Sam.
Taking that side game and just missing it by 1 card, of course. But that means we're going to have a final between Sokka and Skry. Sam S playing the only criminal we had in the top cut, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, that's not true. Whiteblade was on criminal as well.
Yeah, Whiteblade was on criminal as well.
Definitely the least represented faction, if I'm not mistaken. But a fantastic run. What an exciting game. And you saw Sam biding his time, lurking in the shadows until he's about to pounce, hoping it all on that 1 single axis there. Not the Stargate, just the run. And so that's going to be the second loss for Sam. Going to be knocked out of the bracket, but Skry is going to go on as the lower bracket finalist, meaning that we're just about to see the finals. We're going to get a 10-minute break in here before we hit the top tables. Don't go anywhere. We're about to see the Netrunner 2022 World Championship Finals. We'll be back in 10 minutes. See you in a Hello and welcome back. We're about to see the finals. This is the Netrunner World Standard Championship 2022 here in the heart of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. My name is Andrej from the Metropole Grid. I'm so happy to be here on the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel, and I'm joined from Slumpcast's Neuropantser. How's it going, Pants?
Doing great. We've got so much to talk about here. This has been 14 players are down, 2 players are left. One of them will be the world champion of Netrunner. It's going to be either Skry or Sokka 234.
Yes, this is the finals. So Sokka has come up from the winner bracket. So far in the top 16 today, he hasn't lost a match.
Yep.
Now, Skry has had the longer road from the lower brackets, just beating Sam S as the AgInfusion list. I'm pretty sure Skry is going to be starting as Freedom Kamalu, and we've seen this list throughout today if you've been watching. This is the Snare Bears Endurance-based Freedom deck. We're spending 10 influence there on the Endurance, the new boat. One of the 2 boats from Midnight Sun, that Shaper card is going to get you additional value on their runs. You're going to be able to spend those power counters to break the ice you're encountering. Now, Sokka on the other side is playing Sportsmetal, the most popular identity coming into the Swiss rounds. I don't think there was that many that made the top cut.
I think only 1.
And Sokka's list is actually pretty interesting. I think some people called it like Sports PD. It actually looks in the construction and in a lot of the card slots a lot more like a precision design deck, the sort of deck that won Worlds maybe, what was it, last year or 2 years ago? When's the last time PD won Worlds?
Last year.
Last year, right?
Yeah, actually, that is an interesting point. So the last 3 Worlds have been Anarch and HB, correct?
I think so, yes.
We're not going to see a 4-peat, but we are going to see a repeat of one of those. Either HB wins or Anarch wins, but both can't because Sokka is also on LAT and Skry is also on AgInfusion.
I just got an announcement, some funny things to know. Firstly, this is going to be an untimed round, so while it says time at the bottom, I'm not sure that there's a way that we can get rid of that. Oh, no, we can't get rid of that. So I'm just going to put that at, I don't know, infinite time. That's the best we got access to. So this is not a timed round. So both players can really take their time, make sure they're hitting their triggers, make sure they have a macro game plan. Other fun fact, this Worlds, we are guaranteed to have the unique mythic Loki take a world championship. No matter what side it goes. And no matter what side it goes is really important. Sokka only has to win a single game here. So if the Sportsmetal doesn't hold up against that pressure of Freedom Kamalo, who's able to interact and trash some of those fast advanced operation pieces, really good at dealing with some of the harder things to trash, like even like the Tranquility home grids, taking it down for one virus counter, that's a steal in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Let alone the seamless launches, the next activation commands, all that stuff goes down for pennies.
And the Audacity.
Oh, Audacity is so
For
important here.
0.
Yes.
It's completely free to trash that. You just have to have the ability up.
Now, Sokka does have Tomb of Virus in the list. That is the new Cyberdex Virus Suite. Has been reprinted with an interesting net damage twist. One influence from Jinteki, but that's going to be important in a matchup that is going to be depending on the virus counters. We'll see how those come into play. And while Freedom is a virus deck, this is not on Clot.
That's correct.
So fast advance will always connect. Sokka doesn't have to worry about the board state barring, the rest of the Netrunner game. But he can just smash out those agendas from hand if he wants to. And we've seen some really wild agendas. Sokka getting 3 counters on a Vitruvius, really valuing that recursion just to make sure that the destruction from Freedom is not too permanent.
That's correct, yeah. And also being able to recur some of those seamless, some of those Audacity, those tools to score agendas quickly and powerfully.
On this Freedom list, you have 2 Stargates. That is the multi-axis, and while you have that disruption built in with Freedom, you want to hit the top of R&D. You can get that Freedom, that Stargate lock. We did see that earlier today. So the abilities that they can draw agendas, let alone the fast advance pieces. Sokka can still push into remote server. And Sokka's list is running 3 next activation commands. This is a card that, in a lot of people, is a card that stayed in binders, but over the last Continental season, seeing more and more play. It is a lockdown that prevents runners from using non-icebreaker paid abilities to break ice. And Skry's deck has some icebreakers, but it's not the strong part of the list.
Not really, no. Really what you want to break ice with is the Endurance, the Botulus, and if you have to, the Breakers.
Yes. So we'll see how that lines up. Again, the Endurance is something hard to count on. Again, this is going to be one of the easier matchups for the runner to deal with the next activations. And by deal, I mean specifically trash them for 0 virus counters. Sokka getting ready. They're wearing that Swordfish T-shirt from Worlds 2018. The Magnum Opus.
Is the belt gone?
I don't know if the belt is gone. I think it's off camera. Sokka has been rocking that large the wrestling belt from winning the Continentals, the Asia Pacific Continentals, just about 2 months ago. Drawing up 2 Mega Pre-Qualifiers, 2 seamless launches, and 1 copy of the Tranquility home grid. A lot of 1-costers there. Sokka's going to shuffle it back. So Sportsmetal's ability, if we haven't mentioned yet, this is the last FFG HB identity that was printed in Reign of Reverie. It says whenever agenda is scored or stolen, you can either draw 2 cards or gain 2 credits, and that makes it hard for you to interact with the corporation. And we did see Freedom actually be a really important deck into Sportsmetal metas back in the day, but those were the decks that were running imps. They were actually able to trash the agenda, so you're not turning on the Sportsmetal ability, and I don't think that's as valuable as it was maybe 2-3 years ago. So the agendas are going to end up in score areas, but this Freedom Sportsmetal match classically has been very interesting.
It has, yeah. Obviously, back in the day, one of the game-changing cards, pun intended, was Game Changer, and Freedom, Freedom on Imp and Nobkiri to recharge the Imp could just forever trash agendas into archives, prevent Game Changer from charging up. That is not really what either of these decks is trying to do. Freedom's not trying to access those agendas and steal them, not trying to trash them. Sports is not really going to try to trigger anything off of the number of agendas in your score area, just try to get those into their own score area.
We're click tracking there with the old click trackers. Love to see it. Sokka starting on 5 credits, Skry on 5. And I think that Freedom hand, we saw a bit of it. There was a moshing, I think a paperclip, a Stargate. Now you can go really aggressive opening. We've seen moshing do a lot of work there. Huge handshake for these 2 players.
Untimed finals are beginning.
Yes. I don't think that timer is not real. We're not going to hit 60 minutes, but they have all the time in the world. Sokka opening with the 1 Ella Vagao bifurcation in hand. Do you just rip that on the table, or do you need to ice up Centrals first?
Ice on Central seems pretty important. At the same time, Eli Valgar bifurcation as 2 free points that are completely tempo positive. It's a pretty strong play out of Sports to begin any game.
We might just hit the table there. I do think we have a drafter in the Tranquility. And Hoshiko does put on central pressure in the early game. Again, any axis turns on Hoshiko, flips that ability over, but Freedom has a fair bit more. You could see a Yusuf hit the table, and then all the 1-costers in Sokka's hands are going to be largely challenged. They're going to be threatened here. We draw Fairchild 3, one of the cards that was only recently unbanned in the standard format. A card that was classically considered to be a bit too good. 6 costs gets you these 3 subroutines on a 5 strength code gate. Drafter on HQ.
Yeah, drafter one of those ice you really want on the Centrals because it doesn't help you actually end the run when you're trying to score an agenda. Well, especially not in this deck that's not on things like Managarm Skunkwork. However, it is a fantastic ice on Centrals because the subroutines are so nasty. One of them adds a card from Archives into HQ, which could recur a fast events tool like an Audacity. It could recur a next activation command. And then the other one allows an install directly from hand, which could plop an agenda directly onto the board. Could also throw a Rashida into a remote with no clicks left. Many good things that the sports deck can do. It can even trigger Tranquility Home Grid on an off turn and gain 2 extra credits. That's a next activation command, and it is gone for nothing. That is the power of freedom right there.
Now, unfortunately, that Drafter on HQ does nothing when there's nothing in the bin. And there's only so many cards that Sokka would not consider rezzing there. Again, this is open deck list. Both players had about 5 minutes to review each other's paper deck lists, and the Yusuf comes down. Now, that would sweeten the runs there. Sokka counting the clicks out, drawing into a red level clearance. Again, all the one-costers are going to be trashed on sight from Freedom.
Yep.
A really cheap hand, but that is a weakness to Freedom Kamala. Tranquility getting installed on the table behind a Fairchild 3, and that Fairchild 3 is going to have real teeth once the next activation comes down. Skry chopping in. Can Sokka pay 6 credits, go down to 1, just to keep you, I guess, out of a turn? There you go.
Res.
Now, Fairchild 3, you can click through. It's the only 3.0 Biroid in the format. And you have to spend 3 clicks to go through it. You're going to get that Yusuf counter. You're going to use that to trash the Tranquility. Sokka being forced off the board. Now this...
It's a good choice to trash there because Tranquility is one of the best ways to build back from 1 credit.
Yeah, the deck is only having Tranquility and only having agendas, let alone hedge funds to get its economy back, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we're on Maryland's or Nico's. I don't think we have any asset economy.
List, no.
So install. Click for some credits here.
Yeah.
Skry can check that again, but that becomes unaffordable pretty quickly.
Yeah, much like the PD list, which really this feels like a PD list out of sports in many ways, much like a lot of those lists, quite low to the ground on economy.
We just draw an Endurance. We have a Sure Gamble that will help you play that. We're going to mosh away some of our hand. Paperclip, if you're not familiar with the format, a Sure Gamble as well. It's a surprising discard, but Skry just needs to find certain cards, and I think the big card they want to draw into here is specifically Hippo. If you get a Hippo on the table,
Hippo's
you're trashing the Fairchild 3 for a whole turn, and that means Sokka has nearly no
Oh,
board state.
there's a
There it
Hippo.
is. Install for 2. Hippo says the first time you break all the subroutines on the outermost ice in a turn, you can remove the Hippo from the game to trash that ice. So Sokka's just going to try and find an ice to put in front of the Fairchild. You don't have to res it, as long as it's not the outermost. And
Yeah,
the
just
Spin
need to keep it from being outermost.
Spin Doctor might help you find that. Drawing into another Tranquility and a Vitruvius. No ice in hand.
Are those on the left not ice?
I think it's 3 seamless or 2 seamless. And
those
I think
are
it's a Mega
seamless,
Pre
you're
and a
right.
seamless.
This is really bad news because Skry doesn't even need to pay money to do this. This is just 3 clicks.
Yeah, it's a turn. You throw in the Spin Doctor, you trash the ice, and Sokka will be left with 3 credits and just a drafter on a central server. Sokka really hoping to find an ice there. I think that fist pump was a bit of, things not going your way. Checking the archives to see what you can shuffle back. Those are 2 good things to shuffle back.
Yeah, they are.
Now, if you jam in the remote server, though, regardless, Skry's going to check it. So whether you want to spend Virus Counter, make them force the Tranquility.
Yeah, Yusuf is secretly one of the most important cards in this Freedom deck. I think not secretly to anyone who plays Freedom, but anyone who has not played Freedom. The ability on Yusuf adds a virus counter every single time you make a successful run. As we know, Freedom can cash those virus counters into trash things, so you just have this battery of money for trashing things. You're almost like Wizard off as long as you're getting successful runs quickly and regularly with your Yusuf.
Yeah, it turns out it's a Fractor.
Well, actually, sorry. Wizard, except you can trash things that you can't trash with Wizard,
Yes.
I should say.
The Fractor part of it, it's nice. You still have Paperclip.
It is technically a Fractor, you're right.
But
and it is relevant as a Fractor in this matchup because one of the...
It's
one
the
of
only one. There's only one Hagen.
Yeah, there's only one.
I think there's only one barrier.
Wow, you're right. There is only one Hagen. I guess Loki can, in a pinch, be a barrier, but... Yep, and that is Hippo. That is FCC ya.
And I love this play here because Sokka knows that we're going to lose the Hippo there. We're going to lose the Tranquility too. So Sokka might as well put other stuff on the table. If you're clicking through that, you're not contesting the Rashida in the remote server. That's draw 3, gain 3. Rashida,
Ouch.
one of the strongest neutral assets in the entire format. Draw 3. Mandatory draw at the top. That is some agendas, but there are...
not one that Sokka wants right now, I think.
There's some ice there. And again, there's no defensive upgrade. So Sokka's going to try and score out behind ice with next activation command. Nothing to it. And while Skry hasn't set up, again, we saw very early click one, even in some games that GameNet, that does help you so much, or the DreamNet, excuse me, that helps you get additional value while you're running. We're going to play the red level clearance, a modal card.
Red level clearance.
You get to pick 2 of these options. One of them is draw 2 cards, one of them is gain 2 credits, one's install, and seamless. Seamless
Wow.
on the table. Sokka's playing his hand so well. That's a Vitruvius with a counter, if I'm not mistaken. Sokka taking
Vitruvius
2
with
points.
2 counters, correct?
2 counters. Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, Vitruvius with 2 counters. That's so good.
And this is going to help with the disruption. This deck can fast advance most of the agendas. Once a Mega Pre ends up in Skry's side.
Oh, I love that play.
If you're going to bring on the Fairchild 3 for clicking, it's going to be all you're doing that turn, and Sokka's going to read the table. Get 2 really good things installed on the table. Charging here into R&D or HQ.
Yeah,
Sportsmetal getting 2 cards or 2 credits. I think we went for the credits.
That is such a bold play.
But you saw
because-
it coming from a mile away, right? Skry's still committed to it. And here we hit the drafter. The 2 separate teams, one lets you recur a card from hand, one lets you install from archives or HQ, so we'll see what comes back to hand here. Sokka has access to a lot of recursion. Those Vitruvius tokens, now that agenda was over advanced, you can use them at instant speed to return a card from archives to hand.
Is
That
Sokka
means-
deciding on the sports decision here, or?
I think it's the drafter fire, right?
Oh, did Sokka miss a sports trigger then?
I think he took the credits.
I think Sokka's only on 1 right now.
Yeah, maybe he did.
Yeah.
So we'll see here. A lot of options. Install on the table, you can get the Rashida back. Now Skry can run and trash that for no virus counters. It will make them spend a click.
We've seen the hat trick now. We've seen Vitruvius with 3 counters, Vitruvius with
Yeah.
1 counter, and Vitruvius with 2 counters now.
2 and 3 are a bit rare. I like him a fair
Yeah.
bit more, but let's see. Sokka, and what we've seen before, has actually struggled to convert those Vitruvius counters into
Yes.
something very meaningful. And when you have 2,
They're such a threat, though.
they are
right?
a threat. And
Yeah.
it turns off Stargate. It doesn't turn off Stargate. It makes Stargate interesting.
Makes Stargate a lot less.
Where you want the agenda to be in
powerful.
the top 1 or 2, so you can get it from the top of the deck. You don't want to put the agenda into archives.
It turns off mad dashing after Stargate, which is important.
Only if the agenda's in archives.
Yes.
If you keep it on R&D, right? That's the thing. You have to get it on the top.
Yes. If it's on the top, that's correct.
Yeah, if Sokka really did miss the 2 credits, that's incredibly important on this board state because there's not a lot of economy in this deck. It's all about the agendas, the tranquility, and the 3 hedge funds, which Sokka's far away from playing.
Yeah, Sokka's a little far away from this, but in a world where Sokka actually does have enough money to res some ice and keep something on the table for a turn, what this does also threaten is pull back to seamless advance. The GFI in hand is now scored.
It's going to be a red level clearance. Sokka reading the other subroutine on that. You want to make sure. And that's a Fairchild 3.
Fairchild 3.
Going to get installed
Creating
on the
a
table. You
remote
don't
server, creating an R&D ice.
think you need a remote server to try and win out. Sokka is probably going to lose an agenda here on this run. I think there's 3 and 5, 2 ice.
Yeah.
Now those ice are high res costs. They're not going to get trashed with the freedom. We'll see here where Sokka puts it again. The R&D ice, you're not going to res that. You can't spend 6 credits in a couple turns to res that. We haven't seen a Stargate so far. Skry hasn't been drawing a lot again. Skry spent 2 whole turns with
It's on
Fairchild.
R&D.
But it is on R&D and the RLC in hand. So now it's actually 3 agendas. Half of the agendas in half of the hand is agendas. And while you can always use the Vitruvius counter to pad hand, I think Sokka's going to use them for much better effect. 6 cards on the table. Skry going to be able to roll a d6 real cleanly. Love to see it. Accessing the first card there. That is the red level clearance that was just returned. That's not great, but for Sokka, that's probably... Actually, I think you want them to steal Mega Pre there, no doubt.
Yes, absolutely. I think Sokka wants to keep that RLC for sure because it's one of the best ways to bounce back from 1 credit. You get to click for 4 essentially, and now you're ready to hedge fund.
There's a Loki there in hand. There's a 0. It's the Anarch economy engine or draw engine, excuse me. It's a bit destructive, but you don't mind when you're playing that orange faction. It's going to spend a click to take a net damage to draw 2 cards and gain a credit. Again, a lot of these cards. Stargate is a bad hit there, I reckon.
Yes, absolutely a bad one.
But drawing into a second Stargate, the 2/2 and the Hippo means you're totally set up. That Stargate threat that Hippo threat, you're going to be able to just absolutely trash through R&D in a couple
draw
turns.
the Stargates. That's all you got to do. Just draw the Stargates.
Now Sokka doesn't have a lot to do here. You can install a remote server, click for a couple credits. There's a Loki hitting the table, but 6 credits for both ice on the table. That you need 12 credits to res everything. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. When there's a Stargate. Skry knowing what's on R&D. Sokka giving that a nod. We're going to crack that. That lets you look at the top 3 of the deck. And so many of the accesses here are all about the 2-point agendas. Red level clearance on the top.
RLC, FC3, Magnet. Magnet probably an ice that Sokka wants in the near future, just because it only costs 3 to res.
Yep. It also deals with the Bonchalist. I think we missed the use of counter there. Red level clearance is going to be on top.
Yeah, I believe so.
4 cards here. We're hitting the 0, so Sokka does get to do some net damage. 2 net damage. We're going to hit the 1 card here. Sorry, I think I'll roll it 2. It's a single net damage. We're going to hit a 0 into a 0. I think we noticed here we might have listed the Yusuf counter. We'll see how the judges rule with that again. The missed triggers here. These runners have been playing for such a long time, or these net runner players, excuse me.
Yeah, and but I think these players have been relatively strict on missed triggers in the past, so I'd be surprised if this actually gets a counter here.
So we're going to miss it. We're going to draw 2. That's
Which it makes sense. It is the finals of the World Championship. Part of playing this game is remembering your own cards.
We have the Hagen in hand, the 1 Fractor. If that does connect, you can trash the Stargate. It's 4 to res, and Skry might not be entirely playing around that, considering it's a 1 of in the deck, but that does trash. And there is the Hippo.
Hippo is back. That FC3, that could be 12 credits on ice that just melts away.
Entirely goes down the drain. So you cannot res that Fairchild 3 unless you get an ice in front of it. Sokka in a bind here, and majority of the bind is the economy. Getting those 2 credits off the Sportsmetal, obviously a huge deal, but let's see if Sokka can climb uphill here. It's just so rough for Sportsmetal to take a turn off to just click for 3 credits. You almost never see it. But again, this is more like a PD deck. That's obviously still not a good spot, but Sokka looking at the ice on the table.
You never want to click for 3, but sometimes you have to click for 3.
Well, they use the red level clearance to get like a subliminal messaging. Get a click back, spend 1 to gain 2. Not elegant.
Yeah, that is one of the beauties of subliminal messaging, is that it has that utility. It can even do that. Usually it does something flashier, but it can even just be an extra credit.
I think it might be. Yeah, Sokka getting click by getting credit. In theory, you can get a bunch of credits if you want to use all your Vitruvius on it. It seems pretty bad to do that, but at least now here we're at a healthier 7 credits.
7 credits. Threatening to res this FC3 and get it broken down immediately yet again.
You can. So Skry's going to run first click. No res. We don't want to lose that to the Hippo. Go down to 1 credit. We're going to see 3 of the top of the deck. Again, some of these are known. That is the Fairchild 3.
Fairchild 3.
An on-sell, another huge ice, and a hedge fund.
Do you take the hedge fund here maybe? Can you leave it?
It's going to be there for a while. I think the on-sell is the harder thing for the deck to break.
I think Sokka draws for it next turn, right?
Likely.
Yeah, the on-sell is going to eventually cost more than 4 credits, yeah.
So Sokka either has to double ice R&D if he wants to get that res, or whether he needs to double ice the remote server to threaten that Hippo. 1 net damage off of the 0. Going to hit the Endurance.
That is the boat.
5 influence hit. Again, there's 2 in the list. We've seen 1 so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a Mystic Miami in hand, a Dirty Laundry from some runs. Again, we did get the Yusuf counter that turn.
That 0 is a dedicated dodger, missing both of the Steelskin Scarrings in hand. Mystic Miami on the board. That is another of the Cat Shen Altarts. Wonderful ones.
Drawing into the Fairchild 3 again. We know it's a hedge fund on the top of the deck. Now, if you don't draw, the issue with drawing is that it gets Skry's Stargate to see more and more cards. If there's an Elevagao bifurcation. Seems to be signed in Sokka's hand.
Oh, Scott Domingo was here this weekend, weren't they?
Scott Domingo was here.
Yeah.
That's probably a Scott signature. So see if we can just jam that into remote server again. You get the D-res, not something you want to do on this board. Say, put Sokka on the same amount of credits. Again, you can get your credits back when you steal. That's a 2-1 agenda that just came out of Midnight Sun. Its text ability allows you to D-res a corp card. Not something you want to do on this board state, but there are some board states where it does seem a bit appealing.
Yeah, scoring the 2-1 here, I'm not sure is the correct play. I think
probably not.
I think you want to ice up R&D so that you can actually at some point res.
It's the Hagen.
Yeah.
And I think the Hagen has a chance of connecting to trash the Stargate.
That's
the
correct,
last
yeah.
Stargate. If Sokka can connect with the Hagen. So the numbers, I'm not sure on Yusuf. Yusuf is 1 for 1 strength. That will hit 4 strength. But the Hagen's going to be 5 strength. That Hagen did not get seen off the Stargate. So if you run into that, if you don't have another virus counter, you will lose the Stargate. Now the Stargate run will still go off. The Hagen will end the run.
Yes.
But Dirty Laundry is a start. That's going to give you 2 virus counters. Dirty Laundry on Archives. Let's remember the Yusuf. There we do. So now the Hagen will not connect, but it will start taxing out the Yusuf. I wonder with the virus if he can wait to try and then trick the Stargate to get trashed. There is the 0, so 1 net damage to draw 2 and gain a credit. Hitting the Citadel.
Citadel, not a bad hit here in terms of Skry's position.
A totally blank card in this matchup.
Yeah, Deuces Wild, that's, in many ways the runner red level clearance. That is a Paladin coming down.
Paladin Puemo, again, you get those Cosmic Companions. All of them saw redone art from Cat besides Fencer Fueno.
Poor Fencer Fueno. I mean, really, Fencer knows what Fencer did. Not be good.
We'll see the hedge fund seeing play here again. Sokka does need some amount of money. We do have in hand a Biotic Labor, and I think Sokka does want to try and feed a Mega Pre to Skry at some point. Just because the Mega Pre's are 3-1 agendas, but once there's 1 in a score area, either the runners or the corpse, to become 3-2 agendas exclusively for the corporation.
You hate scoring Mega Pre's yourself as sports. Even if you manage to have them on the table and leave them for a turn and you can score them for just 3 clicks and 3 credits. I mean, I played sports at Crown of Servers this year. I had to score Mega Pre's off the table that Crown of Servers, and it was the worst feeling in the world, except actually losing.
This is wild, getting a bit cheaper there with the Mystic Miami, giving you recurring credits. Or not recurring, but credits that come in every turn to help you play those events. Deuces Wild, we're just going to go for the economy option. Draw 2, gain 3. The most straightforward version. And there's a moshing. We're going to discard 3 cards. Probably a steel skin as well. Black Orchestra, a decoder in the bin, a second decoder, and the moshing.
And the steel skin.
So sorry, the steel skin, that's now
so
draw
this is going to
5.
draw 5.
Gain 3.
Draw 5 and also throw some bin breakers in the bin where they want to be anyway.
I think Skry's looking for the boat.
I think so.
You got everything you need. You just don't have the boat. You've lost 1 boat so far. Only 1 more on the list. Again, a 5 influence spend. Moshing getting trashed. Now we should have access to all breakers at the end of this turn. These are the conspiracy breakers, the bin breakers from the standard format. Anarchs have been playing with these for years now. The ability, they're allowed to install themselves from the heap on encounter with the corresponding ice. We have Black Orchestra, Paperclip, and MK Ultra. So that means you can start face checking. You don't have to install your cards until you need them. That's a liberated account. That's an alt art. So a 6 credit install, you can click for 4. Sokka, I'm going to give that a check.
The 1 liberated account in the entire list.
Is there only 1?
Yes, only 1.
And that's good enough money because Skry now has all the breakers.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that if you have enough money, Sokka has nothing unfair in their mode server. The best you can do is ice into next activation command, which is solved by having credits.
Yes.
Maybe Sokka has a breathing room to biotic out here. If you top deck a Luminal, let alone just a Vitruvius, I think you'd go for it.
That's a Mega Pre, just a Mega Pre.
Just
bifurcation.
We're going to go for the bifurcation there. Install advance gets you your credits back. Going to put Sportsmetal up on 3 points.
Yeah.
Sokka now has a way out here. You can biotic out a 3-2. You could even biotic out if you have enough money with the Vitruvius counters. I think you can biotic out a 5-3 if you have Audacity. Do you need Audacity?
If you... It makes it cheaper.
Yes.
It makes it cheaper.
Hitting a 0, drawing into double deuces. Sleeves all day.
What Sokka I think really wants to find right now is Audacity and some 3-2s.
Yeah, it's all about
either 3-2s or fake 3-2s with a Mega Pre in Skry score area, because Sokka is basically just 2 agenda scores away from the World Championship, and you can recur an Audacity plus an extra card to score out another 3-2 with those Vitruvius counters.
Skry is smashing through the deck. Steel Skin scarring for free. 0 to hit. Looking for that endurance. I think it's the only card we're missing here. We do have that money in the background. Fermenter's not ticking away. It's something you often see. And we're going to discard a Gachapon, 2 Gachapons, and a Paladin. None of those will get you your boat. Off the top, that's a Vitruvius. We're going to biotic that out. No way we're not bioticing that. Biotic. Advance. Gain 2 credits back. You're going to spend 5 credits for Vitruvius. Sokka is now on game point. Skry has to move.
Game point. This is championship point. This is not just game point. This is championship point. And enough money, 7 credits. Enough money to do it. All you need is a real 3-2.
Off the top of the deck, and how many are there left? There's only 2. Now you could go for the double.
Yeah.
The double Mega Pre. If Skry steals a Mega Pre, Sokka has the game next turn.
You can bait the Mega Pre. You can bait the Mega Pre.
And Skry's just been sitting there trying to find the endurance, not getting the accesses. Oh, there's only like 10 cards left. Deuces, we're going to keep drawing. Again, Sokka is 1 agenda score away from being not only the first Canadian world champion, but Skry can pull it back here again. There are agendas in HQ. You have the money. You have the breakers. We do know R&D. The inside is a fair share of 3. That is very expensive. Not undoable. Very expensive to break with the Black Orchestra. Looking at the bin there, again, the 2 Vitruvius counters means you can play the Biotic Labors over and over again, let alone you can get clickless credits if you need to with the red level clearance.
Yes.
Exposing probably and going to make a run here. So Deuces Wild got some cards exposed. We're going to see what the ice is on the outermost. That's another Fairchild 3 again.
3.
Hard to deal with. You could triple click through it. Skry has to make a run here. That will get you use
really
of
tough
counter.
to res here for Sokka, though. I don't think you can res that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You're going to force out the Black Orchestra anyways. Or sorry, the MK Ultra to deal with the drafter. That's going to be a 5 credit break. Or 2 at install 3 to break. Trashing the Stargate. Again, MU is tight here.
MU, yeah.
And you need a hit. It's all agendas. But if he hits the Mega Pre qualifier, Sokka has the next turn.
The Mega Pre could just win it. The Mega Pre could just win it.
Skry hits the Mega Pre. It will be only 1 point for Skry, but it will become a 2-point agenda for Sokka.
Mega Pre draw up.
Huge hit
Seems
here.
like a win.
If Skry steals the food, again, Skry has, I think, 3 more clicks after this. 1 and 3 here to be, or 2 and 3 to be massively important for Sokka. We're accessing.
That's
it's
a
the Mega Pre. Again,
5-1.
Only 1 point here. Sokka gets the Sportsman ability to draw 2 or gain 2, but now Mega Pre's are 2-point agendas for Sokka, and Sokka's holding 1 in hand. Again, Skry probably
sports, right?
goes
Draw
back here. You draw with sports, drawing a Spin Doctor.
Draw Spin Doctor.
Draw Rashida again.
Rashida.
Easy trashables, but you're just padding
How
that
many
now
clicks left?
1
How
and
many
4.
clicks
I think
left?
3. I think it was just Deuce's run. And now you're less likely to run second click because now you could consider resing the Fairchild. At that point, Sokka won't have the credits unless he top decks an Audacity. I don't think you'd have only, because he's on what, 7? So you'd go down to 1. No, you need 7 credits of Biotic out. You can't afford to do that for a bit.
Yeah, you can't. No, you would actually need the Audacity in that case. I think the right play.
Deuces.
It's tough to Deuces.
Gunning that credit on Mr. Miami, drawing to a Mad Dash. An important card if Skry needs to close the game out sooner than later. Exposing here, that is going to be an unknown card. That's the Hagen again. We have the use of counters to break it. We're running HQ one more time. It's a 1 and 4 to steal the super important agenda, but Sokka still has some top decks here.
Hard about this.
Now with no Audacity in hand, Sokka might just pay 3 credits to get the access here.
Yeah.
How many Audacities are in the list?
There are 2. There's the normal 2.
So we have 2 on the top of the R&D that could just change this game. Even Sokka doesn't have the money. Sokka letting this through again.
The
food in hand.
There's a 1 and 4 for this game to get really difficult.
Skry can rip this out of hand again. Yeah, 1 and 4. These are just single accesses. These decks have no multi-access on HQ. It's Stargate or bust. 1 and 4. There's 1 food. That's a Spin Doctor. You can trash that for free with Freedom, still come back, making it a 1 and 3. You can pay 2 credits.
I don't know if you can afford to use this. I don't know if you can afford to do that because you're worried about Audacity, right?
Yes. You're even worried about you could.
Well, actually, I'm not sure because Biotic.
Yeah.
No, well, if you leave it up for Audacity, then you throw out any line where Sokka's allowed to res ice. So it actually might be right to keep Freedom up.
The thing is, if you trash the Audacity, though, like you just Vitruvius it, right? Like you can't stop it.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, never mind.
Destruction here doesn't matter. Yeah, even last click, Sokka can just take the Vitruvius counters and add 2 cards to hand. Like it doesn't matter what they are.
You're right.
Well, it depends, actually. No, you need to keep a Biotic. You can add 1 card to hand. Now we're hitting the 0, so Skry only has 1 click left to steal the win?
Only 1
or to stop the win?
I don't know if Skry reads that this is actually the win in HQ. I don't know.
It's so easy for Sports to have it here. Sokka is maybe just 2 clicks away from having it. Net damage here. Hitting just a Fermenter. We're going to draw 2 more cards. Sokka missing a Steel Skin Skry against Skry, just not finding an Endurance. 1 getting trashed earlier on with the 0. There is the Endurance, finding the last one on the list. But if Skry places that, that's going to be his last click here at the World Championship.
Let's see. Sure gamble. That's it.
Sokka
I'm going to wait for it.
Has the World Championship. That's a handshake. Biotic.
Go big or go home.
Woo! And we have a world champion. The room breaks out in applause. Sokka undefeated in the top 16.
Did not drop a game all day after having to win a tiebreak to make the finals. What a championship for Sokka 234.
Good game. It takes a Canadian world champion to win our first Worlds here in Canada. Sokka doing with Sportsmetal. That early game, so ugly. And
it
pulling out the Vitruvius on the counter, getting the counters.
The crowd is going insane for Sokka right now.
The room absolutely blasting off. Sokka off his feet here. Well played to both players. Skry also having a phenomenal run from the lower brackets. A very difficult
World's runner-up.
Double win there, but very well played.
Lest we forget, World's runner-up is just as exclusive of a club as World's winner.
There's not that many of them.
Actually, Dan repeated a few times, so I think there's just a couple more.
Now Sokka has his belt. And while the energy in this room is absolutely fantastic, we are going to try to get Sokka in for an interview.
Yeah, I can go over there and try to grab Sokka real quick.
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
I think we know here. Cool. Let me hit your microphone. And we'll see Sokka definitely very happy here, undefeated in this top cut. And that Sportsmetal list is so fascinating. Now, this is the second time, if I'm not mistaken, Sportsmetal has taken a world. And while this deck has a fast advance threat, this is meant to be more like a Glacier list.
We do have Sokka.
Okay. We have Sokka who wants to come in for an interview. Phenomenal. Maybe we'll talk to Skry as well, but just give us 1 second here. Of course, a lot is going on. It's a very loud room. We're going to have Sokka come in just to talk to stream. Apologies, too. We don't have any cameras here. We're not going to see Sokka's face, but if you want to see Sokka's face, go to his YouTube channel, Sokka234. You can find him on YouTube. He's been streaming for a long time now. He's been doing his videos, generally recounting all of his competitive plays. So give that a shout. Give that a watch if you can. We're going to get Sokka over here in just a second. Well played, too.
We're going to have to split 3 mics between us.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I'm going to pass my microphone back and forth. We're going to do roving reporting. Oh, it's all good. Man, the energy is still so great. People are yelling.
People are so happy right now.
Oh, I think we have some Polaroids from Dean on the table as well. I think we got some good shots just when you pop off. I think that's when you line up the Polaroid camera. We tried to get that every year. And that is, I think Sokka's part of the unbanned testing team, right?
Yes.
Which is a...
I think I'm still on mute.
Oh, you're on mute. Excuse me. Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
part of that, along with Bridgeman, have had a fantastic year.
Yes.
Look at that mat.
Yeah, that's a Paladin Poema. We did see that throughout the tournament. We're not playing Anarchs. This is the last shape round.
Yeah.
Endurance did win Worlds. This is an Apocalypse Endurance, of
yeah,
course.
it is an Apocalypse Endurance.
Didn't see the Apocalypse land.
Boat was all 3 of the top slots at Worlds. I think actually all of the top 4. But most importantly, the winner.
Yeah, most importantly. Absolutely fantastic. Here, 1 second. We just have Jeff in the booth. We're going to get Sokka in here, right?
Yeah, Sokka's going to do something. Apparently, Orbital
Oh.
will come up on stage
Okay.
first, and then Sokka will come in here for the...
Okay.
Okay, so Sokka's going up on stage first.
Yeah, Sokka's going to hop on stage and say something real quick. We're just going to throw ourselves on mute. We'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes with an interview from Sokka. So we'll see you in a second.
You can see the energy in the room for this win. Orbital was mentioning how Sokka did actually call the shot here.
As we're all gathered here today, if there's one thing you could say to all of these Netrunner players, what would it be? Everybody, I want everybody to give a round of applause to themselves for coming out here tonight. I want everybody here, if you're willing and if you're able, I would love to get every single person signature on this match.
That's amazing.
Also, the sound check called it shot. Very important that you all know that.
Yes, we did. We have calls from the crowd to make a busted card.
Alright, we are not done today. We have a top 4 for startup. In 4th seed is Rodich. Third seed is Isru Julian. Second seed is Tim Baduba. And our top switch.
To explain to the chat, the boos were the boos were Swifty booing Rodage in 4th place in the playoff for Startup World Champion.
At the judge station after I finish the announcements. We can work out whether we're going to take a break before we play the top 4. And then we'll play the top 4.
Yeah, Startup, as we can see here, Startup Top 4 is happening in the background. They're just being announced.
And there are only actually a couple of breaks. Some of the prize breaks turned out to be the same. So if you got 18 points, you get the...
Yeah, okay. I think we might be able to hear ourselves over the sound of the room. Let me know in the chat if you're listening to this. Can you not hear me clearly? If
Yeah,
not,
good.
we'll wait for the end of these announcements.
It's the same as
We are joined by Sokka, who has just been. You're the first Canadian world champion. It took Canada. I think so, right?
Yeah,
I think we've been tracking this
congratulations.
one. I can hear you
It
clearly.
took the home turf.
Here, firstly, Sokka, how are you feeling right now?
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I had to dodge so many matchups to get here. I felt like there's parts in the day that I had some pretty bad beats, and then I think later in the day they came back. The luck came back to me. I really went into today with decks that I was like, in order for me to do well, I need to get lucky. I need to get a couple matchups and make sure there's a lot that I don't run into. I think that my decks were probably not the objectively best decks to bring. At least my runner. Maybe the Corp was, but my runner, there was a lot of bad matchups in the runner, and I won, so obviously it is the objectively best deck. But yeah, I think that's the first time the stream saw me was when I got swept in round 4 against Quacktopus, and I could have ID'd that round and finished in the top 8, IDing the rest of the day. And because I decided to play, I got swept, and then I had to work really hard to get myself into the top 16.
I'm curious about those
so
matchups.
much going on. Yeah, please ask away.
Yeah, what were you most worried about facing? Which matchup did you really not want to see in the top 16?
So I'll start off by talking about the matchups I didn't want to see on the day.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know about the AgInfusion. I knew what the deck does. I didn't know Snare Bears was going to bring it.
Oh, okay.
So I guess I was very confident with the Sportsmetal. I had basically prepped Corp for the entire World's prep. And it took me a long time to get to Sportsmetal and then to editing the deck to the way that it is right now. I'm very happy with it. So I think it is a runner favored meta, which is why I spent all my time prepping for Corp. And because I spent all my time prepping for Corp, I was only really prepared for Corp. So for me, I think my Corp side was favored because I had a better deck.
Yeah.
APOC has been around for a while. I think people saw me play it on stream the last time I streamed. It is that deck, except I cut a pawn shop for a second Ngolo. That's pretty much it. But the APOC Lat used to have a Clot and 2 Simulchips. And if you're not playing against Sportsmetal, those 3 cards are dead draws. So I was literally lining up to hand in my deck list, and I was in the line, and there were 3 people in front of me. I was almost at the front of the line, and I put my deck list sheet down. I took out my pen. I crossed out Clot and 2 Simulchips, and I put in a second Pinhole, second Mad Dash, and a Deuces Wild.
There you go.
And I was basically hedging that I wouldn't play against Sportsmetal. So I think that's a bad matchup for me because I don't have Clot. I just have to go YOLO on Stargate. So coming into the day, I thought that was a bad matchup, and I just had to dodge Sportsmetal. In Swiss, I played against 2 Sportsmetal. I beat both of them, which is really, I'm really happy about that. But had I lost, I would be very disappointed that I cut Clot 30 seconds before submitting my deck list. But it worked out, and I think in all the other matchups that are not Sportsmetal, I played against an R+ in the cut, against the AgInfusions, that second Pinhole, second Mad Dash, that Deuces goes a long, long way. So I'm happy I made that change at the end of the day. And then I guess to get to your question about the matchups in the top 16, I think my matchup against the AgInfusion is probably horrendous because I cannot APOC against an AgInfusion.
Yeah.
All of AgInfusion's ice has 3 subroutines. So as long as once they get $8, they break it, and I can't, it's hard to break, right? And I'm going to get booped into it over and over again. So I definitely needed to dodge the AgInfusions. I found out.
Did you dodge it entirely in the top cut?
I dodged AgInfusion entirely in Worlds.
Oh, wow.
So there was 5 Snare Bears playing AgInfusion. They were all, getting up to the top. I managed to dodge them entirely. In round 7, I was paired against Big Unit, Jonas, and we ID'd to play, and we basically were like, we want to break. We're going to play tiebreakers. So instead of spending our mental energy trying to beat each other, we're going to save it, recharge, play tiebreakers.
Yeah.
So I was technically paired against the AgInfusion, but I did not play against them. So yeah, in the cut, there was 3, I think, and I managed to dodge them entirely. Again, I think it's a bad matchup. So really, the game that everybody watched just now, when I won with Sportsmetal against the Freedom, that was the game I had to win. Like, if I lost that game, I don't think I beat the AgInfusion. Like, I really just have to, like, nail my accesses. I'm not going to APOC. Hope I can Stargate, maybe get a couple lucky singles and try to win from there, but I really think I'm unfavored in that match.
Can you talk a bit about your PD list? Because we've been saying all weekend that it doesn't look like a Sportsmetal list, but that's the point, right? It looks like a precision design list. The way that it interacts, the way that it's actually trying to build a remote server. You do have a bit of fast advance. We saw ridiculous amounts of Vitruvius tokens.
Yep.
How did you get to that list? Why sports?
So, did you stream and talk about the Snare Bears PD list?
We saw it once with Rob, but it didn't really
Okay.
do much.
Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately, it was just like a really bad draw.
Okay, so that list, it's pretty much like I'm doing the same thing that PD list is doing.
Sure.
Except like I'm playing it in sports, so I have more fast advance. I have a second audacity, right? They're not doing Skunk Void, so like Skunk is just kind of there. And like I really just thought that Sports' agenda suite was a lot better for what the deck is trying to do, which is basically you try to rush behind next activation command, and then you have a better way of closing the game via fast advance. So the difference between the Sports and the PD was that PD, first of all, every HB needs to play next activation command because every runner has endurance, and every runner, like most people are playing Anarch, and a lot of Anarchs have Botulus. So, and also, a lot of Anarchs are cutting their MK Ultras. So in the finals today, Skry had 1 MK in his deck, and he was just digging hard for it. Because if I next activation command an Ansel, he has to use that 1 MK to break it. So I guess the insight between the difference between PD and Sportsmetal is that if you're playing a next activation command deck, you have a couple burst turns where you're good at scoring agendas. And then on the other turns, it's hard to score agendas. So I guess like what the PD is trying to do is they're trying to get Vitruvius counters, and then they're trying to recur the next activation command enough times to the point where they can score 7 points. And in my deck, I'm not reliant on getting next activation command. So I have the next activation command. I can make a couple like turns where the runner can't run, and I can score some agendas. But if I don't have it, maybe I just fast advance. Like I think against criminals, you might just fast advance and not do anything else. So there's a flexibility in that. There's some flexibility in that. And also, like I just felt that if I can just rush with next activation command, Seamless is like really good for getting Vitruvius counters. It's just good efficiency. Sometimes you can score food off the board with that.
Oh yeah.
And if you do get Vitruvius counters, instead of like recurring next activation command and trying to win by like having an agenda on the board, you can just recur your Audacity or your Biotic, or maybe you have one of those and you can recur your red level. So it just seems like a lot more of a powerful end of the game state.
Cool.
And you also play 2 Mavericks there. And Mavericks is just really good right now because like a lot of people are playing Fermenters. I was expecting a lot of Anarchs. So, I felt this deck was quite well positioned. It's like a really good way of beating Hoshiko, which I was expecting everybody to play, but this Freedom deck showed up. I had not played against Freedom, so really, like, this game in the finals was the first time where I was, like, diving into what this Freedom does and how to beat it.
So the Freedom game, there's a really fantastic turn where, you got the Fairchild Res in the remote server, the Hippo came down, and it was such a broadcast of what's happening.
Yep.
Your mitt was like 5 agendas holding in hand.
Yep.
Something like that. It was an ugly hand, and you realized, like, just put everything on the table. And still, they took the bait, went for the Fairchild 3.
What an incredible play.
Were you worried that was going to be a bit too obvious and to sweep the board instead?
So what I tried, ideally, you put a second ice there to protect your Fairchild.
Of course, you didn't get any. You were trying
exactly,
because
I think I had 3 credits.
Yeah.
I had 3 credits. So if you lose the Fairchild there, that's so bad. Like you lost your remote. Like you can't really win from there. So I res the Spin Doctor. I drew 2 cards, and then and I drew 2 cards, and there wasn't any ice. And I was just like, if I click to draw, if I don't find ice still, then I definitely just lose the game because now I have 9 cards in hand and 2 clicks left. So I just got to play with what I got, and I don't have ice, so basically I need to accept that this Fairchild's going to get clicked through and trashed. So I was just thinking, like, okay, we can pop the Spin Doctor, put the Trankrid in there as bait, install Rashida, install Vitruvius. Now, I think the analysis goes that since I installed 3 cards and one of them was behind the Fairchild, it's less likely that they will run the naked card because they want to take advantage of the fact that they can hippo the Fairchild.
Of course.
And they get to see an unknown card. So I could I don't know if people will do that, but you could very easily have put the Vitruvius in the remote and put the Trank Grid naked, right? And maybe they check the naked cards and then they don't check the Trank Grid. But it's it seems more obvious to check the Trank Grid because you're also hippoing.
Yeah.
And I guess the other thing is, even if they run and steal the Vitruvius, which is obviously not good for me, I can draw 2 and hopefully I can find a piece of ice, and that saves my Fairchild.
Yeah.
So that's exactly. So that's the risk, right? If they do check, then maybe next turn they can't trash the Fairchild anymore. So I think they had to take that opportunity to trash the Fairchild.
Super cool.
I had one question about that game too. The last turn, when Skry's running HQ, what is running through your mind during those 2 runs on HQ? Because they were the game was very different during those 2 runs.
Yeah, the last turn he ran HQ. You pretend to think about whether or not you want to res Fairchild, and then you don't because you can't, because it gets hippoed. I mean, that. I'm just kidding. Basically, that's just Skry knows that resing is a horrible play, so the fact that you pretend to think about it is just funny to both players. But my 3 cards in hand was food, double, Megapre.
Yeah.
So he had a 2 and 3 to hit a Megapre, and that's what I wanted, right? So I put the 3 cards down. I do a genuine shuffle, so I don't even know what the 3 cards are. So I genuinely mix them up. I don't even know which card is where. I put the 3 cards down. I know he's going to roll a die anyways. So he rolls a die, and then I'm like, okay, please be the Megapre. He hits the Megapre, and then you do actually pretend to think if you want to draw or not, but obviously I do because I have the other Megapre in hand. So I draw 2. When he runs back, the thought going through your head is if he hits the Megapre, that's bad, right? Because now I need to find another way of scoring. But honestly, I've been ripping agendas and getting access luck all day. This is this is what I need. If it needs to happen one more time, it needs to happen right now. And I think you saw on stream, the second Vitruvius that I biotic'd was a top deck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It was the perfect draw there.
It was the perfect draw. Yeah. I was how do you win this game? I'm not scoring out of a remote. There's a funny line that I do want to share with everybody, but I'm not scoring out of the remote likely, so I'm probably just going to try to fast advance. I have 2 Vitruvius counters, and we're in my head I'm okay, I need to score 2 pointers, and then I mandatory draw and I draw the Vitruvius. I was perfect. So you score the Vitruvius, and there's a couple times before that happened in previous games. Again, this game that the stream saw against Quacktopus in round 4 was me being extremely unlucky. But that's just, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. That's pretty much what sports has written on it, right? So yeah, in that last turn, I again genuine shuffle, put the 4 cards down, see what he gets. He gets the Spin Doctor. He trashes it, and I'm please don't run again, please don't run again, please don't run again, please don't run again. And he hits the 0. I'm good. Hits the 0.
Gamble,
1 click left.
Breathe.
Gamble. Oh my goodness. Again, I think I had to win that game because. I don't win that game, I have an uphill battle to try to beat the AgInfusion.
What's the line that you wanted to share with us? I'm very curious to hear it.
Yeah, so everybody listening, you're going to love this. First of all, Loki won Worlds. Loki was going to win Worlds at the start of the finals. Yeah. I have Loki in my deck because it's not a subtype, right? So you can install it. They have to kind of eat some subs. If there's no ice res, they have to shuffle their hand away. If there's Fairchild Ansel, which is ideal, then it has 4 subroutines and it's hard to boat, hard to botulus. And especially if you have next activation command, then they can't boat or botulus it at all. And the funny line with Loki is if your opponent has 1 to 2 cards in hand. They could have any number of cards in hand, but it only makes sense if they have 1 to 2 cards in hand. What you do is you have your Loki on a remote, which is where it usually goes, and you have your Loki installed on the remote, and if it's not rezzed, then you just put something behind it. If it is rezzed, maybe you play next activation command and put something behind it. The point is, the runner runs the remote, and they get to the point where they decide that Loki, somebody's got it in chat already. So they decide that Loki, they have to shuffle their hand away. So they shuffle their hand away, continue the run, and then you kill them with a Mavericks.
Oh my god. That is incredible.
There's 2 Mavericks in the deck, and specifically against Freedom, like that's not even a dead install. Like against some matchups, it might be a dead install, but against Freedom, you put the Mavericks on the board. It's a useful install, and if they decide that they can't break the Loki and they shuffle their hand away. Again, if they only have 1 or 2 cards in hand, I think people could reasonably do that. So they shuffle their hand away and they die to a Mavericks. It's never happened before. It is a dream, but honestly, if you're like 6-1 down and you need to YOLO to win the game, I think that's actually a decent line to win the game.
And Sokka, before we start, because the start of I think finals are just starting. Do you have any shout-outs? I know you've been making content for a while, and I've been a big fan. Do you have any shout-outs before we close off the standard part of the World Championship?
Yeah. Man, so much. I want to start by shouting out like 2 of you guys sitting here like casting all day has been so good.
Cheers.
Thank you.
I'm definitely gonna be like rewatching the games. Like 158 players in standard is amazing. So like people coming out is just amazing to come see and like play this game together. Friends in Unbanned, in my testing group, who I worked with, probably like, I think I prepped with them for like prepping like the PE deck that you guys saw Bridgeman play.
Yeah.
And also the Hoshiko. The Sportsmetal deck was a big part of Brandon and I. That's the king. Huge shout out to him. We were panicking hard for Corp, and we had no idea what to play for Corp. And honestly, I was gonna play R+ for a long time, and then I think people just like teched into that matchup too hard. So I ended up going, okay, how about we build PD? So we built this PD with 3 next activation commands, and then Brandon called it doing his due diligence, which was taking the PD and trying it in Sportsmetal. And he was gonna do that, and sometimes like Brandon just does that where like he like takes an idea, plays in a different ID, and like he does it and then reports back kind of thing.
Sure, see what happens.
But he said that, and I was like, on the call right then, I was like, sometimes like he comes up with some ideas and I catch them right away, and I'm like, that is a good idea, and like let's do that right now. So we drafted a sports list, made a couple changes to specific slots. Specifically, like 1 bifurcation, 2 off-world office is probably a little odd to some people.
Yeah, it's a strange suite.
Yeah, but the insight is like you don't want 3 bifurcation because you really only want 1. If you have 3, sometimes you draw them and you don't really want to install them. You don't really want to score them because it's kind of a waste of a turn. So yeah, big shout out to Brandon helping me developing this list. To Alexi, also an unbanned Axwill, who I played against in the tiebreaker round, where I had to beat him on Tag Me Zaya, which is an uphill battle for me. Oof. Again, lots and lots of luck involved. I think Sportsmetal into Zaya is like a 20-25% win rate, so maybe less than that. Like I had to knock him out of the cut. All the Vancouver people who came to...
There's a lot of people from Vancouver that
Yeah. There's a ton of people from Vancouver who traveled. It was really good. It's really nice hanging out with everybody. I look forward to hopefully Worlds next year. Hopefully in the sense that I can go. But I hope that a lot of people go to Worlds next year.
It's looking to be in Europe from my
probably, right? Because
they
change it back and forth.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Worlds during the fall time is not good for me because I have school, because I'm in law school. So if it's in the summer, that'd be ideal. But I don't think winning Worlds lets me influence the timing of the next tournament. But maybe I can talk to somebody about that.
At least it is in writing now.
Oh yes. Yeah, we can clip that and just send it to all the execs.
Well, Sokka, thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and tell us what's going through your mind and talking about what you think of the meta. It's always really exciting to see. And of course, the biggest congratulations for a fantastic run yesterday. Again, we did see those losses on the camera. I have no doubt that's a bit of a shake. Running it back up and then just stomping all the way through. Again, hard-fought fights, but getting that World Championship victory, man. Huge congrats.
It's unbelievable. There was many points in the day, many points of the day yesterday where I was like, I'm not making the cut. Like, this is it. Like, I lost against Quacktopus in round 4 on stream. I was like, from here, like, I have to play a couple games. I play against J-Dang in the next round, and then I split, and I'm like, okay, like, 2 rounds left. Maybe we bubble, maybe we don't. And then even, like, going into that tiebreaker round, as I said, against Acme Zaya, in that moment, I found out that was the matchup, and I was like, that's it. Like, I'm not making it to the next day. And then we made it, and that in itself was unreal. And I basically spent the night going, I don't think I should be here, because I was like, so like, there was so many points that I could have easily not made the cut yesterday. So I was like, anything that happens today, like if I lose 2 games straight off the bat, then I lose 2 games straight off the bat, and I'm going to be happy with my performance, because the fact that I made top 16 was like unbelievable. And then I was basically like, there's so many bad matchups for me. Like Eric, Tag Me Zaya, really bad. AgInfusion, really bad. The PE's really bad. Yeah, but I think that there's like 18 matchups that were like fine, and then there's 12 matchups that were absolutely horrible. And I was just like, in my head, I was like, okay, like just take game by game, hope that you get the matchups that you want, which is what happened. And we got the matchups that we wanted, and that really carried me with some really, really, really nervous and tight plays from everybody in the top 16.
Congratulations, Sokka.
Okay, thank you so much.
And this stream is nowhere near over here. We have the top 4 starting of the startup tournament that has been going on in the background. We're going to catch up with it again. Congratulations, Sokka. Really well played. We'll be back in just 1 second. Apologies for the Startup Championship. We are going to have some commentary going over this. We have the deck list just delivered. The timing of this, we're going to be running to, just give me 1 second, but we'll be right back again. We're going to leave it on in the background. Excuse us.